around 8,000 spectators all around lane 3, cheering on these distance runners as they go for their dreams. So don't miss a beat. Now, I do want to say thank you to our title sponsor, On Running. And earlier today, we already saw some action on the track from On's community activation. Hundreds of runners, local runners from all sorts of clubs around London gathered here at this track ahead of these all-important Olympic trials to try their hand, first of all, at running at Olympic pace, Olympic qualifying pace. That for the men is around 65 seconds per lap, and for the women it is 73 seconds per lap. I'm not sure they lasted too long with those kinds of pacing set for them, but they had a fantastic time. They were all smiles, very happy just to get out here in beautiful Hampstead Heath as we build up this atmosphere to this incredible day and evening of racing. Well, I'd like to hand down to our wonderful commentary team of Matt Seddon, James Thie and Ellen Ellard to set up the day's racing.
Thank you so much, Joe, and how this event has grown from 2013. Ben Pocci and the Highgate Harriers have created something so special. As Joe says, we have 17 races and those Olympic trials, but also up for the grabs are places on the plane to Rome as well. Ellen, it's going to be an unbelievable evening of racing.
Like every year, we're surrounded by paper, timings, different variations of lots of things that could happen. There's, like you say, James, spots on different teams. There is so much going on, and it's great to see, as Joe was showing there, the community activations. This grows year on year. The fans on the bank grow, but also those competing, and that's one of the really interesting things that I saw during prep is these races, they get bigger and bigger. There's more people, the number of races go up and up, and this is just, Matt, now it's a huge thing. And we say it's a huge thing. It's something that a lot of people have started to notice over recent years, but the work that Ben Pocci has been putting in for, like James said, years, nearly a decade now, is just incredible.
It is indeed, and I think this will be a very special day for Ben because the Olympic trials are back here in this location. Remember, in 2021, they weren't here, they were in Birmingham. So the last time, of course, 2016, it was a very different affair. I mean, Millington won that day, Jess Andrews as well. I mean, Jess Andrews won in 31.58 and Millington 28.28. I mean, we talk about times now.
Well, she was an absolute star, Jess Martin, that night. She came out of almost oblivion to book her place in Olympic team, and few sports can you come from almost, you know, the left of the field to being on the Olympic team. It's going to be harder tonight. There's established runners out there, the likes of Megan Keefe. I can't wait to see how she's going to progress. Great to see her on home soil. But then in that British men's, the likes of, you know, Paddy Diva and so many others going for that. It's now 27 minutes. Ross Millington won that Olympic trials in around about 28.5 minutes. Jess Martin was, I think, 31.30 odd. The times have changed drastically, haven't they, Matt?
Well, they have as well. Not only the times, we've now got wave lights, of course. We saw that introduced, was it last year or the year before? But also, Ellen, a brand new £2 million track surface.
And it looks incredible, doesn't it? And, you know, we're talking before, we've had a couple of members of the board here at Highgate Harriers and people involved in the track come through and have a chat with us about it, you know, it looked great last year still, and, you know, this event always makes it look great, but this is just such a boost to the community to have this track surface. It's running really well. We're hoping for some quick times on it, and it's just something that will be a boost for the future. Obviously, you know, we want to see that expansion grow, more improvement, but that's what this event has brought to it. This is what the spotlight, being here for Night of the 10,000 metre PBs, has brought to Highgate Harriers. And, you know, it's a relationship that goes really well hand in hand. You know, we'll see so many of the Highgate vests out there. They love this meeting loves them, and it's worked out so well with that grant for the new track.
Yeah, and the grant would not have happened, I don't think, without this event having gone through the roof the last few years, having raised the profile. And that was Ben Pocci's original idea, that 10,000 metre running, I think it was Olympic trials in 2012, had one woman, I think, in Birmingham, and it was a lonesome run. The men's, I think, was one in outside 29 minutes, and it was a decision that we're going to have C races, one inside 29 minutes. We're going to have, you know, the head count of how many quality female runners that we've got is just phenomenal. They're all here wanting to be part of this, but also the fact it's grassroots. That's a really important part of this event, that it's for clubs. Obviously, you know, it finishes with the big, you know, fanfare of the Olympic trials, but those club runners get a very, very high quality experience and opportunity to run on a super fast track with an amazing atmosphere. That just doesn't happen very often, Matt, does it?
It doesn't at all, and I think to highlight how far this event's come as well, we used to have a lot of mixed races here, you know, one sole woman in amongst the men's race. We don't have that anymore. We've got 3 separate races for these women. We've got a whole host for the men as well. And, you know, this is technically the slowest race of the day. Whether it will be that or not, we'll wait and see. But it's being paced at 31:15, and that shows you how far it's come. I mean, just a few years ago, you know, you could be a 33-minute runner and make this meet, and now it really is the creme de la creme of club athletics.
Yeah, it kicked off last year, the 31:36 winning time, so already anticipating around 20 seconds faster. Ian Hopkins winning, the Irish athlete. There's going to be a lot of Irish contingent over for today, but also, Ellen, a really strong international field, not just in the A races. When we were going through it, C races, D races, people are travelling far and wide to be here.
Not just the 10,000 metres, in the 800s as well. We've got a number of athletes, I think there's about 5 who have travelled over from the Czech Republic. We've got athletes coming from all over to come and race here, and that is so great to see. Athletes, young athletes, getting an opportunity to come and race here on a track that, you know, has already created so much history in the past couple of years.
So on the screen you can see some of the athletes we're looking out for in this first race, the men's F race. Ellis Ahmed at the top of the screen, 31:26 in Valencia this year. It's also a 67:30 half marathon man as well. And look out for the likes of Will Bryan. He's one of the fastest athletes. He's got a 29:54 road personal best, coached by Steve Phillips. He was 18th in the C race in 30:40 last year. And there'll be a lot of athletes back again, the likes of Jacob Brockman. You can see there, 4th down. He was 2nd in the F race, and that is something that I'm sure he'd look to go 1 place higher. Tom Higgs again is someone back again. His personal best from 2nd in the D race. He was 16th in the E race in 2013 last year. So he's slowly slipping down, but I'm sure he'd look to get his rankings back up, Matt. And that's definitely one thing. If athletes produce performances, they get an upgrade, don't they, the next year?
Oh, they certainly do, but, you know, yeah, when the depth gets more and more, it's harder to keep bumping up the races. I think a lot of these returners will be delighted in the weather this afternoon, though. It's an overcast day here at Parliament Hill Fields at this athletics tracks. It's still warm, it's still humid, but so often these guys, they'll be used to running in the baking heat.
And another athlete on there, 3:20, Bruce Rayside, a British athlete, steeplechaser back in the day, a medalist and sub-15 at age 40. He was 31:55 for 3rd place in the Derby 10K. So we've got some quality masters. Another master in there, Michael Willsmore. He won the British University Championships in the Olympic Stadium back in 2012. He's a 3:40.15 man that's moved up very well, the Bristol West athlete, up distances. He's run 31:55 this year, but expecting to go inside the low 31:30s today. If it is a kick finish today, look out for Michael Willsmore. Under him, Harry Woods. He's the Swindon athlete. Again, a lot of these athletes, great seeing their profiles. People are travelling far and wide now, as in we've seen it here. But a lot of people have been out, got some fast times in Valencia. He's also raced in Rome over the marathon distance, and there's been a number of races in Battersea where people have set some fast times on the road over 5,000 metres, and on the track also recently, the comeback 5,000 that's set, you know, nicely. And again, these events have grown almost in a response to seeing the need for these events.
I'm sure you two would have noticed it as well when you look at, like, particularly the 5K PBs, how many of them have come from the podium event in Leicester. I think I was going through and it was like, if a 5K PB has been set this year, it's been set there. So there's so many organisers who are looking at how they can take this model and bring it into their own meet, because why wouldn't you want to?
And I would say, yeah, athletes these days, they're sport for choice, especially when you look at the road fixtures, whether it be 5K, 10K, you can almost race every weekend, especially through that spring period as well. A lot of these they've tuned up, they're ready to roll today, James.
Yeah, they have. And interesting, you know, when you go down, their 10,000 metre opportunities normally come at Highgate when you go through their profiles. And again, they'll be looking to maximise that. You can't run a 10,000 metre race on the track every week. Therefore, you've got to make it count. Lots of miles would have gone in, and great to see a few of the club vests that are flying the flag for, like, for Cambridge and Coleridge in there. I saw a Ponty Rodents vest in there, Matt smiling next to me. Phoenix, Brighton Phoenix in there as well. So you can see a waterfall start. That's the sheer numbers. We're getting towards 40 athletes. So we have to start in 2 lines. You can see them kind of filtering in. You will see them on the back straight filter into the one lane, but it just means in that first start line, Matt, you can have more starting safely.
Well, exactly that, and we won't mention a few until things settle down a little bit here, because I expect a lot of people are going to chop and change, but it is Mike Willsmore who happily got out quite fast. His 1500 meter background showing there as they just file in, and actually some of them just in the nick of time. When you look at that fence in there on the left-hand side, that will be packed later on this afternoon, that lactic tunnel of love, probably by these gentlemen, because not only are they runners, they're fans of the sport as well, and they'll be here all day and all night long.
They will. And going back to that pacing system that we have, we've obviously got the wave light that we going round, and we have two colours going round. So Jacob Pickering, Western Tempo, he's our pacer, setting the pace at 31.15, and then they'll be chasing behind. The other is 32.15, Thomas Chadwick. They're wearing the Highgate colours. I think that's a nice kind of for some of them. For Chadwick, that is his club. For Pickering, that's not his club. But now this athlete is a T20 athlete, leading them out at the front as well. So that is James McKibben. Now, interesting, T20. I coached a T20 athlete, disability athlete, Steve Morris, and it's his category that he's in makes it hard to pace races. And you know, you can see him now going out at a fast pace. But saying that, he is in good shape. He's run 32.20 on the road. He's fresh from a Jevon Track Championship 15.43. But yeah, I mean, it makes it a little bit harder for him. But maybe also, given the disability of T20, they sometimes find it difficult running in large packs. So maybe getting a little bit of space. You remember training with Steve Morris a few times, didn't you, Matt?
Yeah, it can often be a little bit unpredictable, so perhaps he is a little bit more comfortable out there. And someone who's kind of giving chase to this is Dylan Naylor, the Liverpool Harrier, and there's probably a reason for it, and that reason he's run 30.55 on the roads already. That was the back end of 2023, and a sub-15 5K at Mid-Cheshire as well. So he probably looked at that 31.15, and he might have been someone who was just felt a little bit hard done by when it comes to the seeding, Ellen. Yeah,
and he's in good form as well. So close to his PB already this season, so he knows the strength and the shape he's in. And like you said, just trying to, particularly through the early stages, with how tight into the lanes that tunnel of love is, you want to find the space.
Yeah, the back straight's going to be our first major split of the day. It's going to be the 1 kilometre in the F race. I think it's going to be sub 3 minutes, which is sub 30 pace in the F race.
Well, they're certainly moving, aren't they? So a little bit ambitious. I think the excitement to get going here today is clearly showing for a few of these men. But when we get back to someone like Dylan Naylor, we'll keep an eye. Look, 2:57, goodness. So 29.45 tempo, somewhere around there. But yeah, when you look at someone like Dylan Naylor, I think you've just got to be patient, James, haven't you? Okay, it's slower than your personal best. It's being paced at slower than your personal best, but why not turn up and win this race here today and kick off the front in that final kilometre instead? He's just sitting a metre in front of the pacemakers, and he's doing all the work. So he's doing their job for him.
Yeah, you've got to trust the paces. Also, you don't just have to trust the paces. You can see the wave lights. Yeah. If you can't see them, they're not in front of you. They're probably behind you right now, given the pace. But I tell you what, this is what this race is about. Yeah, it's about being brave. It's about putting setting your stall out. And I think that's one thing that this race and these races will definitely see. We're going to see some brave running tonight. And I tell you what, the lad from North Devon is giving it to us in race F.
We've just seen a first glimpse of the wave lights as the athletes have started to trek back. It usually takes a bit of time for the wave lights and the athletes to get in sync. A reminder, the blue light rolling round at 31.15 and the green at 32.15. Another note on the pacers, Thomas Chadwick, both of them in the vest, but he is a Highgate athlete. He's one of the juniors. There's a group of junior athletes coached by Chris Rainsford and Hannah Viner. Hannah, someone who's paced here a number of occasions. They both coach the junior groups, and it's a brilliant opportunity, not just for the juniors racing in the 800 metres, but for those who are a bit more distance inclined, because at younger levels, we've had it in the past, it's not always encouraged to make the step up as quickly. It's a brilliant pathway for them to make this transition into running 10,000 metres on the track.
Well, exactly that, Ellen. I mean, it wasn't so long ago we saw Mo Farah before his marathon debut. We saw him in London familiarising himself with the roads and the pacing in that elite group before he went and stepped up a few years later in that marathon. So look at the pace there through that first mile or so, 4:49. It's just slowing up a tad, which is a good thing. The pack are just, well, they're keeping it steady ready as well. And look, you can just see those green lights on the screen. They are actually at the back of that lead pack. So those guys towards the back end of this field are actually on that 31:15 tempo. Everyone else inside at the moment.
Yeah, another interesting athlete in there is the 50-year-old Adrian Musset. He's been in England International many, many years. He's actually the fastest in the field, 29:10. Guess the year it was set in, Matt.
Oh, well, I'm cheating, James. I've got your notes. But the year 2000, let's say that, which is 24 years later, can we see him break 31 minutes?
But I tell you what, he's not far off, 30-minute pace right now through, getting towards 2 kilometres. I mean, this is, again, gives a real great opportunity for Masters athletes to step on the track against the very best of the youngsters. But as we're seeing right now, we've got an athlete that this could be, one of our disability stars in the future. Because again, watching someone go out at this pace, as a T20, at Olympic level, Paralympic level, there is 5,000 metres, but often it's 1,500 metres, and he looks really good in the early stages. But the laps are just starting to slow very slightly. That's a 75, Ellen.
Got 3 athletes off the back of him. And you can see it started to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, and that was a Woking vest in there as well. I believe John Hutchins at Woking, he's another vet, James. We've got a few of them. Actually, it was only a couple of weeks ago we had the Bannister Miles and a vets only race there, and a few of them getting well inside 5 minutes. So, James, you're a man who knows a thing or two about vet running, and it's very, very strong right now, isn't it? It seems to almost be having a little bit of resurgence, and men and women are keeping going a lot longer.
Well, when Kenisa Bekele is making Olympic teams for Ethiopia, yes, I think longevity now, we're probably talking a little bit about shoe technology that's probably given people a little bit of extra life in their legs, but I think people are just refueling and being a bit smarter with their careers. Training has changed to be a little bit smarter as well. So yeah, people are having longer careers. But you're absolutely right. We've got some great depth, but also we've got a few under 20s in this. I think you mentioned Aidan Layden, who's the Cambridge athlete. That's an under 20 in there. He was he ran 15-17 in the race of victory in Cardiff. He was 28th in the inter-counties under 20, and he's up against the likes of Adrian Musset, who is giving up probably the best part of 30+ years. How many sports can you have that and have it on this kind of level? It's great.
Yeah, well, I hope they share a word or two after the race. But yeah, you mentioned the vets as well. I just think there's more recognition in general now. I think the rankings and stuff like that with those vets categories is becoming more and more popular. So I think it's giving people another reason to run. Not that these guys need it, that's for sure. So perhaps we're just starting to see McGibbon just suffer a little bit now as the likes of Dylan Naylor's just reeling him back in, and that'll give that chase back a bit of a lease of life. And then you've got the main pack just a little bit further behind as well. 243 Higgs there doing a good job.
Yeah, it's the Liverpool vest, isn't it, of Naylor? So it's been flown around pretty well. The likes of Johnny Mellor back in those Liverpool colours. But as you said, he's a sub-15 runner. When you run 14.49 in mid-Cheshire and he's a 14.45, he might feel he's got a point to prove. And some athletes come out tonight and they do make a bit of a statement. They kind of say, I should have been in the next race. But I know Ben and the team, they always reward that. So if you do win one of these races, you got a little upgrade for next year.
Well, that's as long as they don't have a whole host of fresh PBs throughout the year of 2024, of course. But yeah, I mentioned Higgs, 8:39 at 3,000. So you can see the pace just at the moment at the front going the wrong way. But of course, that is on McGibbon. So not the lead, not the chase pack in behind. And Higgs, like you said, James, very strong runner, sub 31 minutes, so just eager to get things moving. And finally, we're starting to see a few different sub packs. And if you're a runner right now, you've got to get on the back of one of them. You don't want to be isolated on your own this early on. It was really not even at 5 kilometres yet. Yeah,
you saw a shot of Dan Galpin, who's a Bedford runner, but running in the Guernsey colours. So personal bests, 31.33 on the track and 31.12 on the road. So, but only 15.46 in the recent comeback 5,000. So he's operating much faster than that in the first half of this race.
Yeah, things starting to group back together slightly. There was the 3 athletes off the front of the pacemakers. Things starting to group up there. I wonder whether they've sort of judged that the pace is slowing at the front. Maybe they've wanted to bridge the gap early on, sort of assessed that pace is now dropping back, and just decided themselves just to drop it back to the wave lights and the pacers.
Well, I think exactly that as well, and you can just see that pack starting to bunch a little bit, and there's a few moves. I think people just panic as well, don't they? They just fight for position. They just want to be a little bit further up the field. But you know, we saw those 5Ks last night. You can go on to win a race, and you don't have to be in it at 3 kilometers. And
an athlete tucked right in the middle of that group. That's David Long. So he's got a 30:01 PB, but recovered from lymphoma, so we're a great story for coming back from that. Great to see him in that Ponty vest. I know the Ponty crew will be cheering at home, but yeah, greatly. I think he's trying to get a fast enough 10K to get him in the Castles relay team. So you know that'll be hard fought for the Ponty team. But it's going to be a busy race this year. The likes of Leeds, I think, are heading up there, so it's going to be a fun relay this year on the Castles.
Well, it's quite exclusive, that event, isn't it? I know they're quite picky who they let, what teams they let do it or not. But for the first time, McKibben might be looking at losing his lead as Tom Higgs in behind. Sharp's behind Harrier, and wearing that Heathside vest as well. Looks to just potentially drift around him at this stage, or just enjoy having a little bit of company up front and someone doing the pace work. But I think McKibben, James, you mentioned, struggles to pace it. I think he 2:57 first K, and to have that third K at 3:13, he's in for a tough day with what's just under 7 kilometers to run.
But he's an experienced athlete, and he'll be prepared. He'll know that he'll have gone off quicker, and for him now it's just a case of finding what that rhythm is, trying to block out the people coming around him and get back into his space of running, because this is something that he'll be used to.
Yeah, it's always hard, isn't it? You know, when you get kind of swallowed up by a pack, you've got to kind of settle yourself, and you know, it's interesting at the moment. I'm looking at the Pacers vest. They're about 3-4 back at the moment, aren't they? Those distinctive Highgate colours. You know, the club itself are just so proud. Obviously, it was founded, I'm going to give you some history, in 1879. So it was 16 members of a local cricket club. So they decided to kind of adopt the Harriers name. That's obviously, you know, been used by many clubs in those kind of early formations. But again, you know, what they've done for the sport, you know, the location, as you said, £2 million in a time where it's hard to get money put into athletics. But also, you look around, and the infrastructure that's here for this event, it's just brilliant, Matt, isn't it?
Oh, I think the impact they've had on everyone in the community as well. And we're going to see people flock to this event throughout the afternoon who aren't just runners, but I mean, Ellen, I think it's showcased before the program. We had those athletes, you know, trying to keep up with the Olympic trial standard or Olympic qualifying standard or whatever, and these are kind of fun runners, if you like. And I think we've seen a massive surge in athletes or runners like that, haven't we? Who aren't necessarily attached to a club, but they are attached to these run clubs. Also popular, of course.
Yes, it seems to be the future of running at the minute. I'm sure you see it a lot, Matt. I'm not sure about you so much, James, but on the TikToks these days, it seems to be the thing running over the past, probably, I want to say like 6 months, has sort of exploded, and we see a lot more people going out and running and enjoying things. And, you know, we speak about struggling to get funding for tracks and for athletics. Athletics and running, particularly just road running around your neighbourhood, is something that you can do for free if you've got a pair of shoes. And people making that, you know, maybe that financial decision to step away from the gym classes and just go and see what they can do, it brings people to events like this, as we saw earlier. It brings them to come out and sit on the hill, on the bank, and watch and soak it and enjoy it. And, you know, maybe they might be in a community run club now, but they might join, you know, their local track club and take on that journey like these athletes are now. Yeah,
we've already had community races here today. We've got the junior events in there as well. Just give an update, the lap before that was the 4 kilometre split. That was at 12:28. They've been operating at 75s. So if you like your miling, that's around about 5-minute miling. So they are right on that 31:15 pace. And you've got Dylan Naylor there, you've got Tom Higgs behind him, and you can see there's I think that's a Brighton vest with Musset just behind.
Well, now, this is a good stage in the race for these gentlemen. Look, that lead group has kind of thinned out a little bit. They're single file. They can all see the lights. They're a little bit more relaxed now, and they're just going to need to all just basically settle, dial it in, and just hug those lights. It's plain and simple over the next sort of 4, 5, 6 laps as well. But it is Ben Saville who's also up there looking very, very smooth at the moment.
Yeah, he's another athlete that's a returner. 10th in the D race last year. 15:06 in one of those podium races, Dulwich, that you mentioned, Ellen, that saw Laura Muir stepping onto the road for a 15:25 5K, Matt.
Yeah, that's it. I think he would have been running alongside Muir for a period of that race, I'm sure, but he's managed to do her over there. So he's got a nice scalp.
Well, that's a worthy scout that is, Matt. And again, another 75. The pace has settled down. That's what we wanted. For these runners to get close to that 31.15, we needed those 75s just to be clipped out. So the next split we're going to get on the back straight is going to be towards the halfway point, isn't it, Matt?
It is indeed, and you can tell conditions are quite humid out there. A few of these lads sweating up, and I think they've just got to be careful. I mean, James, you talk about kind of the marathon season, which has just gone. Now you really have to be in tune with your body and decide if you can continue this pace for the next 5 kilometers, or do you just need to tweak things a little bit, adjust, and just slowing up now over the next few Ks, you might have a fast close.
Harry Woods, it's like, who's just tucked in behind now. He sort of worked his way through the pack slightly and up onto the back of the leader now. He's one of the athletes who's been competing abroad quite a lot. Races in Valencia, a marathon in Rome, and as we said again, taking advantage of the quick races that we've seen over 5K that have sprung up around the country, and particularly in London over the past couple of months.
Well, you don't need me to tell you that they were bang on pace at 5 kilometers. I had them 15:38, it flashed up on the screen. Obviously 15:37.5 would be 31:15. So a lot of these men will now, James, they'll be growing in confidence. They've kind of boxed that first goal off in the race, isn't it? Get to 5K on pace, and then you start to kind of reset and reassess how you're feeling. Yeah,
and this is sometimes where gaps start to develop. Mike Willsmore looks like he's having a rougher day at the office than he would have anticipated. I think holding his side with a stitch. Oh, he'd be devastated. He came into this in good form, wanted a good race. It's Dylan Naylor that he's been the chaser when McKibben was out front, so he's literally front run this, and he's been systematic. That was probably a quicker lap, the last one being at 73, and I think Adrian Mussett stepped off as well. Those early fast laps, I think they maybe have bitten a few people, and there's a couple more stepping off. So yeah, that's a
Yep.
Thames Valley Harry, isn't it?
It's interesting. You just never know how athletes come into these races as well. And I think the problem, not the problem, but the problem with a race like Highgate being so big, I think you do take risks in preparation, don't you? You look at it and you go, right, this is where I'm going to run out of my skin. I'm going to run my personal best. And you put a little bit more pressure on yourself in training. You potentially try and squeeze a few more miles out of yourself, a few more intervals. So sometimes athletes can come into these races carrying a little bit of a niggle. Maybe they're just a little bit burnt out as well.
Yeah, and interesting, Harry Woods, those Swindon colours, identical to the Ponty Rodents black and white quarter. But I tell you what, Harry Woods is looking really comfortable there on the shoulder of Naylor. Tom Higgs, now he's again a journeyman athlete, super strong. He's got a 2:28 marathon from Hamburg, but he knows how to race here. He'll be getting some really good support. And then the group behind, you've got a lot of chasers in there. You've got the likes of Saville, you've got the likes of Van Lunter, Brockhurst, Eckelbosch. Jack Eckelbosch is an athlete based in Scotland. I know him a bit. I coached him for a number of years. He's a sub-15 guy that's got some really good speed, medalist in the Scottish Road Relays. But again, Mark Pollard's now coaching him, and Mark Pollard knows his stuff. So look out for Jack moving up, as I think he's in around about 4th or 5th place now.
He is. He's looking very good, tall, rangy figure, and yeah, running's in the family because his sister Alex Eckelbosch just ran a fantastic marathon.
Medal, didn't she?
Medal in that English Champs in London as well. And as we talk about Eckelbosch, he just drifts to the left of the screen. You can see him there in the decorum vest, the green and purple, as he's just looking to perhaps latch on and bring the whole pack to these three up at the front.
Yeah, they've split off once again. The interesting thing with Harry Woods, this would be a huge personal best for him if he can stick with this time. And, you know, we look at it, he's tracking along quite nicely. This would be a really, really good time for him. He has run already a 10K on the track this season, 32:49, but he's cruising along. And if he can sort of stay sandwiched between these two and keep the pace here, he'll be on for a very good time.
Hey, Will, talking about times, predicted time of 31:10, 18:43 at 6 kilometres. You saw it was a 76 last lap. I do think the pack are now, well, they're on terms. And do you know what? If you're in that chase pack at the moment, you're thinking to yourself, well, we've just run this very, very well. These boys up at the front, Naylor, Higgs and Woods, they've been a little bit up and down. They've had a few 74s, a few 76s. And look, at the moment, it's okay. They can cope with it, but that really starts to bite. And we've seen Mike Willsmore a couple of times. I think he's determined to finish today, mind you.
Well, this it's going to happen in a second, but this will be the first time that Dylan Naylor has seen the wave lights, because he's been so far ahead of them. They've finally caught him up, and now it'll just be a case of potentially ignoring them as we see Woods start to move around the outside, though. This is the first time in a long time that Naylor has yielded that first position. Whether Woods will keep going, he just takes a quick look at his watch, but this is the first time that the wave lights have caught up with our leading athletes.
Well, here you go then. What was once 3 men up at the front, we've now got 10, 12 of the perfect time in the race as well, as it's bubbling away nicely. And the 3 kilometre mark, really, that's the business end, isn't it? 7 kilometres, this is where the race is really going to get going.
Yeah, and there is a split. I'm just looking out from our vantage point here. You can see there is a little group back that are trying to keep that that distance. James Hossom's going well as well, the Victoria Park athlete. He's a Master 35, 19th in the E-race last year as well, in that lifetime best. He's looking to match his road PB, which is 31.26. But yeah, recently went sub-15 for the first time in the Friday Night Lights 5K. So again, he's in good form. I would say kind of 15 flat or inside 15 gives you a legit shot of a low 31.
Well, they always say, don't they? I mean, the famous Ronaldo Canova, the way to predict your 10,000 metre time is take your 5K PB, double it, and add a minute. So, yeah, if you're a 15-minute 5K guy, you can be around about 31 minutes. You can be sure of that.
Tom Higgs, I think, has played a bit of a blinder here in that wherever the leading athlete has been and whoever it's been, he's been tucked in right behind. And as Naylor's dropped back now, he's onto the shoulder of Woods, and he's positioned himself perfectly. Ecclebosch up there as well, just behind him. But this could be a very good move from Tom Higgs, who looks like he's got his tactics perfect.
Well, these two have been there when it mattered, haven't they? They've been there when it counts, Woods and Higgs, and they're continuing to surge now. And I think that was a 74 second lap. Ecclebosch he wants to go with them, but I think his sensible hat is saying just give it another few laps.
Yeah, you talk about Higgs having run sensibly. Ecclebosch has probably run even more even-paced. But you might have seen that they went through 6,800 metres. That signifies 2 miles, 8 laps. Now, to these athletes, they would do a lot of repetitions over the mile, a lot of kind of 10-minute reps. That's what they've got now as the 7K pops up there. They're just inside 22 minutes for that. So, yeah, it's getting outside, just very, very slightly outside that 31.15 pace if they keep running through 07s. But we've seen in these races that they can close very hard, can't they?
Well, it can. Look, when you hear, it's not often athletes will be used to a crowd like this. They would have performed in such an event like here down at the 9 and 10Ks at Parliament Hill, and all it takes is a few people in those lactic tunnel of love to make a bit of noise, and you are off. You know, you find that extra gear, and that's what events like this are about. Another 74 now.
Yeah, and he's picked the pace back up. I think he sensed the 307 wasn't going to be enough, and you can see the wave lights now have gone from being right on their feet to behind them again. And it looks like, Ellen, we're down to 4 potentially.
Yeah, down to 4. It's Jacob Brockman, the Australian, who runs for Thames Valley. He's on the back there. Second in the F race in a PB time last year, and he's got himself into a very good position. He's just behind Ecclebosch. But Woods, though, still leading the way and leading it well. Yeah,
the man from Australia, Thames Hare and Hounds, of course, and a lot of them, the Aussies who come over here, and I bet they target this race. They look at it and say, well, we don't have this back in Australia. Of course, they've got the Olympics to look forward to coming up in a few years' time as well.
Yeah, and Ecclebosch himself, 30.52 on the road, so he's operated at this pace. So confidence-wise, for some of them, they're out of the comfort zone very, very slightly. But Ecclebosch looks very controlled. He does run, likes running a few 1500s as well. So, you know, again, if it stays like this later on, you can see on the left-hand side, he's not the fastest 15 runner. The likes of Willsmore and Rayside, you can see in the glasses with the headband. Bruce himself, I think, was a 340 man back in the day.
Well, this is interesting now because they're going to be overtaking a lot of these lap runners, and this is where, James, I think at this stage in the race you can make a move. You can use them to your advantage. Look at this, you can almost weave in and out of them, and you make it hard. Higgs is in behind. It's hard for him to kind of follow Woods at this stage, but for me, Woods looks pretty relaxed. Little glance at the watch. He's actually being patient right now, and those behind him are just the upper bodies rocking and rolling, which would suggest a little bit of fatigue setting in.
So through the lactic tunnel of love, and also Pete Scott will be back there making so much noise. So you think about normally when you're in a race, you can sense runners behind you, you can move out. There's so much noise here, even for the F race. We've got 17 races coming in this unbelievably strong program. But the athletes won't be able to hear much of what's going on. And we saw one athlete on the inside hold his line one moved out. But yeah, athletes have to be on the ball now because fatigue is kicking in, but we're also getting towards the business end of racing.
The wave lights have caught up with them slightly. Pace dropping just a little bit from Woods, who leads the way. It's Ben Saville, we mentioned him at the start. He's the one trying to bridge the gap to this leading group.
Well, look at that then. I think that was short. When it's not your day, why don't you carry on around the track and really get the crowd going, because they're responding to him all right, and he's going to give these lads a little cheer as they come through as well. He's acknowledged he's getting lapped, but he's going to fight to the finish line. Yeah,
that was a 3:06, so you know, a fraction faster. But I do think the last K will kick off, and the fact that they're right on those 31:15 lights. Any time that they have started to just drift away, you can just see the lights maybe just again. Just taking a little bit of a jump on the athletes. But I think, you know, we've seen some quick last laps. We normally do a kind of key off them, don't we, to see if the last laps get quicker per race. And with 4 athletes in this, with some chasing behind Matt, that the winner might not come from these 4 up front.
You mentioned Jess Andrews all those years ago in 2016 come right back from the depths, and we may see it here today as well. What is good actually, there is a stream of men running around this track. It's single file, so if you are in sort of 6th, 7th, 8th place at the moment, there's guys to pick off. You can see that Brighton and Hovest. I think that's Saville just hanging on in there at the moment. He's done very well to do so, but at the moment Woods still. You talk about a last lap, but the way he's running, he's just slowly squeezing it and wearing these guys down. As we can now see, they look to be ahead of those lights.
Yeah, that's the slowest lap we've had in a long time, 77. Split before that was the 8K, just a fraction inside 25 minutes. So, again, they can afford to slip a few seconds outside, but we're going to need a burner on the last lap for that 31:15 time.
Well, that's the thing as well, isn't it? Because as much as, you know, we can look at Woods and we can say on for a massive PB, we can look at the times of this leading group and say, you know, they are absolutely smashing it when it comes to the time of the pacing. Like, they are still going to want to cross the line first. If you're Woods and you've led the race for this long, you've taken charge, you've stepped up when needed, you want to be the one who crosses the line first and then gets a buy-in and a level up next season.
Well, for me at this stage, it's less about times now. It's more about the victory here today, because I think this is a memory that will stick with them for the rest of their years. You know, something they'll be able to tell their grandkids when this event is even bigger in 10, 15 years' time. So, yeah, you've got to focus on the win. That's the most important part if you are in this league group. And, you know, it's the man from 10, Terran Hounds, I think, just being very, very patient, who looks the better of the 4 now.
Yeah, Brockman, that is the Australian, just tucked in, but Saville as well, still putting down a good effort. He's on his own. I think he's just latched on to the back of the group. He's just made first contact, but it is Higgs for the first time who has taken the lead.
I tell you what, Will Bryant, you might have seen him in the sky blue. He's a very savvy racer again. There's a 75.91. So again, can any of these runners close that gap? As we can see them just in front of us here in the comms box. But again, looks like 4 athletes as they lap another one of the runners. This is going to be an absolute burn-up as they go down the back straight, Matt, towards that 9-kilometre mark.
Yeah, well, Brian, you could just see him there coming onto the back straight, James, and he is a man who's going to be full of confidence right now. There is nothing better, I tell you that, if you're an athlete and people are coming back to you and you're just drifting through. It's just one after another, and you know what, he's still got plenty of time left as well.
Well, he's one of the fastest in the field for 5Ks. You know, he's got a 14.25. He admitted himself last couple of years he hasn't run quite as well as he can do. And there's our early leader, James McGibbon. Absolutely hats off to him. He made the race in the early stages. And I would love to see him still rewarded with a massive lifetime best.
Absolutely. Well, Higgs up at the front where he's been for those last couple of laps in. Ecclebosch, the man who's done no wrong at this stage in the race as well. Saville now drifts his way up as Woods is that man he can hold on to. Brockman. So will it be these 3 over these penultimate, 2 laps or so? There's 76s. They're clipping off some of the slowest laps of the race. Can they reel it in?
Well, you said about Brockman, and there he is. He's got himself in a prime position. I think Ecclebosch just trying to, he just raises his arms slightly and just goes, this is my space, this is where I am. But Brockman, he's been waiting patiently, hasn't he? He's been tucked in behind. It's what Higgs did for so much of the early stages of this race. He's now taken the gauntlet and really put himself out to be shot at. And it is Brockman who's now in the lead with just over 600 metres to go.
Thames Hare and Hounds club vest there. You can see him at the front. Again, he'll be getting great support from friends and family on the side of the course, and just those that love 10,000 metre running. Into the last 600 metres, Tom Higgs. He's got some miles in those legs. He's a prolific racer over half marathon, 5K, 10K. Give him a marathon. And Ekenbosch, I wonder whether he can get back in contention, but at the moment it is Brockman leading the way, Matt.
Oh, and this is where we would have wanted to be last night. When he went to bed, he would have visualised this moment, and it's all coming to fruition as he comes round now to hear the bell, and that's a gap I don't think is going to close over the last lap. If anything, how big can it get? 70 on that lap.
Really, this is his victory lap now, isn't it? Look how far he is ahead of everyone else, and he looks comfortable. There's been the odd grimace here and there, but look, there's the smile. He's got his teammates cheering him on in the infield. He knows that he's got this absolutely covered. You can't see any of the competitors. It's just lapped athletes behind him, and he is absolutely cruising. Look how strong he looks.
I'm trying to work out whether it's a smile, whether it's a grimace. It's something in between. That penultimate lap did the damage, 70 seconds. But I tell you what, he's maintained it. Beanie went through in 30 minutes through the bell. He's just clocked a 32-second, 200-metre split. He's now coming past the crown of the bend. He's going to take a little look over to his left. He's going to see the finishing line. He's got 100 metres to close out and win the first race of the 2024 night of the 10,000-metre personal best here at Parliament Hill Track, home of Highgate Harriers. It's going to be one of their rival clubs that take this first race. It's going to be inside the 31:15 time that we wanted in this F race. The fastest ever F race we've ever had. Jacob Brockman takes it in 31:06 and 06. Look at that last lap, a 66.5 last 400 metres.
And then it was Ben Saville just coming through. He'd put a huge shift in to bridge the gap, and he's rewarded. He's put down a brilliant last lap after looking like he was flagging a little bit, and Ekenbosch takes third place.
Well, I said before, didn't I, you know, being a little bit further back, you've got men to hunt down, to really run down over the last few laps, and he's done exactly that. And you can see, James, look at this, it is hot and humid out there. These guys have given it their absolute all.
In Welsh, it's called close. It is absolutely close out there, because there's not much breeze. You know, the sun hasn't burnt through yet, and hopefully it doesn't, so the temperature-wise, it is holding out, but you can just see that, you know, it's fairly humid out there for the runners. But I tell you what, Brockman, let's say a little bit of Australian heat and humidity has done him well there, because that last kilometre was 2:54, you know, and we talked about that ability to kick in and pull the time back. He did that, and I tell you what, he was getting closer towards knocking on 31 minutes.
Well, I think it's almost, he'll be delighted with that performance, but also look at it and go, oh, maybe I should have gone earlier. Maybe I should have squeezed it in that last mile, because, you know, yeah, just 6 seconds shy would have been a massive lifetime best as well, which he already ran a big personal best.
And I hope James McKibben, who was the early leader out there, is going to get a huge cheer. I think he's going to be finishing shortly. There's Mike Willsmore. Again, it's been a tough day at the office. It's so hard when it doesn't go to plan in a 10,000 metres. You've got so many laps that these runners do not often want to step off the track, even if it's not going to be their day.
Well, you say they don't want to step off the track. I don't know if they can. There's advertisements all the way around. There's crowd all the way around. I don't think the crowd would let you step off.
And McKibben has finished. He's inside 33 minutes, so I make that a massive lifetime best. He came in with a 33:23.6 lifetime best for 10,000 metres. He led the early part of the race. Look out for that T20 athlete for North Devon in the future.
Wow, what a way to do it as well. 2:57 first kilometre.
Oh.
There's nowhere to hide, though, like you mentioned. We talk about how great the atmosphere is. We talk about how much of a cauldron it is when particularly all the fans are up on the hill, but it also means that there's a lot of eyes on you, and there'll be plenty of these athletes, and we might notice it for the youngsters as well going in the 800 metres, who haven't had to perform in front of these sizes of crowds as well. So there is an extra pressure, but it is one that I'm sure the likes of Brockman, as he did today, will lap up. And I think, James, it was a smile.
Yeah, and I think we're down to Joe that's got the winner of that F race, Jacob Brockman.
Jacob, congratulations, a massive PB, 31:06, and a bit of a victory lap for you there. How did that feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. I mean, massive thanks to the Pacers. Like, they did an amazing job, took us around to about 6K, and then there's a really good group of boys after that. So, yeah, great race and great event. Always fantastic to come down and race Highgate.
Indeed, and that was the fastest ever win of the F race. You ran a really smart race. You were a little bit off the back of the leaders. They went off very fast, and then you definitely worked your way through when it matters. Talk to me about how you did it and how pleased you are with the way you ran.
Yeah, I think my plan for first probably 7K was just to stay with the green light, stay on pace, and then see if I could have a bit more of a go at the end. And I was able to do that, which is good. But it's hard work all the way around, and it's also pretty hot out there, even though I'm Australian. So, yeah, it was good fun. You
were cruising around that last lap, though. Any regrets? Maybe you could have gone earlier, perhaps dipped under the 31? I'm sure you're super happy with this personal best, though.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it, but to get a PB of, I think, almost 30 seconds is really pleasing. So I'd love to go sub 31 one day, but to do that today and win was a really cool experience.
Indeed, and of course, being Australian, we've got some nice warm weather for you this evening. Yeah. How are the conditions overall for the runners? I mean, it's always tough running 25 laps, but at least we've got some nice weather for you.
Yeah, I'd say it's good. It's a bit humid, so that's definitely something to be aware of. Make sure you're hydrated and everything, but otherwise it's no direct sun, and yeah, it's a good opportunity to give it a good crack.
And of course, we can't let you leave without talking about the atmosphere. I mean, this is a very special event. There's hardly anything like this all over the world. You're opening the day's set of racing, but what did it feel like to have the crowd cheering and certain performers and just the ambience that is here supporting you? Yeah,
it was awesome. I had loads of mates down today, which I really appreciate them coming to watch, and then my girlfriend there as well, and my dad watching on YouTube, so hi Dad.
Okay, and just before I let you go, with this huge personal best you've run, what's left for you for the rest of the season?
I think I'd like to try and have a good go at the 3K. I haven't run under 8:30, so I think it'd be a good opportunity to have a good crack at that.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you go and get cleaned up and get some recovery. Thanks so much for talking to us. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks.
Cheers. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Joe, and congratulations again to Jacob Brockman, and evening or morning to the Brockman family watching in Australia. So, and those on the side of this fantastic refurnished track here at Parliament Hill. So the next race is going to be underway. I think we might be able to go with the results from that first race of today's 17-race program. It's been littered with personal bests. And I think lots of those runners will be going home with personal best in that first race, Matt. But yeah, we've got more chasing even faster times in the next race of today's programme.
We have indeed. It's going to be paced around 30:40, and the second wave light is going to be 31:15 as well. So we'll have a little look at that lineup there. You can see Will Boutwood, Josh Dutton in here as well. We've got Scanlon, who's going to go, John Fielding, Ealing Southall, Middlesex, but Scanlon, a lot of these men around about that 31 low, just inside 31 minute mark, and I think it was 50-50 for a lot of them what race they were going to be in, whether it be race 1 or race 2, and that tended to come down to what they've done over the shorter distances, the 5K, or conversely, what they've done over the marathon, where they posted a big performance on the roads in that springtime to get them into this race 2 here today.
Yeah, there's some strong runners in there. Stephen Cornwall, Sam Goodchild, top of that list. He's run around about 14:40 for 5K this year. Alex Reed, part of Tunbridge Wells Harriers. Another Team Bath athlete is James Reeder. We've got Theobald Neisenhauser of Switzerland. So another international athlete coming over for this men's E-race. And there's going to be some quality pacing in this race again. So again, we talk about the paces. Peter Chalmers in the Highgate colours with Samuel Jinks, and they're going at the paces, I think, man, is it 15:10, and then the second pace is going at what, man?
Well, they're going to run together, and that's what the paces do. It's the wave lights which is going to be the difference here, James. So we're going to have that front wave light and those paces at 30:40. And then behind that, it's going to be 31:15. But we saw in that last race, the two Highgate lads, they were running side by side. Say Highgate lads wearing the Highgate colours. They were running side by side. James, is that the famous Pete Scott doing some tricks down there?
I don't know. I thought Pete was always on the back straight.
I think he's on the back
with a
straight.
microphone.
Yeah,
so.
you can't. We've already seen a couple of shots of him down the back straight. Almost, I think in the past, I was watching the highlights video just to get myself hyped. It's like Christmas Day, isn't it? Watching the highlights video from last year to get myself hyped up for today, and just watching Pete Scott wheeling round his speaker, screaming into the microphone, and I was telling the cameraman who's out hanging off the back of the bike today just about what to expect when the bike swings into that back straight, when he sees Pete Scott in the middle of the track, walking around with his speaker, just getting everyone hyped, and that's what we love about Highgate.
If you can't be enthusiastic, don't be here.
Don't be here.
Pete Scott is literally at the top of the spectrum of enthusiasm. He's off it. But we've got some fun stuff coming on today as well. We've got Liam Collins, the stunt runner, a former GB international. He was a fantastic 110-metre hurdler, but also almost broke 50 seconds of 400-metre hurdles. Now, he does some crazy stuff where he has flames, he has knives, and he blindfolds himself clearing hurdles. I mean, it's something I've been following for a number of years on social media, so I've seen it, but I can't wait for it to, because I don't think he's done it with this size of crowd, but also he normally does it on the street. But he's gone to try it on the track for the first time a few days ago, because we all know you run a bit faster on the track, don't you? So, or you should do. So kicking off into flames. So talk about the pain some of these 10K runners are going through. So whether it feels like a flame or a knife going through you, what do you reckon, Matt?
Well, I think there's two ways you die in a 10,000 metres. It's either a slow death or pretty instant, and you go from feeling like $1 million to absolutely kaput in the space of just a lap or so. But a man who will know a thing or two about pain, I think that's Ollie Garrett of Belgrave. He's an ultra runner. He's done many 100Ks in his time, 50Ks as well. So he's a man who's used to the mileage, and he won't fear 25 laps of the track.
Kojo Kyereme is another one that we must mention. He's one of the I would like to think almost ever presence here.
I was thinking, do we call them ever presents like the London Marathon? I feel like we should, because I don't think there's not, Kojo is the OG, right? But there's others who we see every year, year in, year out, and you can pick them up based off the way they run, their style, their gait. But Kojo is someone who just lives and breathes this competition, this meeting, and I can't imagine a world where he's not racing. I don't see his name on the start list.
He won World Masters indoor 45s at 1,500 metres. His range of events, his longevity, he doesn't look like his age. I want to know what he has for breakfast, or you know, what bed he sleeps in, because I tell you what, I don't think he's aged in the last 15 years, or when this event probably first took place in 2013. So yeah, Kojo, I tell you what, again, if it comes down to a race and it comes down to a kick, my money's on Kojo.
Well, you say a kick, James. I've got him at a 54.5400 just a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Honestly, in 2024.
Who preps for a 5K with a 400? Only Kojo, and I tell you what, with this strong field, he's going to be right in the mix, I hope.
Absolutely, and a few of these men starting their watches as well. They'll be looking to get it on Strava, of course, but a few segments here down at Parliament Hill Fields. But away they go, then race 2 here, being paced around 30.40, that front wave light, that second wave light 31.15 as well. And I hope they're a little bit more sensible. You can see Pete Chambers on the left-hand side wearing those Highgate colours. I hope they're a little bit more sensible and let the pacers do their job in this one, Ellen.
Yeah, it seems like they might. I think obviously we mentioned already with the the nature of the last race, with the T20 athlete going off on the front of the pack. I think with this one, I think they'll have seen that. They'll want to let it settle. You can already see ahead of the wave lights as expected. We'll let them loop round, and they sort of catch up back to pace with the athletes. There's a bit of the lights catching up and the athletes dropping back, but like you mentioned, Matt, the pacers already in control, and maybe that shows a little bit more of the experience of these two.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we talk about the returners, how many men are coming back here year after year, aren't they, and getting involved in this race. So they've been there, they've done it, they've learned a lesson or two, and we talk about lessons as well. I think now more than ever, James, a lot of them are considering their fueling strategies. We know it's relevant in the marathon and the half marathon, but I think it's even becoming more and more popular in the 10K beforehand as well.
It is. It's definitely transferred to shorter distances. Jacob Bockerman, who we saw win the last race, is a marathon runner, half marathon runner. And I do think runners are running faster for 10,000 metres, refueling as well. It was less of a kind of concern a few years ago, but I definitely think people are being smarter with hydration, because, especially on a warmer day like this, we saw a few casualties in that first race. We hope that, obviously, Brockman talked about it being humid out there, talked about it being, feeling warm. But yeah, the sun did threaten to burn through, but hopefully it doesn't come through. As we can see, Felix McGrath there in the Bristol and West Vest. Someone has to get on the back of the paces, don't they, Matt?
Well, they do, but perhaps this is, a little bit too early to do so, because I think, Pete Chambers there, a very, very strong athlete himself, is looking around and going, where are these lights? Because I think that would help him out a little bit as well. But at the moment, he's almost just running along, keeping out of way and making sure things are moving. But I think he's just turned to his to his fellow pacer here, and he's just said, look, should we just try and ease off a little bit? Let's try and find these lights.
You can see Ollie Garrett there with the sunglasses. My favourite stat about him, most parkrun wins for a male. 414, and obviously we talk about this event, we talk about, you know, the growth of running and athletics starting at a community level and the explosion of that in the past couple of years. But parkrun, of course, has been key to that as well. And when we look at the junior races later, I'm so excited about some of these juniors running like 18 minutes, under 13 girls. It's such a great breeding ground, a place for start for these athletes to start to love stuff like this.
Well, James, you know, a little while ago we used to frown upon youngsters getting involved in the 5Ks and the 10Ks, but now I think parkrun has it's opened the door for, you know, under 13s, under 12s to dabble in the 5K. And do you know what? So be it. Some of the best athletes in the world have come from a high volume background. I mean, we see the likes of Jakob Ingebrigtsen at the top of his game, and there's two sides to the fence, isn't there? There's those who you should say you should focus the old school way, I guess, in the UK is to focus on intensity early, hold them back, but how can you hold? I mean, you mentioned Phoebe Gill in the 800. How can you hold someone like that back at 17 running 157? You know, now might be her time, you just never know. But certainly Ollie Garrett's time today as he sits in sort of third or fourth, and you mentioned those parkrun wins, but he's also a world record holder over 40 miles, 3 hours and 45 minutes there. Previous record holder Don Ritchie back in 1982. So
tell us what else he's a record holder in.
Well, I think he's partial to putting on a superhero costume, a Santa costume, and running some 5Ks as well. So I think he holds a few fancy dress costumes. So if there's a record, I think Garrett's got it.
Yeah, we might see him next year. This year, he's obviously in his club colours, as you can see, just tucked in now, right the way up against the railing on the inside. But you know, maybe in a couple of years' time, Ben Pocci might say, yeah, you know what, dress up as Santa, come and get a world record here. James Lee has been you've just been having a chat. You've just come back into the commentary booth at that point.
But I'm thinking how hot that would be in a Santa costume. I tell you, 10K's hard enough. Put a Santa costume on, wow.
Well, James, I think we were in Copenhagen a few weeks ago, and I think we saw a guy push a pram round to a 2:38 marathon or something, and that's got to be.
That was impressive.
You know, so there's all sorts of unofficial records out there now, but we're approaching the first mile in this race, and of course at this stage it's all together. That's what you want to see. It's a large bunch, and 4:52, so actually a fraction slower than that previous race, but. Like we mentioned before, Ellen, but a few of these men are a little bit more experienced. They kind of know their pace, and we expect them to kind of hold this to the end.
Yeah, you can just see Samuel Goodchild tucked in there in the Cornwall colours, just holding a good position. He's round on the outside now, but just keeping out of trouble. Kirby up there as well. But the Pacers, like we said, doing a sterling job just to control things at this point. And that noise already, those cowbells. Down that back straight, that is only going to get more and more rammed and louder and louder.
Yeah, it is going to build. Obviously, the strapline of lane 3 with a beer and cheer, isn't it? So that is something that is going to continue to grow. Hopefully, people have paced themselves for the beer and cheer, because it's a long, old day.
That is a great point.
If you go out too hard, Matt, that we saw, like, you know, in the F race, you're not going to see those Olympic trial races later, are you?
Yeah, I think at the moment it's more beer than cheer, and I think it switches a little bit towards the end of the evening, doesn't it? It definitely gets a little bit.
It's the other way around, more cheer than beer right now, but there you go. But there's the two Highgate vests at the front, and I tell you what, this event wouldn't be possible without the Highgate runners, you know, that are here pacing, but the people that just make it. I mean, the planning starts 12 months out of the previous year, but the number of hours of volunteers. But again, it's something Ben talks about, Ben Pocci, in terms of, you know, athletics clubs exist off volunteers and people putting hours into committees, to coaching, to events, and you know, this is something that this event celebrates all of that.
100%. It's something Ben says every year. You know, we can look outside our tent now and there's plenty of high vises dotted around. The majority of them are Highgate Harriers who have volunteered their weekends. They'll probably, you know, I imagine they'll take a few turns to go and watch the athletics and then come back and hand out some information. But, you know, everything, you know, like we said earlier, this club and this event, this meet go hand in hand, and it is a beautiful relationship that Ben Pocci's brought together.
Well, they have volunteered indeed, but I think they want to be a part of this. Every year this event comes around, I think they're chewing at Ben's ears, saying, look, how can we get involved? How can we help? I think he's spoiled for choice, isn't he, James, of who he can use and who he can go to help him put this event on.
Yeah, I think people know that it's such a pivotal part of the club system. We're talking about participation now to junior level as well, all the way up to performance. And I think that is just testament to, again, Highgate Club being that, they've grown in numbers. Obviously, what they've done with this facility here, with the funding, but they're a national 12-stage winning team for 2016, and they've got national medals, on the cross country, and across all different disciplines and distances. And I think that is something that other clubs, can establish and aspire to join them. You have to start small, though. I think that people get a little bit kind of worried, or that they've got to put an event on like this in year one. This has taken 11 years to get where we are right now, and Ben would say there's still things that he knows still want to be improved year on year.
But isn't that incredible that 11 years ago, Ben Pocci, or even longer than 11 years ago, because there was planning that went into that first event, Ben Pocci saw a space, saw maybe a problem, maybe something he wanted to improve within the athletics community, and came up with this. And now we look at this, his baby, 11 years on, and how much it's thrived and how much it's influenced the athletic space as a whole. Like you say, you can't change things overnight, but what Ben did 11 years ago has sent shockwaves through how we see events within the UK, with so many like Podium, leaping up and saying, right, we want that for us.
Not just the UK, Ellen, I think actually globally.
Yeah.
And I think that's been the biggest thing for me, is now, even when you look at the elite level, I mean, we saw, World Tour meets last night as well. We know On support a few of these events throughout the year as well, whether it be Paris, Vienna, 5Ks and similar. As we just get this 3K split, our pause now, we'll keep an eye on it, because anything around about 9:07 will be bang on pace, and look at that 9:12. So that's just where they need to be, on the cautious side, and I think that's a good sign. But yeah, you talk about, what they've done for UK athletics, but I think what they've done for global athletics and world athletics have looked at this event and said, how can we replicate it across the globe?
And we know Ben's a very humble guy, so he won't always take his flowers, but over the course of the next 6 hours, or however long we're here, late into the night, we'll be sure to give Ben his flowers. It's still a big pack, though, isn't it, in this race? We've got a few names up there. Goodchild, we said, has been there in the Cornwall colours throughout. We've got Ollie Garrett as well. I think it's Alex Kilby up there, and Frederick Roden as well, making his way round the outside. Harry Smith in the pink, I think that is, just tucked in there, matching shoes and vest. But this is still a big group rolling round, and that's the difference between this stage of this race and the F race that we've just seen, is they're still going round as a big pack.
That was a try and get out of a tricky situation there. Oh, one of the pacers, I think we might have had a faller there.
No, James, I think the pacer was off by that point. I just think that was a little bit of a trip and a fall. It does, I guess.
Was it Ollie Garrett that's gone down? He was there.
Yeah, Ollie Garrett doesn't look like he's about. That's the pacer who stepped off.
It is difficult, if you are fatiguing as a pacer. I almost feel like in that situation, you just need to stay in lane one and let people pass you, and just sort of gradually slow down until there is space. So the pacer stepped off at that point. It was just a fall. It was just a fall.
No, it wasn't. But it was Ollie Garrett that went down. So the pacer had caused a little bit of disruption in the group, but no one went down from that. So he's exonerated. But pacer number one at the front now.
Do you know what? That might not be a bad thing for Garrett. I mean, he doesn't need a rush. He doesn't need a panic. No, I'm just hit me out here.
Well, Mo won Olympics falling,
exactly.
didn't he?
This is where I was going to go. 2016 Olympics, Mo falls down and he goes on to win the race. And I think, if anything, at this stage, just as it's starting to hotten up, you see Pete Chambers now is moving things along. It's thinning out in that front group, and it's just put Garrett. He was on the back of them, and I think it's put him a little bit further back, and he can just slowly work his way back up and calm down.
This would be a legendary performance if he was to get off the floor back to the front. But you're right, he has to kind of hold his nerve now. This is the best place for it to happen. It's still very, very early stages. We're not even at 4 kilometres yet. But at the moment, you're right. Pete Chambers doing a good job at the front. There's a long train of runners behind him. So they'll just be looking to clip out and watch a few of them checking their watches lap after lap. They'll just be looking, Ellen, won't they, getting through every lap, the next few laps, as economically as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think they're doing quite a good job at that at the minute. They're all tucked in nicely. Goodchild and McGrath just tucked in and behind the pacer. Interesting though, based off the race we've just seen, you know, we can focus on these this first group. How many athletes would you say is in there? Probably about 20 sort of rolling around, maybe a couple more rolling around in this leading group. You know, there's so many when you look at that start list and the athletes in this group. Where will our winner come from? Because this is still a very big group, and any of these athletes will be backing themselves to have a chance. As it's Goodchild now, it just rolls round and onto the shoulder of the pace. I can see a Peterborough and Valley Rest working their way up the outside as well.
Yeah, he's just he's forcing it a little bit for me, Goodchild. I don't know if he's slapping hands there. It was that a smile. I think he's having fun and he's looking to the pacemaker. James, you know him well.
Well, I would say, as I coach him, Sam sitting behind the pacemaker and do nothing. Felix McGrath, who trains with us as well. I don't coach Felix, but he jumps in for a lot of our sessions. He's a savvy pacer, savvy racer. But yeah, Sam, I love his enthusiasm, but in a 10K, this is not the time to be over-enthusiastic.
Get out trackside now. He's about to come around. Go and have a word with him.
I'm thinking about going and running over and just saying, look, again, he's sitting on the right of the pacemaker. You're running, you knew me, Matt, I used to run in lane 0.5, the shortest line possible. But I tell you what, it's good to see him enjoying his running. He's obviously loving the atmosphere out there. You know, he's run some good half marathons, you know, himself. He's a former winner of the Swansea half marathon. And, you know, he's recently run some good 5,000 metre PBs as well, which, you know that sets you up nicely, you know, if you're getting some good 5Ks. In a good cross-country season, we know, again, that's a staple diet, isn't it, of a lot of our club runners, is having those national crosses, those regional cross-countries, those league matches. They're really important, aren't they?
They're massively important. I think with the growth of the road scene and races like this where you can really target, I think cross country, you know, a few of these athletes are probably guilty of neglecting it, but it's good to know that Goodchild, he does spend a lot of time on them, just building that strength. It makes the track feel a damn sight a lot easier, I can assure you of that. But Gavin Chalmers there, man, we haven't really mentioned in the Leeds City colours, sits in third. Personal best of 31.40, and that was last year, 26th in that D race, and he's a returner who is coming here in fine fitness to be up front with these guys. They're operating around 30-30 tempo, so he's on for a big lifetime best if he can maintain. And
that Leeds vest is one that we see year in, year out, very often crossing the line first. The amount of winners that Leeds have had over the line. We had an absolutely iconic, was it women's B race last year that went down to the wire, and it's a vest that always stands out. And you know, he'll have that pressure as well of knowing his teammates who have crossed the line first, who have set great times there. He'll be pushing for that as well. And the Peterborough and Valley vest, Nathan Bunting, he's done well just to calmly work his way through. As you're going to see a couple of the other vests that we point out earlier drop back, and Bunting's just done a really good job to work his way calmly up the outside, particularly after that fall earlier. And he's found himself in a really good position, probably 4 back from the front of the minute.
So this is going to be the halfway split. We wanted 15:20. Look at that. 15:20.08, Matt. That is absolutely right on the money. You're right talking about that Leeds City vest. Winners of the recent 12 stage. Obviously the likes of Emil Caress, Phil Sessamon making that Olympic team in the marathon. Leeds City are always super strong. So if you see those blue vests with the gold trim, you start getting nervous as a distance runner, don't you?
Well, I think there's a good little rivalry. We won't mention those colours too much in these parts because, yeah, down here at Highgate, they won't like that colour of that vest, and they've often had to see the back of it, I can tell you that. But Goodchild now, he's just going to have to key on these lights because he's out front, and, you know, perhaps this is where he wanted to be. The way he was forcing Chambers' hand a little bit as the pacer, he's now up at the front and he's going to have to do the work. So let's see what he can do.
It's always interesting when a pacer drops out what that next lap is, and it was 73.73, and Goodchild's next lap was 73.72. So in terms of maintaining it, he works pretty hard at the moment. So in terms of he's not able to train with a group that often, so he does a lot of sessions on his own. So seeing him at the front of this race, Matt, you know, that's something that over the last few weeks and months he's actually been very accustomed to. When we do get him at training, it's a rare occasion. So him to be at the front, that's quite a normal thing right now.
Yeah, and I think this is why we see a lot of these men and women attack the 10,000, because when you are working that full time, 9 to 5, I think, not to say the training's easier, it's never easy to train for a 10K, but to really get that quality out of yourself is awfully difficult if you are alone. But look, those long threshold tempo sessions, those long runs. He can go out here on the roads and pound that pavement solo. But yeah, when you talk about lapping the track in low 60 seconds, I think it gets awfully difficult. You'll know, James.
Yeah, Felix McGrath behind him, about 30-31 at Newport. So, you know, he's in that kind of shape that they're operating at. Look at that, that's a 73.86, Ellen. So it's a 1/10 of a second, you know, between each of the laps. That's really important that, you know, Goodchild at the front keeps it consistent.
Do you think that, you know, this is one of the few meets in the UK, I can't think of many more off the top of my head, maybe in the UK, accessible around the world, where athletes have an opportunity to race with wave lights. So while we've seen the paces drop off, he's been able to take a quick look. He'll have known when the paces were going to. Take a look down to his left-hand side, just have a look at where those lights are and go, right, my pace is not there now, but this is what I'm going to stick to. And those blue lights that are just a little bit ahead of him now, going round at 30-40, the green behind 31-15.
Yeah, Goodchild at the front, where he's been for a number of laps now. And the Bristol and West vest, Bristol and West second in those National 12 stage, so the big clubs are up there. I know Mike Down of Bristol and West, who's been a large part of that club for so many years, he says, I'm not going to die until Bristol and West win at the 12 stage. So, yeah, I think that's what it means. That's what club athletics, that's what, you know, wearing your club vest means. But there, the lead city vest, Chalmers goes onto the shoulder. That's another 73.5 lap, really consistent.
Very, very consistent, of course, being helped by the wave lights, and I think we're just going to see this lead group slowly thin out. And a man we haven't mentioned too much, Shane Spring here, the Irish lad. He's the Irish second at those Irish unis just back in April, so just a month ago. You can see him there in the white and the green colours, 348 on his bib. And I think when you've done a 10K, 4 weeks ago, this is a good turnaround. We look at people, you know, tending to do more and more marathons a year. We talk about the shoe tech, but 10K is just as difficult, and often you do have that dip in performance. So, but I think he ran it sensibly, because a PB of 31.29 would indicate here today that he's well inside that.
Have to give a word for Harry Smith in the pink, the Southampton athlete, who had dropped back and has now worked his way back up and is probably sat in about 7th or 8th. He's done really well to climb his way back up after the pace dropped quite significantly. PB set here last year in the E-race, 30.52. Never raced less than 3 kilometres in a race, and he's done well to drag himself back up here.
And interesting, we've got, I think it's a Norwegian athlete, so Andres Penne Nengard, so he's a 30.31, he's a Master 40. I think he's from the same town, I think, as the Ingebrigtsens, I think. I might be right in saying, but I tell you what, he's right on the back of that lead trio now.
Look, it certainly looks like a similar club vest. Not that we see Jakob in his club colours too much, but I remember back in the day, those Ingebrigtsen documentaries, I think that is Jakob's club colours. So, yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job here.
And as we've talked about, things start to happen in the latter stages. And we've cracked through that 6 kilometres. So the next bit we're going to get is going to be, I think, will be 7 kilometres, Matt.
Yeah, make no mistake, this is a surge from these gentlemen. They're pulling away from the rest of the field. Gavin Chalmers here is actually putting his foot down and looking to squeeze things along.
And that noise, you can hear a few shouts from the coaches, and the bikes going around, electric bikes, make almost no noise. I heard the officials being warned to, well, obviously not step out in front because they won't hear them coming. But the lap runners here, the leader Chalmers in that lead city vest. So it looks like 3, you're absolutely right, 3 breaking away, and the pace up front. Spring looks good, doesn't he?
Oh, he does indeed. 71.98. There you go. That's one of the quickest laps we've seen in this race, if not the quickest. And that is why we just have 3. So it's Chalmers and Spring and Nygaard. And they do look to be working, but this is the stage in the race where you want to be working.
Yeah, Chalmers just wipes the brow of sweat on his head, and he looks really good out there. He was almost biding his time over the laps before that when Goodchild was in the lead. But now it looks like around about 3-4 meters developing almost every stride. There you go. That's one of the fastest kilometre splits since the opening kilometres. I think that's 3:01.95 at 7 kilometres, Matt.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how this chase pack now copes. You know, someone like Felix McGrath and Goodchild, they're up there, they're having fun, they're feeling good. And now someone like Chalmers comes along and just streaks ahead to the front and starts forcing the pace. And I think subconsciously, as an athlete, that's quite hard to cope with mentally, because you go from feeling good to some negative reinforcement from external factors that you can't control.
It is, though, the Swiss athlete, Niederhaus, who is leading this group of 3, and then there's a stray athlete behind. You know, they could bridge that. It's not out of the question that that group of 3 leading the way could soon become 6, as we saw in the race before.
It's certainly looking like that, and do you know what? They've got the, I guess, the support and the help of those wave lights. That they haven't got to worry about forcing it. You know, Chalmers up at the front, he's constantly thinking, am I going quick enough? You know, where's my effort level? He's keying in with those intrinsic, I guess, guides, and he's got the pressure of everyone else behind him. He's thinking about, who am I dropping? How are people coping? And look at this, before you know it, those lights, they catch back up, and all that work he just did over the last kilometre is almost been wasted.
Because it's not just the lights that catch up, it's the 3 athletes trailing behind who are now, as Niederhauser moves out round the outside, he's not going to just latch onto the back of this group. He's dragging his 3 with him past this leading 3.
How many ways did you say you could die in a 10,000?
Yeah, well, Niederhaus, like you said, Ellen, is doing a terrific job. He's a 2:20 marathoner from, that was in Valencia, the back end of 2023 in December, 67 half marathon. That's perhaps his best performance indicator, because that was quite recent, just a couple of months ago, and he's running like a marathon at the moment, isn't he? The way he's just been so relaxed, he's keyed into his pace, and now he's just looking to push things on. But I think now he finds himself in a position where he's got to be careful and not get too carried away up at the front.
Well, it's Spring who's the only one out of that group who's latched on to the attack of the leading athlete. Chalmers is in there behind, but it's Spring who's been the quickest to react. As Niederhauser, he looks so smooth, didn't he? The way he just passed with his eyes completely focused forward, even though there was lapped athletes to one side, he cruised through. And now it is Spring who is just on his shoulder, biding his time.
Well, Nigel's been here before, he's running the F race, so he knows a little bit about the noise here. I think some people talked about, people Bowden in the week was talking about having run here and knowing what to expect, but everything is happening there. Look at the pain on people's faces. Spring there now to the front, and I tell you what, we've got a lot of good Irish athletes here, and there'll be a lot cheering at home.
Well, Spring mentioned before one of his favourite songs is the Rocky theme tune. I'm sure that's running through his head at the moment. He'll be thinking about that, won't he, on these laps, as he's going to tick them down now, one by one, as he just looks supreme. And like you said, he's one of the few men who in the last month or two has actually had a 10,000 metres on the track in his legs, and it's a different ball game. It's different to the half, it's different to a road 10k. This is relentless. It's more of a psychological battle, in my opinion, than the roads as well. And of course, I think it's a higher impact. These men, they go from super shoes to spikes, and I think that's another challenge as well.
Yeah, the group of about 5 is it tucked in behind there. And it does look like Chalmers is starting to close the gap slightly, ever so slightly, but this is some attack from Spring. Has he gone just potentially a little bit too early, as this group of now 3 behind just start to loom behind him, as Chalmers, he's got his eyes up and focused and is just dragging the 2 behind him it's not far behind him now. Has Spring gone just a touch too early here?
Well, it's all about judging kind of when you feel good, and I feel like at this stage sometimes, you know, James, you know, we're both coaches, I think you just say to your athletes, don't you, once you get to that 7-kilometre marker, it's like, you know what, if you feel good, just have a long run for home, just risk it, just see what happens, because I think you're far enough into the race then for things not to fall apart too drastically.
Yeah, Shane Spring there going through 72.62 for that last lap. So here's the 4 laps. Talked about earlier in the first race that 10 minutes or 2 miles is a kind of training figure that they would know well. 1 mile reps. They will do this week in, week out. So he knows he's got 4 laps of this refurnished track, but the pain is settling in those legs. But as you said, he's got a bit of experience this year from those Irish 10,000 metre track championships for universities. So yeah, that's definitely helping him right now.
Well, it is indeed, and I think as well, he's got a 14:20 5,000 metres in his legs, and that was a few weeks after that Irish Unis Track and Field Championships, so he's accustomed to being on that red line. Anyone who can knock out a good 5k, that's a good sign going into a 10 on the track.
Yeah, it's the 2 international athletes who are now taking up the charge behind. Niederhauser, he went over to one side. I think he was trying to grab some fluids, and he didn't look successful in grabbing it. I think he's going over once again. This is a lap later to try and grab onto some fuel. He grabs some water and tips it over his head. Then behind Nygaard, I think just is in there as well as Chalmers, trying to just close the gap on Spring, who was shot off here.
Well, it's interesting, James, that he actually sees the benefit, Niederhausen sees the benefit of grabbing that water, tipping it over his head, cooling himself down this late on into the race. I mean, is that doing much? I mean, he's had to just added on about 2 or 3 meters of running there.
We've talked about this in previous years, haven't we? It's about the skill of getting water on board without slowing down. You said he's run a few marathons, a half marathon, so I think if you're used to doing that sometimes, then do it. But you wouldn't want to break up your rhythm. You've got to go, pretty much out into lane 3 almost. So make sure you grab water and not a beer.
There we are then, 9 kilometers, another 3:03. Spring doing a terrific job. He pulled clear of that chase pack, and now he finds himself on his own, and that very awkward, 15, 20 meters back to that chase pack. For me now, these are the crucial laps for him. He needs to put the hammer down and just pull away again, because if they see him fading, they'll look to close that up, won't they?
They will, and 27:34 means that if he maintains his pace, we're going to be inside that 30-40 pace. I mean, that is absolutely great running in the E-race. Won last year in 30:52 by Harry Smith. So this again, if we get inside 30:52, which I think we've got about 5, 6, maybe even 7, 8 athletes, we're going to smash that, aren't we?
Well, I would make it, he'd have to do a 2:40-ish or slower last 800 to be outside 30:52. So I think we could comfortably say these men are going to finish inside that and run a few personal bests as well.
Chalmers, though, in that lead city best, he spotted the danger that letting Spring go away too late into this race poses, and he's now the one who's started to open up a gap to Niederhauser and the athletes behind. He's trying to bridge it, and he's very focused on that job. Eyes up, he's the only one who really has done any damage to this lead in the last lap or so.
But Chalmers has woken up, hasn't he? He's been involved in that pack, he's almost recovered, he's regrouped, and now he's going to go again. This is his final surge. You can see him just trying to close that gap. Spring's got the advantage. He can hopefully get that feedback from the crowd now. Yeah, Chalmers has woken up again. He's found second life, second wind. But can he close on Shane Spring? You said he's got good 5K speed. Hits the bell there in 29:20, a 70.6 lap man. That's tough, because that's one of the quickest he's run of the race. So for Chalmers now to close, you're talking sub 70, maybe even sub 68. That's a tough gap. But you know what, Spring, I think he eased off. He knows exactly what he's doing, this man from Ireland, and we're going to see, I think, another international victory here today. Yeah, down the back straight. He's negotiating the lap runners, Ellen. But he's looked fantastic over the last 2 laps.
You can see that change of pace, that change of gait once again. He's driving now, 200 metres to go. And Chalmers, you can see wiping his brow once again, getting the sweat out of his eyes. But I think at this point as well, he knows that there's no touching the Irishman who we're about to come into the tunnel for one last time. He's got the finish line in sight, eyes up, driving. He's got this wrapped up, man.
Well, what a display of 10,000 metre running. Then he pushed it on in that last mile. It's all about Shane Spring from Ireland. And look at the crowd get behind him. Well inside that 30-40, 30-22 and his 61 final lap as well. A kick in the teeth to Chalmers in second. What a great run from him. But he was no match for the Irishman. So 2 for 2 from the internationals. An Aussie took race 1 and an Irishman takes race 2 here at the night at 10K PBs. Wow, that was deceptive. He closed so well. 61 seconds on the front. He looked tired about 200-300 metres before that, and I didn't think he'd rally to run that fast. I mean, that's a quality finish. Look at that time, 30:22. That absolutely obliterates by 30 seconds the time on last year. I'm going to do now the times going into the D race. It was quicker than the D race last year, Matt and Ellen. That is phenomenal.
It's mental, isn't it? You know, I watched him cross the line, and then my eyes were purely focused on waiting for the wave lights to come through at 30-40, and it felt like an age.
Oh, it was indeed. I think, look, credit to Chalmers. He's ran a massive personal best as well, making him about 72nd personal best. I think he crossed the line 30-31. But look, that's the level of this meeting now. And I think, you know, the next time we're going to see men step onto this track, we're going to see a sub 30-minute clocking race as well. We got the women's race up next, and it's ferocious here at Highgate. It's getting harder and harder. Once upon a time, club athletes used to be able to target this and bank on getting an entry, and getting an entry for this now, goodness me.
And as the bell sounds, so a few of our runners still to finish. The PBs are up on the screen in front of me. If you are following runners, open track is where you head to. You can see live splits going on there. You can get live results. Shane Spring's winning time, 30:22.95. And then going down those list of personal bests, they are literally just going through that whole list. Absolutely phenomenal to see. And scrolling down, I'm looking at the list now. 28 runners inside 32 minutes in that last race.
Could see Ollie Garrett there, a shot of the man who fell early in that race, and his shoulder, there's an almighty graze on it. And you know, the athletes, particularly on that bend, you know, where things narrow as you go into the back straight, there'll be plenty of athletes in the races to come who'll look at the scars, the battle wounds that he's collected, and we'll take a look and maybe think twice about making any risky moves down that back straight.
Yeah, Ollie got up for a 31:21 finish in 20th place. And you can see bodies lying out on the track. That is hard running. There's nowhere to hide.
University and their, sorry Matt, as one of the Oxford coaches, but plenty of vests. We've got plenty of international athletes in here as well, but lots of debutants, and that makes this race very exciting indeed. From a tactical perspective, when looking at how these athletes are potentially going to go off and race this one, but also from a time perspective, and athletes wanting to get out there and lay down a really good time for their first attempt over 25 laps of the track. So our first race in the women's competitions today.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting as well, a lot of them debutants on the track. I mentioned in that last race, it's a different ball game track, 10,000 meter running from 10K, and I guess they even call it, I mean, our road is called 10K, James, and on the track it's called 10,000 meters. There's the difference in the name as well.
Yeah, and I think that it's always different running on the track as is the road. You know, some of these athletes have huge amounts of experiences on the harder surface, but it's a different type of environment, this, and even to training as well. You know, some athletes don't even train on the track or touch a track very often. But again, we've got the wave likes, we've got the pacers, Ellen, that they're going to be really important in this race, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Although we've got one athlete, Anna Clark, who's in the colours of Team Bath, who's gone off ahead of the pacers as things just settled down through this first lap. She set a road PB of 34.36 in March in the Run For event in London. A good half marathon time as well. That's set back in Bath, a home half marathon for her. She's in brilliant shape and she backs herself and she's confident to take this one out.
Yeah, I was doing commentary at that Bath half and she looked really good there. She got a great amount of support. It's, you know, it's got a few, you know, little climbs on the course, and you can tell today she's gone out inside 80 seconds of that first lap. So that's sub 34 minute pace. I think that's operating at 33.20, I want to say.
Hey, you're dead right, mate. That would be, well, just inside 16:40 at 5K as well. So, yeah, she's setting off with quite some tempo here. And I think, you know, is this just a little bit naive? Is it a little bit, I want to say arrogant, James? I know she's in good form, but we know a lot can change, and the sun's just coming up over the hill here at Parliament Hill. It's a hot afternoon.
She's put herself out to be shot at, really, hasn't she? I think, you know, we talk about the form she's in, and, you know, when, James, you say you've seen her race this season, she'll back herself for that, but she is, you know, putting herself out as the target, the one to be chased. She has the experience, but like you say, it's not in this distance on the track, but she might also, you know, as having that road experience, having that road background, might want to just move herself out of trouble for the early stages. It's a big group bombing along behind her, and if she can just say, well, I'll move myself forward a little bit, a touch above, more than a touch at this point, the wave lights are going around at 35 and 36, but, you know, just a touch ahead to stay out of trouble and then let things regroup a little later on. I don't think that's a bad tactic for her either.
Yeah, she ran 9:44 in the 3,000 metre, you know, road race in Armagh. That's really good speed, and if you're translating that into a good half marathon, but you can see the paces behind, that's where, you know, yourself as a coach, Bonnie Matt, you'd say you'd rather she was sat in there. She's got good speed, but probably better to put that into good use over the last few laps and the first few laps.
Oh, I mean, you mentioned her 3,000 metre time, 9:44 in Armagh. We know that's a very fast event, a popular event to go to. She's operating not far off that at the moment. She's operating a 10-minute 3,000 metre speed right now, 16:45K speed. So if she does take this, we're going to eat our words, I promise you that, but it's going to be a phenomenal run and one to talk about, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a big group bunched in behind. I can see Eve McKinnon in there though, but Anna Clark is flying here.
Look, sometimes athletes know, don't they? They would have done the sessions. We all know those classic 10K predictor sessions, but often she might enjoy actually running this way. There are some athletes who prefer to put themselves in a dark place and just hang on towards the end of the race. It's not, some people can't negative split, and it's not I guess, familiar with them. They don't enjoy that way of running. So, you know, we talk about the legend of the game, James, the famous Steve Prefontaine. This would be him right now out there in front.
Well, the fact that the first lap looked fast, but she's maintained it after that, that means that, yeah, obviously there's a game plan there. Often we see, you know, really brisk first lap, and then it slows drastically down. But look at that, another 80-second lap. So this, to me, looks more planned than kind of getting carried away with the whole environment.
Yeah, it's Eve McKinnon who's going around the pacer, who just put her hand out earlier, the pacer, and just said, look, let's calm things down, let's slow things down here. But McKinnon is taking up the gauntlet and trying to trying to urge. I think she's just dropped behind the pacemaker, probably urging on that pace. You know, we've got the wave lights, but this is the benefit of having physical, I say physical pacers, that's a really weird thing to say, but, you know, human pacers as well is, and particularly having two, just saying, right, let's try and close this gap, let's try and push things on, and you can have that communication over the course of the race. But Eve McKinnon, she's in great form as well. 5K PB set at the start of May. PB on track set here last season, 36.17. Fourth at the British Cross Challenge in Renfrew. She's in good form, and she'll be wanting to take this race to the leading athlete, Clark.
Well, she will indeed. I'll tell you what, the pacemakers here at Highgate, they have a tough job, don't they? I think there's a lot of athletes who hassle them, give them a bit of stick on the ring around, pressure them to just go faster and faster, even though they've got that feedback in front of them, which is the pace light. So it does surprise me that these women are so content to run, you know, 2, 3 abreast up on that top end as they go into the shade through the lactic tunnel of love. If you're just joining us, but another 80, and already, okay, 122 for the lap through the mile, 522, just reining it in a little bit. But is this the start of the downfall?
You can just say the pacers fighting there to get back on, and as they pull over and try and just lap the watch, you know, they're trying to get back in control of this race. It's so different to the men's race we just saw, where the pacers quick into control and they had everything sorted and everything controlled. This is more like that first race. We saw a leading athlete backing themselves and going for it, and that gap is nowhere near closing as Anna Clark continues to cruise round. You can just see now the athletes come into the tunnel of love behind her.
I would say it's closing a little bit, Ellen, and we'll check this next lap split, but, you know, to drop 2 seconds over that previous lap, I think she's going to start to find it a little bit difficult. But for me, just being alone with your thoughts at this stage, this early on in the race, and then you start to think, was I just too confident? Did I sort of overestimate my fitness? But someone else in that lead pack, we haven't mentioned Emily Robbins of Belgrave. She's another debutante, Ellen, but coming off a 2:45 marathon in Barcelona. So that's her personal best over the longest stuff. And often you'll see athletes will come into this 10K. They'll either come at it from a strength background, and this will kind of kickstart their track season, if you like, or they'll come at it from a speed background, and perhaps this will open up their track season, and they're more of a kind of 1,500, 5,000 meter runner. This is some strength work for them, James.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'll just jump in. I hope we get a chance to see some of our international athletes as well, as we see, I think that's another Leeds City vest. That's Camilla McNesby in their PB set here last year in the VU race, where that was one of the great races where I think Leeds had about 3 or 4 very good runners in that. She took 4th, season's best of 34.22 at Trafford 10K, so she'll be cruising well under, she'd hope, I think the wave light time that's currently set at 35 for the leading wave light. So McNesby, one of the athletes, will be looking to try and bridge that gap fairly swiftly.
Yeah, and Anna Clark, you know, it's so hard when you're running your first ever 10K on the road, or translating it from the road onto the track. I mean, she's run 34:30, you know, recently, so she's obviously really in good shape. But also, you know, to turn around to organisers and go, I want to go in the next race. Some runners don't want to do that. They want to go and establish themselves in this race, and you can see that she's put around like 80 metres or so on the chase group behind. But she might be wondering right now, you know, how much easier it would be in a group.
I think that will definitely be crossing her mind. I think it'll be crossing her coach's mind at home as well. And I mentioned that lead a lap or so ago closing. I think she's just sort of refocused and she's just starting to squeeze it again. Let's see what this lap comes in at now, a 1:25. So she is slowing up at the front, but they're not increasing at the moment in this chase pack.
It's interesting the tactics of the pacers here, because they just seem to be looping around the pack, trying to calm things down. It's Megan Ryan now at the front of the group, a 30-year-old, one of our international athletes from Ireland. She may have seen the race before and take a certain bit of inspiration from that. A personal best of 34.39, road PB stretching back to 2015, but she's one I highlighted in good form and someone who will be looking at getting close to that personal best time today. But it is Clark still way out front, but we're struggling with it in here. The sun has now come out, and that heat already, you can feel it.
It jumped by about 3, 4, 5 degrees. Around about 12 seconds on the splits we've got in front of us, from Clark back to Ryan, McKinnon, and I think Walhauser in that group as well, and then the Hans. There's a lot of Norwegian athletes in this race, and again, it's just great to see again, if we think about where this event has grown and why one of the reasons why it was actually started was the lack of females running 10,000 on the track and the lack of opportunities. This is a C race operating inside or thereabouts 34 minutes, and with international runners, absolutely phenomenal. And a high five there, that's brilliant.
Well, that's actually a good sign, because we're starting to worry as she's slowing down a little bit. I think we can be assured that she's slowing down. That's a conscious decision from her to do that. Another 125. So what was she, 5:22 through that first mile? We'll see what her next mile is going to be, and specifically her 3-kilometer split. But Clark is showing us all the right signs that she's okay. And another person that we haven't mentioned, that Campbell Slang Harrier, Holly Little, in that lead group, previously based out in the US, a 35:42 road personal best as well. And again, a lot of these women around that 17-minute mark for 5,000, which is, if you double that and add a minute, Renato Canova suggests that they should be able to run 35 minutes if they've done their strength work.
So the first kilometre was 3:20, second kilometre 3:26. It is slowed again. An 86 last lap, there you go, 3:33. So a gradual slowing of the pace. So given that the group behind are operating out exactly the same pace, Matt, probably that first kilometre now seems maybe a little bit adventurous.
Yeah, and we're still not even halfway at this stage, are we? And I see some lights sort of just slowly making their way back to Anna Clark, but good running from all these girls. This is important, Ellen, we've got those pockets of women now to keep each other company throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, it's a lonely race, particularly, and it's a mentally challenging one. The 25 laps of the track, round and round and round, and particularly, as we said, so many debutantes taking on this not just physical but mental challenge as well for the first time. Maybe a boost for Eve McKinnon and Holly Little, teammates at Campbell Slang. Have them both in there together. Maybe they'll start to pull some tactical rank, particularly around where the pacemakers are starting to drop back, as Ryan is now, she's still in there between the two pacers who just seem to keep looping round and round as that gap closes slightly, but it's not closing drastically quickly. It's not completely dropping off there.
I don't know.
Oh, it is now. Now I've seen them come round the corner. I know. Now I saw them come round here in front of us, and then I've seen the footage there.
About 2 seconds a lap. It's gradually being closed down, but when you think about the safety in numbers that Anna could have had in this stage of the race now, she'd been better off being a bit more controlled to halfway. The interesting point now, Matt, is when they catch her, can she pick the pace back up to stay with that group?
Of course, it's awfully hard. If they're used to lapping off 125s and you're now slowing to 127s, you do have to sort of wake up, refocus, inject the speed a little bit just to hang on. So it will be interesting to see what happens when this pack eventually catches her. It's almost Tour de France-esque, isn't it? We've just had that lead runner just left out up in the front, but you mentioned her already, Ellen, Megan Ryan doing a fantastic job, experienced athlete as well, 30 years of age, and that's PB just set a couple years ago now. And we've already seen an Irish man win that previous race. Could we see an Irish woman here? And that wouldn't be so good for the likes of Ed Pochi, because that would be 3 internationals who take the first 3 races.
Am I right in saying it's the first time we've had a C race for the women as well? Which is, that is phenomenal. Again, and not just a few in a C race, an absolutely bumper number of runners in it.
With international runners coming over as well. And that's now a bit of a challenge to British women who are running around these paces, who are just outside of I say qualifying mark in inverted commas, the times you need to be hitting to come into this race. It's a challenge to them, saying there's 3 Norwegians in this race who have come over. Let's start pushing and try and get this as full of very talented British female track and club runners as possible.
And only 7 went inside 35 minutes in that B race. Given the depth we have right now, Hannah Vinner, your friend, the Highgate Harrier flying the flag, she's coaching this weekend, isn't she, rather than racing or pacing for the first time, I think, in the event's history. So again, she must be super proud as a female athlete at Highgate, seeing how this event has grown.
I think, obviously Highgate, and we've got some incredible pacemakers out there at the minute, and obviously the group that Hannah and Chris are bringing through and developing. This will be the norm for those youngsters, but also for us as women who are looking in, and we haven't always seen this depth of talent. We look at it, the depth of talent in the 10,000 metres, the 800 metres, across the board, the strength in numbers is growing, and it is just so brilliant to see.
Hey, look there, just inside 14 minutes at 4 kilometres. The big story then is Anna Clark. We were going to say, would she be able to hang on? Would she be able to go with this lead group? Well, she's found herself at the back of this lead group. Now the question's going to be asked of her. Can she just hold fire? Can she regroup? Megan Ryan looks full of running at this stage. We're still not yet at halfway, and this women's field is thinning out a good chunk, and I fear that we're going to have 1-2 battling it out over the last sort of 4-3 kilometres of this race, and someone up there is McNesby of Leeds. You mentioned her before, earlier, 34-22 lifetime best. She's one of the more accomplished runners in this field.
Yeah, McNesby currently sat in second in this one, so that's 2 places up from where she finished in the B race last season. She'll want to take that 4th place, translate it into a win, and she, like Ryan, have run a very clever race here. And you know, Ryan just takes a look behind, sees where McNesby is. These are the 2 for me at the front of this pack who I'd say are the ones to watch for this one.
You say that, you know, Ryan's rocking her head a little bit. Is she? It's interesting because I think some runners adjust their speed before it gets too late, and some are just determined to just hang until they completely implode. It's great the fact we've got 2 paces still at the front. You know, the wavelengths are great, but having physical bodies at the front of the race, because when any track in the UK, there's a slight breeze, isn't there? Well, do you know what? There's not a breath out here today, though. It is as still as anything, and hence why the conditions are so humid. There's nothing moving at the moment down here except these women on the track moving awfully fast, and that was one of the quickest laps of the race, 1:23 for this pack, so things are picking up now as well.
Trying to just discern the bib numbers on the screen. It looked like in this group we have Katie Hawkins somewhere. She's in the top 10 British under-20s, over 10K this season, debuting on the track, but she's got a brilliant road PB of 34.25. Just trying to see where she is in this group as they swing out around the back of the tunnel of love and everything, all the noise that Pete Scott is making in there.
Well, that's terrific for someone like Hawkins. You think it wasn't so long ago, was it early 90s, James, when Liz McColgan's mum won the very first World Championships over the 10,000, and they had heats then as well. So I don't want to say it's a new event, but you know, women haven't been doing it on the track for years and years. No, absolutely, and I think the fact that we've got 3 women's races here and the Highgate Harriers to the 4 in the pacing. Now, one of the paces looks like her job might have been completed. On the back straight, we're going to get the halfway. So it still seems like we've done so much running in this C race. It seems like there's been a lot going on, but we are not at the halfway point yet. And so, yeah, when we get that split, we're looking for, I think it's around about 17:30 would be bang on 35-minute pace. And it looks like now that it's starting to string out again, Ellen, isn't it?
Yeah, Marianne Harness is in there as well, the Norwegian. 32-year-old debut on the track, like so many of the athletes. Personal best set last year of 35.41 on the road. So this would be a big run from her if she can cling on here in the back of this group.
Well, here comes the all-important moment then when this pace is going to step off. They suggested that every pace is going to get to 6 kilometres. Look at that bang on, 17:29 and a half on the money. Hope they get a nice Brucey bonus there. But set your watch by it, Matt. But yeah, I mean, we've been told they're going to try and get to 6 kilometres, and then that's where they will depart. And I think this race is going to look a lot different in a kilometre's time. And Clark is way out the back door now. She will be kicking herself for just not settling in with this group. The pace, as you said, right on the money, right where they need to be. But yeah, you can see it is hard out there.
McNesby's fighting hard to get round the pacer because it was sort of disguised there, because we've got 2 pacers here who are going to step aside. McNesby was sort of caught behind, and Megan Ryan's done a good job here of opening quite a, you know, she's opened a gap there, but done it quite sneakily because of the pacer behind. It didn't look like she was opening that gap too quickly, but she has done. And if McNesby can't get round the pacer and get up to it, by the time the pacers drop out, there's going to be quite a significant gap there.
Yeah, McNesby needs to realise that she is second in the race and not in 4th place. She's run, you know, 34.22 this year in Trafford, so she's in good form, isn't she, Matt?
She's in very, very good form. I think the pacers acknowledge that, and I think the pacers doing it for her. Up at the front, they've actually just, I think they've slightly lifted, if we're being honest, and I think that second pacer is doing a very good job at just controlling that. and just not giving in to these kind of surges, because don't forget, when these paces, I mean, speaking to Ben and the race organisers beforehand, I think Alex Bampton was in control of all the paces. It's such a difficult job to recruit. The standard, the level of running here at Highgate is getting better and better. So you do find that some of these paces, they will be on their limit at this stage in the race. They're doing all they can. So I think that's why we're seeing a sort of surge and some of them just struggling a little bit.
And not necessarily in this race, but we have mentioned it in the other races. You know, we have got junior athletes coming through and pacing. You know, they've put themselves forward. Woolhauser as well, you can see. That's the athlete wearing 109. There's the Swiss athlete, track personal best set last year. Also set a half marathon PB in March. She's in good form, 5K PB set in February in Monaco. She's eyeing up now the back of Hannah Ryan, and she's taking McNesby with her. But someone has now made that leap and said, right, I'm going. And McNesby's gone. She's had to wake up and say, right, well, if you're going, I'm going too.
Yeah, but the gap's not all that big. You know, I think they can be confident. That's a very closable margin. I think up at the front they just lose concentration just slightly, and that gap's close. And still, at this stage in the race, we're going to be approaching that 6 kilometre mark. Plenty of time, so those chase women don't need a panic.
Oh, that noise on the back straight, it is continued to build here. We're 20 minutes in. If you're joining us, this is night of the 10,000 metre personal best from Parliament Hill Track, home of the Highgate Harriers, and their mass team of volunteers, and Ben Pocci and the team have put together a super special night of 10,000 metre running, but also a few fast junior 800 metre races thrown into the mix that I can't wait for, as well as a few circus acts and a few stunts thrown in for good measure.
Oh, the party's very much just getting started here, isn't it? The crowd are filling in as well. Butchard's banked over my shoulder is filling right up as well, and later on in the evening, the fans, and what makes this athletics event so unique is the fans can get trackside, they can get on the infield, Ellen, and it's an official's nightmare, isn't it? Because so often you never get that, fans on the infield, coaches on the infield, but you do here at the night of 10Ks, and they've revolutionised distance running, track races in particular, and they've brought down not just people who are a fan of the sport, but there'll be people here today, passers-by, who have never watched an athletics event in their life, and they might just go home and take up running.
Yeah, and it's something that's been taken and lifted to a European level. I've worked on some European junior events over the course of the last year where being in the infield to support your teammates is now encouraged, and you know, like you say, can be an official's nightmare at time, but they're trying to get, you know, that atmosphere when you're screaming as your teammates going down the back straight, you're willing them on, and really, you know, that is something that once again has come from night of the 10Ks here, and what Ben Pocci's built, and has been translated up to European level now.
Exactly that. It does wonders to the atmosphere, doesn't it, on the infield, driving up the noise, and it just, fans can just get a little bit more personable, I guess, with those athletes, aren't they? And it makes a massive difference. I think that's why indoor events like we see so often, those Boston races, are so popular, are so fast, because of that. So let's keep an eye on these lap splits in. Another 1:22. This is good from these women. However, they are just moving it along now, and the pace is doing a good job. And I wonder if Ryan's just said to her, look, can you just keep this going, because I've got 3 or 4 women behind me, and if you drop out, I'm on my own, and I'm going to find it awfully difficult.
Pace has done a great job. It was a 3:29 kilometre before that. I think this kilometre might be a fraction faster than that as well, so we are picking the pace up. I can't see the wave lights. There they are, just behind. So they're ahead of the time that they needed, looking very, very controlled. And it looks like an athlete stepping off.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's McNesby, who was in there. She was probably about third for most of the race. She was tucked in behind Ryan for such a long time. And as that gap opened, I know you said, Matt, it's not the biggest gap, but it's looking daunting in this heat. As you know, these opportunities where the athletes go around the bend, particularly when they go into the Tunnel of Love, as you can see on the far side there. You know, not being able to see the athlete ahead of you, that can be so mentally draining. And it is now just Hannah Ryan, who is just cruising along, and we have to give a word for the pacemaker, as you said, guys, doing such a good job.
And I think it depends with what attitude and what goals you come into these races, because if you come in with a very time-focused goal, and that's slipping away from you, I think it's very easy as an athlete to think, what's the point? You know, my goal's done, my PB's gone, I'll just recover, I'll drop out, and then I'll refocus on the rest of the season. And perhaps that's what's happened to McNesby. I don't know. Maybe she's carrying a little bit of a niggle as well and doesn't want to make it any worse. But I feel like sometimes you've got to come in here and you've got to acknowledge, yes, it is all about times. You've got the wave lights, you know you've got the crowd. But I think just get round, just suffer, and try to enjoy it as well, James.
Yeah, it is tough when it doesn't go to plan, and you're right, you know, for some, you know, they might have some really big races coming up over the shorter distances, so you run the risk, obviously, of going to the absolute mill. But talking about going to the mill, or maybe just under it, the pacemaker's done a great job, Ellen, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's done a great job. Just as that, you know, that gap started to appear, and McNesby and the other athletes behind were stuck behind the other pacer and didn't really have the confidence to make the leap. She really dragged Ryan a little bit further on and opened up that gap, because they were sat on the blue wave lights, the leading wave lights, and they've just opened that gap up once again. Those first wave lights going around at 35 minutes. You can see the grimace there. You can see that Hannah Ryan is working hard. She doesn't have a pacer, and now she doesn't have the wave lights either. So she's just going to back herself, keep using these lapped runners as targets, and keep just driving on and on. I think there's only two, maybe three athletes behind in the pack. One of them is Marianne Harness, who you can see just in there. She's the Norwegian athlete who's currently sat in second. I think it's the Swiss athlete who's just behind her. But that gap, that is now a sizable gap.
Yeah, it was Georgie Malia, the pacemaker. Terrific job at 3:28 for that 7th kilometre.
How do you think she felt wearing the Highgate vest as a Leeds City athlete?
You make a great point, James. You talk about arch rivals.
That is the power of Ben Podgy. They can get arch rivals to wear the club vest of Highgate. So, but no, I tell you what, she would have been wearing it proudly, because what this is giving back to the sport. I think we'd all be wearing the black and white hoops right now, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I wonder if she gets to keep it, hey? But yeah, Megan Ryan, question's going to be asked of her now. She's going to come round to, what, 6-7 laps to run, and she's out front. But you mentioned she's on her own, Ellen, but she has got those lap runners to work off. And I think if you're her, you've got to put yourself in that position. There's advantage to having people filed out in front of you. You've just got to keep the head up and just focus on those, those next lap runners that you're going to overtake.
Yeah, she's not moving completely comfortably, is she? Even when she was behind the pacer, she was, rocking and driving, and she did just get a little bit too close to the railing on the inside. So it will be just exactly as you say, Matt, keeping her eyes up, keeping focused on those next lap runners that come round and round. But the heat has increased once again. It's so warm out here now, and that temperature change is something that's happened over the course of this race. She's contending with that as well, and she's just got to stay focused as she wipes the sweat off her brow. She's doing a really good job. She just needs to keep going through these last 6 laps. Well,
look, and it's the two Norwegians in behind her, and is that Harnes Mongstad there, the Norwegian 32-year-old as well, 16:57, her personal best over 5,000 meters. That was set in April this year. She comes into this in good form with a 35:15 road lifetime best as well. So she's been here before. She knows what she's doing. And Ellen, I believe her twin sisters in here as well.
Yeah, so there's two of Mariana and Harness and Carolina, two of the Norwegian contingent.
That sun's making it hard, isn't it, Ellen?
It is making it very hard for us.
It's literally beating down on our monitor here, but it's hard for us to see the screen. It's going to be hard for the runners out there. The temperature is definitely rising, and you talked about, Matt, almost no breeze out there. So I think we're into the about 23, 24 degrees now, temperature-wise.
Here we are, it just keeps rising and rising, and I think when you look at some studies to see what effect that temperature does, I mean, every degree over 15 degrees in a marathon, I think it adds about 30, 40 seconds onto your marathon time, so you probably could say it's costing them the best part of sort of 20 seconds over a 10K here today. But Romano Wohlhauser, the Swiss, the 21-year-old from Switzerland, she looked to make a big surge and move her way up into second place. Good to see it still. What, a 3:31 kilometers, so still operating at 17:30 pace, still operating just inside 35 minutes for Megan Ryan. She's just got to hang in there. Yeah, Carolina
Harness Mongstad, she's got that crumpled number, and it's so hard to read when her sister shares the same name. She's the athlete currently sat in second, but like you said, a surge forward from the Swiss athlete behind. But look at the pace, like Ryan's keeping pace well. She is back now though onto the wave lights. They're just biting at her heels behind, but that might come as a bit of a boost, something that she can focus on that isn't just the lapped athletes ahead.
So she's in to the penultimate kilometre. We're looking at around about 3.5 minutes per split of each of those to get inside 35 minutes. She does have the lap runners, Ryan, now to work off. That's something now that she almost keep an eye in front of the next lap runner and just work off the shoulder of those, plus the noise that she'll be getting from the barriers and the course. And you've got the on-bridge going into the centre as well, on obviously such good supporters of this event. They know the importance of this event, don't they, Matt, to the DNA of British running.
Well, I think that, you know, they caught on to this early. As On was growing, I think the night at 10Ks was growing as well, and the two just slotted together so nicely, and they have created an absolute marvel for us here, for you at home as well, and for everyone at this facility today. But Ryan doing a fantastic job out front. You mentioned the lap runners. I think it's always tricky for these lap runners. Is it track etiquette to move out, James, or is it, you know, every runner for themselves?
Yeah, it's a real tough one, isn't it? Especially, as I said, you can't really hear the runners behind, and also it's so spread out now.
Yeah.
Did you move out for the first, the second, the third, everyone? Hold your line, probably.
I think everyone's race, you know, it's night at the 10,000 metre PBs. Everyone, as much as there will be winners of each race, and there's different targets there, the higher we get up the order of races today, you know, it is kind of every athlete for themselves. I can understand why when there is a bigger group coming through and coming round, why we've seen some athletes step out to one side. But when it is like this, and, you know, there'll be certain levels of lapped athletes as well, there'll be people on different stages of their races. I think, you know, Ryan's doing a good job of just looking up, making sure she's aware of her space and where she's moving around, and just drifting around the outside and not losing her pace. But Megan Ryan, she looks pained, she's digging so deep, you can see, but she's doing an incredible job of keeping up that pace and keeping that gap to the athletes behind.
Well, she's been working hard for the last few kilometres since Malaya Pacer dropped out, and I'm surprised she's kept ahead of these lights the whole time. It's another 1:23. She's picking it up. We're going to get that 9-kilometre split, and then she really is into that final stretch, and that will really kind of give her a boost and add to her confidence.
Yeah, the fact that she's subtly picking the pace up. Her form is deceptive. She's moving actually really well off the track, and you know, even though she's kind of got a little bit of upper body movement to the side, she's powering towards this 9-kilometre split. And as I said, the sun has come out. It is heated up here, but so is the pace in this women's C race. Highgate Harriers, 9th of the 10,000 metre PBs for 2024. We're 1K to go in this first of the 3 races in the women's, and there you go, 3:29.68, 31:28.45. We just need a 3:30 kilometre for sub 35.
I'm sure she's got a watch on there. I'm sure she'll be having certain splits rung through as well. I'm sure. I haven't actually seen her take a look down at her watch yet. She looks incredibly focused on just getting round the next laps and staying focused on the goal in hand. Worth adding in mind, though, when we're talking about staying focused, this is a race where Anna Clark went off like a whippet to start with. She's now going past her, and Megan Ryan has stayed incredibly calm. She stayed cool, she stayed collective. She got herself in a really good position that when Clark was gobbled up back by that group, she was able to kick off.
She's getting faster and faster. She's starting to really turn the screw, and we know she's inside 35-minute tempo. She'd have to do something special to run her lifetime best of 34:39. That would be what, say a 3-minute? Just
yeah, that's probably gone. That's probably gone. But
3:10-kilometre.
It's going to be obviously a massive season's best. It's going to be a really good performance down. I'm sure she'll look for another race later on in the summer over this distance. You know, again, translating maybe onto the road as well. But she's been dominant over the last 2 laps, and the fact she's picked it up. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what this penultimate lap looks like, because I think it's getting towards 80 seconds again.
Certainly is, and I think as well, James, to add to that, this is a tick box. You know, this is a lifetime moment for these athletes to come here and win on this track in this event. To say you won a race at the night at 10Ks is very, very special. You talk about lining up her track season. I think she'll look at coming back in next year as well and bumping up a race or 2. Yeah,
she ran the Olympic trials when they were in Birmingham, and she ran 34:46 there. So she's going to be very, very close to that performance. And I mean, yeah, to come back again on British soil and run a really good 10K, she's going to be delighted, Ellen.
Absolutely. Potentially, well, I say more than potentially, it looks like she's got this one wrapped up. It looks like it will be back-to-back Irish winners, 1:23 again. She's been so consistent through these closing stages. She grits her teeth, the grimace is there. maybe a peek of a smile as well. She knows where she's at, and like you said, she'll want to translate this onto the road because she's got a 36.33 road PB from 2015, and the form she's in and what she's shown, the grit and determination, the focus after how this race started has been nothing shy of incredible, and in this heat and the turn of the temperature as well.
And showing she's recovered from a marathon back in February, 250 in Seville, shorter today. Just 25 laps, 10 kilometres for her today, Ellen.
She's been so focused. She's got that drive, she's got that determination. You said her form has been deceptive. She rocks and rolls. She's got that upper body movement. But she knows with 150 metres to go that this is her race. It will be back-to-back Irish winners. She can start to enjoy this, but she's not switching off the pace at all. You can see the clock tick over in the background there. It's not going to be a personal best today, but in these conditions, she has done so well indeed. She soaks up the atmosphere in the home straight, driving all the way to the line, manages to raise her arms. What a race this has been for Hannah Ryan, who takes the victory. 34.49.73. A last lap of 1:17. Ooh.
Wow, do you know what?
That
If you're a lap runner and she's coming down the home straight, this stadium, this area just erupted. What motivation going into your last lap when she's coming by, the noise then.
Yeah, what a superb run by Ryan over those last few laps. She got quicker and quicker. And look at that, 34.49, way inside the 35 minutes that we had penned in for this women's C race. And that really does set the B race of the women up very, very nicely.
Oh, it really does. She'll be chuffed for that. You know, 10 seconds off her lifetime best. But off the front, what, 3 kilometres on your own? I think she can safely say she's in PB fitness, PB shape, and it'll be excited to see what she does throughout the rest of the summer.
Caroline Hans Monsad was in second place, the Norwegian athlete, 35.15.7 PB. And Romain Walsheiser was third place for the Swiss athlete, running 35.21. So, yeah, it looks like some athletes have suffered a little bit in the second half. Obviously, a number of athletes went through close to that 35-minute mark, but a few have suffered.
I think, you know, the heat was so unexpected. We've been sat here for the last 3 races saying how, you know, particularly how nice it is in comparison to last year. You know, when we had that cloud cover, that is completely gone. You know, the clouds are in the sky, but they're doing nothing to cover the sun. And the person who reacted best and responded best and coped with the conditions is Megan Ryan. And, you know, that is completely shown today as she stands there on her feet, unlike the winners of the 2 men's races that we've had before. Just able to watch, potentially look out for any teammates, any compatriots coming over the line. But what a race it has been from her.
Well, I know she finished, what, 2 minutes or so ago, but
she looks very relaxed, doesn't she?
She looks awfully fresh, is what I was going to say, and I do think she'll watch that women's B race, and you know, she'll probably wish she was a part of it as we hopefully bring in some results from that previous men's race as well.
Few tired bodies out there, and you can see the high vis of the volunteers, the Highgate Harriers, getting those chip timing devices back that if you're at home and trying to get splits yourselves, get open track logged in as well, lap by lap splits. And if you're a coach there as well of any of these athletes, great job of getting them to the start line healthy, but you can also good bit of stats to go through after, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, and one of the big things, when they had this track completely refurbed, they dug it up and they laid all sort of electricals underneath it so they could have that 5K split, so they could have those, you know, lap splits as well. And speaking to Ben Node, sort of co-founder as well, an organizer, he was saying that the wave lights actually just take so much power, and they've cut out every now and again in previous years. So laying a little bit more foundations under the track has helped with that.
You're going to have to be careful doing javelin on this infield, aren't you? Just
yeah,
don't want to
hit the track.
Don't hit any stray wires now buried over the infield.
A big bill towards you. So there's a great shot of those with cowbells, beers, and there's some of our timing devices as well, making sure that the splits are the official times of our Seiko team. And there you go, the Seiko team with our times on the screen there, Matt, from race 2.
Yeah, and it was Shane Spring, fellow Irishman, to Megan Ryan, 30.22, a convincing victory. Paul Clear with sort of 2 kilometres a mile to go. Gavin Chalmers with a late run as well. And Nida Hauser from Switzerland sits there in third. So an Irishman, a Brit, and a Swiss athlete there, Nygaard as well. So you can see the strong international showing here at the NIDA 10K PBs.
I think we need to start doing separating it off and having obviously your British medals in there as well, and then the internationals. But to have in the top 4 3 international runners.
And I must say, five inside that pace lights as well. They were going for 30, 40. To get 5 inside that is very, very impressive, and a few more inside 31 minutes, which is a little bit of a barrier as well, James.
Yeah, and I think Sam Goodchild just off that screen as well was also inside 31 minutes. So really quality running in that men's E-race. It's hard to believe that an E-race won in such a fast time. And Joe is with the winner of that women's C race. Megan, down to you, Joe.
Indeed, joined by our race winner, Megan Ryan. It was all smiles from you when you crossed that finish line. You just dipped under 35, a few seconds off your PB, but I'm sure you were very happy with that.
Yeah, it was really fun being out there in the lead and like having the motorbike in front of me, and obviously the pacer did such a good job. She came with me until probably 7 or 8K, I'm not even sure. But yeah, it just felt brilliant to be out there in the lead. It was a bit off my PB, but I've just come off a marathon block, so it's like good to get my legs going again. So yeah, I was delighted. It was brilliant.
And you mentioned about the pacer. That was some quality pacing. You were probably aware there were a few people behind you. What was going through your mind at that point? Did you want her to pick it up even?
To be honest, I actually just really wanted to win the race. After halfway, I was going to pick it up myself, but then when she stayed in, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to stay in and then try win. It's been a while probably since I've actually won a race that I've been in, so that was a nice experience. Even though I was off my PB, I kind of knew coming into it based on the seeding that I wouldn't be probably PBing, but it was a great opportunity and I was delighted to be out there in the lead.
And to win a race like this with all of these fans and this noise, that must feel fantastic. You were on your own for those last 7 laps. Tell me what it was that got you through it, because you even picked up the pace towards the end.
Yeah, it was definitely the crowd, 100%. I kind of wouldn't have been that keen on doing a 10K on the track because it can be quite lonely out there, but I feel like my group, my club from DSD in Ireland, we really wanted to come out here, experience the atmosphere, and oh my God, it's incredible. It definitely got me through it. The screams and the vibe here is insane. It was so fun. I'll definitely be back.
Indeed. Now you have run a lot of great 10Ks on the road. This time, at the early part of your season, it must give you so much confidence. How do you hope this will translate to your road racing?
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping to go quicker on the road. I think it's definitely where I feel more comfortable, but it's so brilliant to be out on the track and having a positive race. I feel like 10Ks are hard to nail on the track, so it's given me a lot of confidence going forward. I hope to do a lot of road racing back in Ireland for the rest of the season.
Congratulations, and it was a hot race. We all took our clothes off here. Well, it was a shining performance from you, and the sun is shining down here at Parliament Hill.
So that was a really interesting interview from Joe with Megan Ryan there, winner of the women's C race. And then the results on the screen, 34.49, just outside her lifetime best, but she loved the atmosphere out there. And talking about training group, and it's something that it's not always about PBs, even though the name is on the tin mat. But looking down, there are some personal bests, but it's about this atmosphere and being part of something really special.
But also, I just think it's about getting a few more 10K, 10,000 meter races in your legs. It's an event that they don't often get to do, hence why this whole event started. So she can only build on that, build on the experience. But look at this thing. We're lining up for race 4. And could we see the first sub 30-minute clocking of the day, of the afternoon, evening, if you're joining us? But yeah, due to go off in just a moment's time. You can see there's Joe Wilkinson there, very strong runner as well. There's a few more in here. I mean, Wilkinson, lifetime best of 30.17, third at that Bucks 10,000 meter championships. What, goodness me, 6 years ago now, 2018. Charlie Davies as well. Dom James, someone who comes into this in good form. Dave Newport doing well over at Western Tempo to round those men up. Men and women, shall I add. So there's a start list for you. A few names on screen to look out for. Milan Campion as well. He's someone who's competed over 10,000 on the track a few times at that Bucks 10,000 meter championships, James, which coincidentally was just, what, four weeks or so ago?
Yeah, a few weeks ago in Loughborough. Some of these athletes that will be in some of these races out there. Dylan Nazareth there, see Le Croupes, big strong club in the South Wales area. As the race starts, 25 laps in this men's D race, and as Matt says, we're looking for sub 30 minutes. The wave lights, the lights are right on 30 minutes. That's what they're going to be chasing. That's 72 seconds per lap. That's 4:48 per mile, and that's 3 minutes for anyone that needed help with that per kilometre, Matt.
Yeah, this one's easy for us. You know, at 30 minutes over the 10K, it is a little bit of a barrier. You know, I wouldn't say it's an exclusive club, but it is a club. You know, a lot of these men will set out, these good club-level athletes at the domestic scene will set out and go, look, you know, first thing I want to do is tick off that 30-minute barrier. And someone who has almost done that is Aidan Lennon, around 30:05 on the roads at Battersea Park. Good battle with Freddie Hessien. And that was, what, 5-6 weeks ago now. And he comes into this in good form with a 14:20 over the 5,000 at the comeback just a few weeks ago as well.
Charlie Eastaugh is the pacer at the front with the cap. Hercules Wimbledon athlete, normally in the gold, and I think it's a red stripe through the centre. But he's in those Highgate Harriers colours, and behind him, Jack Miller, normally in the Bristol and West colours. He is also flying the flag for Highgate at the front. There you go, we wanted sub 72 seconds, 71.56. We're bang on after lap 1.
That's absolutely perfect, and they all file in behind as well. And yeah, you talk about Miller, I mean, what a terrific cross-country season he's had as well, just missing out on that World Cross-Country Championships. Spoke about the level of pacemakers they have to recruit for this event. There's an example for you, a man who's one of our best cross-country runners, and did debut at the London Marathon, but unfortunately it didn't quite go his way, so he's back here looking to get his track season started with a bit of pace work. And look, Eastaugh at the front, James, is going to look to get them to 5K maybe, and then hopefully Miller, we can see something similar to Miller where, you know, can he get them to 6-7K? Yeah,
Miller's the type of athlete that could go probably to 8K or even finish if he wanted to, but probably might be in his plans. As you said, he's trying to recover. But it was, yeah, so impressive, his run at the Inter-Counties cross-country. He does absolutely fly over the cross-country surface. And the race behind is strung out very nicely. As you're right in saying that Western Tempo Orange Vest, couple athletes in there. That's a club that is growing sort of week by week, month by month in the Southwest.
Yeah, that's Dominic James, who's tucked in there. A road PB of 29:18. So while we're looking at, you know, hopefully our first athlete under 30 minutes today, he could be within contention, and that would be bettering his personal best on the track. A lot of these athletes, you know, a good opportunity if they've set times on the road, set new personal bests on the road, to try and translate that in a obviously really good atmosphere. As we've got an athlete off the front who's putting down some pace. Kieran Matra, I believe that is.
It is indeed, Ellen, and he's come all the way over from India. And you talk about a surge of Indian athletics recently. I mean, you know, they've had Singh over the 800 as well, haven't they? Sable over the steeplechase, and you look at the latest one, Khan in the NCAA system for the Florida Gators, just completely destroying that at the moment. So they really are having an uptake in track and field over in India, and you think how big that population is. It's quite scary if they do get themselves, I guess, a little bit more of a production line and get themselves some good coaches, etc. They really could start to take off on a global level. We're already starting to see them a little bit more at the World Championships and the Olympic Games as well. So, I mean, he's got a lifetime best, Ellen, of 29:50. So he's a man who's been here before, a 14:14 5,000 meter personal best as well. And he's just 22 years of age as Matre out front.
Yeah, and like we mentioned just before, he made that surge. He's run a 29:32 on the road this season. So he'll be looking to, like we said, translate that. But could we have a situation where we saw in the race before with Clark, where one athlete goes off, maybe underestimating the heat and the power of this heat as it's turned up once again, and maybe just going off a little bit too soon? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, it looks awfully smooth, doesn't it? Just in that previous race, it feels like a lifetime ago already, but Anna Clark, we saw her go off at the front. We'll get that mile split, we'll see what he's aiming for, but yeah, we can safely say this is well inside 30-minute tempo. We're going to be 29 and change. So Miller in behind, the lead pacer, has drifted himself to the front. and just got that chase back moving along on the lights. Look at that, 4:38, 68.29. Well, James, we're on 14:30 tempo.
What do we say? Are we nice? Do we hold back? Yeah, I think it's a little bit over enthusiastic, but it's these athletes, these international athletes coming in, especially from India, that in terms of they've got really strong contingent here tonight. He might not know what shape he's in. He may be seeded in the wrong race, and and so this is the pace he should be running at. But you just got to think with that group behind. I would even if you're feeling absolutely amazing, save it for the last 3K, because you could do damage in the last 3K. But we've already seen if you go too hard too soon, Matt, and the bottom blows out your race, you could not even finish the race.
Absolutely. I think another man I saw in there, John Collier, lifetime best of 30.20. Spent a little bit of time at Butler Uni, and the reason I mentioned him, Coach Phil Kissy. And in these parts, James, he's a well-known coach, and he does very, very well with some of our top marathon runners, doesn't he, Phil Kissy?
Yeah, there's so many unsung heroes, aren't there, as a 250 kilometre. So remember, we were looking at 3-minute Ks. I saw Isa and Miller kind of looking up the track thinking, we didn't expect someone to be 10 seconds in front of us.
But they're on pace. In fact, they're just a little bit inside, and I think they won't mind that. Look at the depth in this race now. The whole field.
Exactly. Even Nazareth's at the back of that. The whole field through in about 6:03. I mean, that is 30-minute pace, there or thereabouts, and everyone is on it.
Well, look, one thing I got to add, they have 2 wavelights in these races, 30 minutes flat, 30-30. I think every man who comes into this just goes, forget 30-30, I'm 30 minutes or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to be the way, and they'll just have to, keep their calm a little bit. You can see Collier at the front there. He's just come up onto the shoulders. He was alongside the pacers. He's dropped back in, just behind that second pacer, while we have Kyereme well out front at the minute.
Well, Mathieu, when you look at his times, I mean, he's actually run 29:32 this year, and he's a 13:52 runner. I don't think any of the runners looking down, Matt, even, maybe in the past have run close to that, but no one in this field right now is a 13:50 guy.
No, absolutely not. And, he's running like a 13:50 guy, and how comfortable. I mean, mention how good Jack Miller is, and, that would be his sort of company. So he does look awfully relaxed, and he does actually look like he knows what he's doing. And and he's not faltering. He's clipping off 68, 69s very, very smoothly. But look, a lot could change, can't it? And we'll have a look at this next split as they come round.
As the water gets brought into the commentary box, Ben knows everywhere right now. So, but again, thanks to the Highgate team, they always look out for us here, don't they, Ellen?
I'm trying to do some quick maths in my head here. That 13:52, we've got it down written because of based when we did our prep. That's last week he ran that. So this is potentially one of the reasons why he could have been seeded in the wrong race, because we've seen that, we mentioned it, me and Matt, at the start, that road time, and he'd be looking to take a chunk off that based on his track PB, but he's in great form. That road 10K 29:32 was the end of last month, the 28th. This is the 13:52, the 5,000 meters on the track was the 13th of this month. So he's in great shape right now, and potentially, when the entries go into this so early, he's just peaked well after the seedings happened.
You're dead right, and to add to that, he's only 22 years of age, and I feel like that is the age where you do see big jumps over the kind of 5K and the 10K. It's about now you just get those first full winters, if you like, James, don't you, behind you, where you hit full mileage throughout the whole winter, and you've got a couple years in your legs of serious training, and you can chop your PB down from a minute over 10 kilometers, and he's certainly doing that. 2:53. So he's slowed a little bit, but that's nice to just see him steady the ship.
Yeah, it's nearly a minute he's taken off his track 5K PB this season. It's just over 40 seconds he's taken off that this season. Like you say, he's a youngster who's growing into his running, and, this could be, as we've said last year, we had plenty of statement wins last year. This could be our statement win this year.
Well, he's got a 29:50 track personal best, and this isn't his debut over 25 laps, but interesting, that same year, 65:32 for half marathon, so that's 5-minute mileage, so he's got good strength, and at the moment also heat-wise, I'm assuming from India as well, might be used to running in this similar kind of heat and humidity, but at the moment the paces as well, Miller and Isa have done a great job in that 30-minute pace, but at the moment there are 2 races. There is the the absolutely smashing it out the park D-race at the front, and those that are sticking to their 30-minute pace.
You mentioned the heat there. That 5,000 metre PB set just last week. That was set in India. He's raced in New Delhi at the end of last year, raced a 10K, like we said, at the end of last month in India. So, you know, he's come over well acclimatised for this change of heat. And it's something that not all the athletes in this field who have been warming up in the cooler conditions will be prepared for.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, isn't it? You just can't go a bundle on his previous results too much, because you just don't know what you're going to get until he establishes himself on the global stage like he's doing now. We just don't know. And someone else in that chase pack, Fleury Grierson of Highgate 30-30, that was back in Spain in March. So he's running well. Just a few months ago, UCL student, comes from a bit of an orienteering background, so you just get all shapes and sizes in these fields, don't you, James?
Yeah, you do, all abilities, and in terms of backgrounds, and you know, those that are coming from pure sort of trap pedigrees to those that are coming down from the road and dipping into marathons. But you're right, you know, age-wise as well, still learning, still a lot of learning to go for this young athlete out in front. But another 69-second lap, Ellen. He's maintained the pace. The next split we get is 4 kilometres.
You know, before we, you know, maybe took complete note of, and looking back into that PB that was set the other week, we're thinking, you know, has he gone off too quick? Are we going to see a repeat of the race before? But this now, this looks like a man in control. This looks like an athlete who knows what he's doing. He's ticking off each lap quite consistently, and he looks really comfortable, doesn't he?
Looks seriously comfortable. I mean, I can safely say I think he's inside, what, 29-minute tempo, James. If he's clipping off 69s, that's right around 14:30. So he's going to be about there. And I mentioned what we see after the first sub-30 clocking of the evening. We're going to see sub-29. Look at that.
It's as if you've got this pace chart in your head, Matt. Yeah, he's halfway between.
No pace charts here, mate.
It's seriously impressive.
11:40 was 29:10 pace, and obviously inside that 28:40 is 11:30. He's 11:35, so he's right on 29 flat pace. But he is so low. He's got a lot of running to go. So yeah, I mean, he's still running those 69s, but yeah, I don't think this is going to be, you know, plain sailing that straightforward.
No, potentially not, because he is all on his own, but he's got over 100 metres on that chase pack. With just a word on that chase pack, Jack Miller's still leading. Look like Charlie Easter has just pulled off to one side, and they're bang on 12 minutes through 4 kilometres, so they too are bang on pace for that 30-minute barrier.
I hope we haven't called it too early, because this is exactly why we come to this meeting for. This is why this meeting exists. It's obviously, you know, it's got its roots here in levelling up and bringing new exciting things into British distance running, but it's about celebrating athletes from all over the world, and it's something that Ben and the team have been so excited about doing and have put at the forefront. We've had European 10,000 metre cups here. We've invited athletes from all over Europe, and this is what we love to see. This is why we come to Highgate.
But to put it in context, last year's D race was running 30:25 by Tom Butler. But then if you go up and look at the C race was 29:35 12 months ago. So at the moment we are operating at C race pace. Matt scrolls the screen to see the B race. B race was 28:51, and only one person went inside 29:17 last year in the B race, and this is the D race. And our athlete from India is tearing up 70-second laps.
We have to say though, stick around, because we've got some scary quick pacing for the B race. So if this is tickling your fancy, if this is the kind of racing you like to see, the men's B race is looking like it's going to be something
the old
very...
A race.
It is, but isn't that, you know, that's what we've seen. You know, I'm sure, you know, you guys, when we're going through and doing the prep, you see these athletes who start to drop down, and you're like, they're in the you know, top women's race, or they're in the B race for the men, and they're now dropping down. You know, that is through no fault or no hard effort of their own. It is just the standard across the board that's being dragged up.
Oh, it is, and this man is dragging it up. This is ridiculous. Another 70 lap. So his last 2 laps have been his slowest of the race, so we are starting to see a few chinks in that armour at this stage. However, you'd expect that. We're going to be at the halfway marker in, what, 100 metres or so time. You can see now when the camera pans onto that chase group, Jack Miller coming out of the darkness of that lactate tunnel of love, still out in front. The gap he has on him, I think Macho's almost got 200 metres, and by the time this race finishes, if he's to keep that tempo, he's going to be, what, 300-400 metres ahead. He might almost lap the whole field.
Yeah, Kyereme halfway split there, 14:31. 2:56, so he is dropping off the pace very, very slightly. Needs to keep these 70-second laps as consistent as possible. But yeah, the chase group behind, they're about 100 metres of the Parliament Hill track distance behind our leader.
Well, you mentioned the split. He was manual splitting that. Just, you know, obviously keeping himself across what he's doing, and, you know, reached down to his watch and thought, yep, that's where we'll go.
Look, I think, you know, it's good intel for him during the race, but I think more importantly, when athletes wear watches, I think they're thinking about after the race, aren't they, when you can really look back and analyse. But hey, we can do that here in the commentary box. You can do it at home on open track. You follow those live splits as well.
Yeah, follow those live splits and see the pace that is going on right now at the front, but also for your runners if they're tucked in the group behind. So they might not be getting too much airtime given how fast this D race has gone off at.
So you can see them all filing around. There was Joe Wilkinson there in the hooker. So we got two races here, ladies and gentlemen, to enjoy. Matre's putting on an absolute display of distance running here. The sun beating down his neck. This is familiar territory for him. This heat beating down on him. He's a man who comes over from India. There's a few Indian athletes here today, Indian athletics in general, on the absolute rise on a global level. We've seen their talent emerge, and I think it won't be long, maybe 5, maybe 10 years before they have some real superstars. We talk about Chopra in the javelin. I know it's one extreme from the other here with 10,000 to javelin, but they've already got those figures to motivate that next generation, James.
Yeah, that's another 70-second lap there, Ellen, isn't it? So holding his pace.
He is indeed. So the long time, the standout leader at the minute. But while we've got just under now 11 laps to go, Kojo Kyereme, one of the ever-presents in this week, in this race, has been talking to Joe down trackside.
Well, I'm joined by Kojo Kyereme, who is, if you don't mind me saying, a veteran, not just in athletics, but also in this exact race. Due to have your 10th night of the 10,000s today, tell us what happened.
Unfortunately, this morning, whilst picking up my running gear from the bedroom floor, I tweaked my back and I got a very bad sciatic nerve pain down my right leg. I was very eager still to get here and compete. I did some icing, just hopefully take down some inflammation, took some anti-inflammatories, everything. But I couldn't get past the warm-up, unfortunately. I couldn't get up to race pace during my strides. It was very uncomfortable. And I thought with big events happening this year, I thought, it's probably wise to sit this one out, which I'm very, very gutted.
And you were due to run in this exact race right now that's going on around us. A bit of a bittersweet, but you've got a great view at least. I'm told that you might have even won this race. Tell me what you were thinking. What's your personal best and what you
my personal best for 10K is 29.29, which was a few years back now. I think I won the B race here in 2015 running 30.08. I think it would have been somewhere in the 30-30 range, 30-40 perhaps today. That's what I was hoping for. My strategy was to go off maybe at, say, 30-50 pace to halfway and really start cutting into the field. That was the aim. But this type of event, you never know who turns up. There's a lot of good caliber athletes, and anyone can come in and have a great day. So yeah, I would have hoped to have ran very well. At the very least in the top 5, I think I would have been. But it's always nice to come out and aim for the big one.
But I know you've got some huge races ahead. We'll come to that in a moment. This would have been night of the 10,000s, race number 10 for you. Double digits. Tell me what it is you enjoy. I mean, we know about the atmosphere, but what does it feel like as a man who's run it 9 times?
9 times. Well, I mean, the first event here, 2013, there was none of this here. There was just a couple of people watching with their dogs. It was raining. There's only maybe 1 or 2 races, and each year it's got a lot bigger. I think the support by public has been fantastic. I think the opportunity to run good 10Ks annually is something that was always missing. So that's always brought me back here. I think also the support of family, other athletes, on social media, just random people you don't know just contact you to congratulate on performances you've done. And for me, this is my event. I feel, being the only one who's ran 9 consecutive, would have been 10 today. I feel it's quite special, and it's helped me quite a lot in the past. It's set me up for some really good events in the past. Excuse me. So when I won back in 2015, I went on to win the World Masters at 10K shortly after racing here. Then I went on to run the New York Marathon, was top 20 that year. And I think I was 40 that year, and Highgate was a good catalyst for those sort of early years in the M40 age group.
Well, at least you can enjoy the festivities. And as you say, you have been a World Masters champion.
Yeah.
What is coming up for you this year?
So this year I have the World Masters again in Gothenburg in Sweden. At this point, I'm not too sure which events I'll do. I've entered the 5,000, the 1,500 and the 800. I may only do 2 of those events, but today was going to be a kind of an indicator as to whether I'd perhaps aim for the 5. But we'll see what happens. But Master Athletics has grown as well recently. The standard is very, very high. I found actually the quality at M45 and M50, which I'll be next year, the depth is a lot higher than it was when I was an M40. So you can't be complacent, you know, you can't just show up and assume that you're going to get through the qualifiers and medal. And it's a really good inspiration to us all. I've been recently on a podcast called Masters of Running podcast, and they interview a lot of Masters athletes, and it's very interesting to hear all the inspiring stories that Masters athletes have had. And there's people who come into it very late, not just ex-Olympians and people like me who have, competed at a high level nationally. It's a really good environment, to continue healthy activity.
Well, Kojo, we love to see you, whether you're on the track or around the track. Enjoy the festivities,
Thank you.
get healed up, and good luck at the World Masters.
Joe, thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Joe. Kojo Kyereme, what an absolute legend, and absolutely gutted he wasn't able to take to the start line today, but he is here and he is enjoying the atmosphere, and great to see him in those World Masters in Gothenburg later in August. I might see him on that start line in the 1,500, you never know. Going back to this race, more importantly, the 6 kilometre split was 17:26, which was 29 flat pace, and then 20:24 through 7 kilometres. It had slowed slightly, Matt, 2:57. The group behind, they're operating metronomically on that 30-minute pace.
They are, and Miller's just pulled off. I think he got 7.2 kilometres done, so that's fantastic from him to pull out. And they are all bang on pace at this stage at 7K, bang on that 30-minute tempo. I think we're going to have 6, possibly 7 men break 30 if they can hold it together. However, Ramsden, Brown, Collier, those are the men in that group. This is the important part of the race for them. We're seeing for the first time Matre just slow up a little bit. For him out front, this is very, very difficult. They've got the luxury of having 6 or 7 guys with them. They'll know each other well. They would have raced each other many a times. And now Matre 72.0, he's settled down to their sort of tempo. Whether they can reel in this gap, I don't think that's possible, Ellen, but look, anything can happen.
Yeah, indeed. He's just starting to look a little bit not as smooth as he was before.
He's definitely feeling the fatigue. But it was 200 metres at 7 kilometres, so that gap was 36 seconds. That's a huge amount of distance, isn't it? And the fact it continued to grow over the last 2 kilometres. But this is the real business end of 10K running.
Look at these shots in up close and personal with this man over here from India. He took off within 200 metres of this race. He found himself up at the front. He's extended that lead lap after lap after lap. Now it's about consolidating. We mentioned before those lap runners, what would they do? They're kindly moving out for him. I think they're almost stunned, aren't they? They're shocked at the level of performance we are seeing. There's the chase pack for you.
That is the chase pack. Smith at the front of that group. Ramsden in there as well. Brown, as you mentioned, Collier. Rainsford, I think, just to the back of that group as well. Number on the German, I think. There you go, 3 minutes of that kilometre split. So it is the slowest of the race for Matre. Now it's getting hard. It's going to be really hard over this last 2 kilometres.
Yeah, Logan Smith in that leading that chase pack. He's, as we said, someone he's raced here before. He got his personal best back in 2022 racing in the C race. And he's the one leading the charge to try and get back up there to Matre. The hatted figure, he's prepared for the weather. But a grimace from him. Just leading Brown, and he's ahead of this, just leading out this pack of 4 who are, well, just under 200 metres behind our leading man, Matre.
Yeah, that may well have been Tim Raines, the Blackburn Harriers, lifetime best of 30.27. He's run inside 30 minutes on the roads, of course. Nick McCormack is his coach, James, a phenomenal figure in his time. What, early 2010s, that sort of era, over 1,500, over 5,000.
Bold front runner over 1,500 metres, but also very, very accomplished over 5,000 metres. Great runner, Nick McCormack. So he'll be well prepped for this race. As in Logan Smith, 2:19 marathon man, and the City of Norwich athlete is pacing this really well. Hasn't won a 10K on the track going back, I think it's about 3, 4, 5 years. But and his personal best on the road is only 31 flat.
Yeah, look, Smith was a man who was 13th in that C race in 2022. Actually, that was the last time we saw him compete over 10K. But when you come 41st at the UK and the Counties Cross-Country Championships earlier on in the year, that shows good strength. His marathon shows good strength. And now he's starting to really grow in confidence as this race just builds. He's struggling up front, but he's got a few men with him. Hopefully, if they come by, he can hang on in there.
Yeah, and it's going to be about hanging on now in that group. They know how close they are to 30 minutes, 72-second lapping. So even if they drop just very slightly outside that, then they know a quick last lap. We saw a 61-second lap, didn't we, in the race before that? So the 8-kilometre split is coming up, and it showed that they were so close to that with that 24 flat time. It's within touching distance, that sub-30-minute pace.
Sub-30 minutes, and how close is Matre to 29 minutes? We fear it's slipping away a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it. We're going to get that 9-kilometre split. Let's see what this lap is. A few of these men moving out there. That's good to see as well. So, 73. So, again, he's just slowing, and he's got the paces to negotiate now as well. And, in fact, I mentioned Tim Raines earlier. That's him on the outside.
Well, you can see there's the challenge of when it's not all coherent over whether we're stepping out or whether we're staying in, because he just got and he got boxed in, and you know he's leading this race by 200 meters, and he's been boxed in.
Yeah, he had to check his stride a little bit there, and when you're tired, that's the last thing you want to do. So 26 minutes and 20 minutes on the race clock. The next split we're going to get is 9 kilometers. I think it's going to be outside 3 minutes. It is 3:01.6, so we're going to be inside 29:30 now. But I think, yeah, that time of 29 is long gone. But, yeah, I think if he can pick this pace up, it's still going to be an unbelievable time for a D race.
I think he'll rally. He'll rally over these final few laps. You can see now he's had a tough, 3-4 kilometres since he hit halfway. But he's looking to perk up a little bit. The crowd are getting behind him. They know he's close to something special. Whatever happens, he's probably going to be rewarded with a lifetime best. And he's going to be rewarded with a victory here at the night of 10K PBs. Ewan Brown, I believe, in that chase back, looking to move things along. He hasn't broken 30 yet, but he's a 14:10 guy over 5,000.
And the thing is, this crowd have been well acquainted with him by now. He's been leading from almost the gun, and they've had an opportunity to get behind him, get to know him as a runner. And every time they see that purple bib and the turquoise shorts come past, they'll be getting behind him, and this will be lap after lap now that they'll have cheered him through. He'll be the one soaking up 100% of the atmosphere, 100% of the crowd, and like you say, it's just a great opportunity for him to rally and really embrace what is going on here.
Matre's slowing very slightly, but he's still maintained a 34-second lead on the chasers behind, who went through 9 kilometres for Brown, Ramson and Smith, exactly with Navon right with them on 27 flat, 27:01, so a sub-3 minute last kilometre, and we could have 4, even 5 athletes sub 30 minutes in this D race.
Those boys are doing something special out there. They have been so even, so on the money. Every kilometre, bang on 3 minutes, and now they've just got to raise it just one last time, a 70. That's great to see Matre just lifting it himself as well. So we got Brown, Ramson and Smith. Those are your chasers.
It is, and they're going to be looking for that time of around about 28:48. That means they've got to do a 72 last lap. And we're waiting for it to come up on the screen, but Matre down the back straight. What a dominant display. And what could this lad have done in the B race?
Well, I think that's what he'll be thinking. I think he'll certainly target this race next year. He'll probably send a little message to Ben Pochi and say, look, I want to be in that B race next year. Please, will you have me back? I think he'll find the answer will be yes, because this is phenomenal.
Well, he stamped his place, I think, with this win in the B race for next year. We see athletes get promoted. It's almost a league-like system. And Matre, well, he's come out here and he's absolutely stunned the crowd. What a race this has been.
Reminds me of when Glasgow Rangers were playing in the lower leagues of the Scottish football. Look at he's kicking it in.
There he is then, Kyereme Matre, the man from India, announces himself at the night at 10 KBB, 29.16. Wow, 64 final lap clocking as well. He did that all on his own to make it more impressive for us here and you at home, the 22-year-old. What a future he has as we cast our eyes a little bit further back in the field. Is it Smith who's going to win that battle with the chase runners, James?
Keep an eye on the clock, 29.14. Ramsden, way inside 30 man.
Whoa! I make that last kilometre 2:45, James. Talking about raising it, that's 66s. I want to know what their last lap was.
Brown also there, and Smith, I think Logan Smith as well, way inside 30 minutes.
Phenomenal from all these gentlemen, and there's the German Nate Bourne who's just crossing the line too. There's Tim Raines coming around the top end. We've got battles all the way throughout, and look at that, Ramsden, I believe, officially 29.44. It's a massive lifetime best for these men on the track.
Yeah, 2 personal bests coming up here for Brown and Smith, and in this heat, in these conditions, having to contend with an athlete well off the front and picking up that battle, deciding who's going to take that responsibility to get PBs and to do it in such fashion, avoiding and blocking out all the distractions of one athlete off the front, knowing there's not going to be a sprint to the line for first place, but still picking yourself up and going for the personal best. That's some race.
Yeah, and Eastor and Miller did great job with the pacing. Metronomic through each of the kilometre splits, 3 minutes. You could almost set your watch by them, and it set it up nicely, as you said. Ransom, I think, around about 2:43, 2:44 last kilometre. And Felix Nebern, oh, so close to the German coming up on the screen in front of us, 3:01.86. Just wasn't able to rally inside 3 minutes that last kilometre. Jonathan Collier behind him, 30 minutes and 22 seconds. And Chris Rainsford, a really good run for him in, I think, 7th place in that race, 30:31.
Well, he is the man who brought that Hoka London Distance project together, as it were. He had the visions, he had the idea, he recruited the men, and we're going to see the likes of Rory Leonard, Scott Beattie, Ellis Cross. They're going to go in that championship Paris Olympic qualifying race later on. That'll be the final race of the night, so I'm sure Rainsford will have one eye on that, and I'm sure they were watching at home as well, cheering on the man who has allowed them, I guess, to carry on in this sport and seek out their potential, their dreams. But look at that for the images. that's what 10,000, that's what 25 laps of lactic will do to you, as I believe we got some results on screen, or hopefully get some results on screen for you to wrap up that men's C race. And look at that for a winning margin. That could well be the largest winning margin of the day.
That's a really strong performance by Matre from India. So again, an international winner of one of our heats of the Nights of the 10,000 metre personal best here, brought to you by the Highgate Harriers Club, that we delighted a 29.16 D race. Wow, that sets it up very nicely. Follow that C race.
The world are very much winning, though, in UK versus the world on the track. It is the world who are
4 for 4.
It is 4 for 4, and you know, it's exactly that kind of racing. It's what we love to see in the women's championship race last year. You know, that run so reminiscent of what we saw from Mizan Alamadane last year.
That must be the largest winning margin. That was something very special. I think that might be the largest male victory potentially. But what a run. And keep an eye on that youngster. I say youngster in terms of probably the longevity now of his career, because I think he's got some fast times. Only 65 minutes for the half, but looks so economical. You can see him being a very efficient half marathon and marathon runner in the future. But today, winner of the D race, as the signs are out and the sun is out here, very, very bright. We're trying to capture the screen where we can, and people are getting their rays. Hope they got a bit of sun cream on, Ellen, because there's not too much shade on those back straight, is there, or the home straight either.
And at this point of the day, you know, those tunnels of love either side, the home straight and the back straight, they'll be rammed up. You've got to get in there early. Yeah, I wonder, you know, particularly the conditions this morning, it didn't look like we'd have this much sun. Usually it's the other way around, isn't it? You know, the races later on in the day are the ones where the athletes start to benefit from the cooler temperatures, but it's been the flip side today. The first two races have been the ones where it was the cooler conditions as we just catch a bit of the breeze. It's a very weak one that rattles through our tent here at Highgate, but it is, you know, the women's race and the last men's race that we've just seen.
So if you see what looks like beers being held out, given to the runners when they finish, they are cans of water. I can assure you that we're not handing out beers straight to the runners. They get a nice can of water to hydrate first. So it does look a little bit like they're being given a beer, man, doesn't it, when they cross the line? So I think the only person to take a beer last year was Andrew Butchart. That's why we got Butchart's Bank. Or Butchie's Bank.
Butchie's Bank, there we go, and there they all are on it, enjoying the sunshine. The sun is up now, and those overcast skies we had earlier on in the day, they are well behind us, and I'll tell you what, temperatures are rising. I've just nipped out. That next race is going to be on any minute now, and you can see there, look, this is fantastic. They're educating the fans. They're just explaining to them around the edge there what these red lights and green lights actually mean down on the track, Ellen.
Yeah, do you know what? One of the really interesting things that I saw this week is, and I'm sure a lot of people watching will know, and if you don't, please go and check out Highgate Harriers and particularly Night the 10K PBs on social media. One of the things I found really encouraging was this week a video, a little GIF was put out showing wave-like technology, and it was talking about the pace times as well. And I just think that, you know, it's not easy. We'll know as commentators that finding that information isn't always, you know, just as easy as, you know, clicking on, you know, some start lists and finding that pacing. So to have that out there for the public, so everyone sat there on Butchie's Bank will know, you know, what each light means. We'll obviously give some background as well, but for those here in you know, this cauldron that is the bottom of Parliament Hill, having that information on your phone a couple of days before, I just think that is so useful. I looked at that and I thought, I wish more places did that, said here's the what we're targeting, here's what we're looking for. It's just about making athletics more accessible, and it's, you know, it's something that we're starting to see change. But, you know, everything that's gone out on social media this week, you know, inviting people down, making it something that's accessible for families, people new to the sport, I just thought that absolutely topped it off.
I think what it's done, Ellen, is it's given context, hasn't it, to those who are trackside, who are watching the event, who might not have a stopwatch in hand, and I think that's always good for the fans. But we'll pass down to Jo. She's got that previous race winner.
I'm with Alex, actually, in the crowd. Our previous race winner didn't speak English, unfortunately. But Alex, I see you are supporting Sam today. Tell me, who is Sam and which race will Sam be running in?
Sam is running in the C race right here. We've made a fantastic arty sign for him, so everyone needs to give him a big cheer.
Excellent, and I see he was the same club that I ran for, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. What are you hoping to see from Sam today in this race?
I just want him to have a good time.
And are you having a good time amongst all these festivities and sunshine?
Of course, it's really nice. It's sunny, to be honest. It's making a relaxing evening for us.
What are you enjoying most? What are you getting stuck into when you're not rooting for Sam?
Just like the vibes. There's so much going on to look at, and you can like cheer everyone else on. It's like exciting.
And what did you make of that last race? The winner absolutely stormed away from the field. How was it to watch?
I know, it's so exciting. You definitely should have been in a like further up race. It's so impressive.
Are you a regular here at Night of the 10,000s, or is it a first time for you?
We came last year as well. So this is our second sign, our second celebration.
Excellent. Well, you've got a lovely sign here, and I see you are eager to watch him start that race. So we wish you and him very good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jo. Just soaking up the atmosphere with the crowd. People come back. They don't just come back once. They come back repeat times to enjoy the what is a fantastic event here. The Highgate Harriers, night of the 10,000 metre personal best. We've had a whole host of PBs, but also some great races so far in a 17 race program. So when we didn't started with the 800 yet, there's the start list for this next race of the program.
Yes, and interestingly there at the top of the screen, look, another Indian athlete, Sohan Barwal. And if Matthew in that last race is anything to go by, what's he going to do? Because he's managed to get into this C race, a lifetime best of 29.20, third at their cross-country championships, and a 13.51 personal best over 5K in 2024. So interested to see what he can do. Tom Butler, we saw him last year really take the race on in that D race. Sam Gabriselassie, he's known in these parts of Belgrave, Harrier, Sam Mokes as well. We've got a few Sams in here talking about that sign, so I think a few of them will be grateful for the fans down on Butchie's Bank there. And Linton Taylor, what about him, James? An experienced Leeds City AC man.
Yeah, very interesting to see. Good international mix in as well. Some athletes from Greece, Italy, Norway, and Finland, as well as a couple of athletes from Belgium thrown into the mix as well. So again, our pacers are going to be at the front. Now, this race was due to go towards the 29:10 mark. We almost saw that in the race before that in the D race. This is a C race that could be knocking on the door of 28 minutes. Jonathan Escalante Phillips, a very experienced Coleridge and Cambridge athlete. So super on the road, super on the track. And Alexandre Lepere, the Highgate Harrier. So this is a really, really strong race. Thomas Crockett, I'm looking out for Crockett. He's going to be an interesting runner. He's the University of Exeter athlete that seemed to be bold in different Bucks races. He's actually the Bucks champion from just a few weeks ago.
Well, exactly. Crockett, a very, very strong athlete, especially at this level. But we saw an Indian take that last race. They've come over to Highgate on a mission because we got two up front now as well. It is Barwal of India. I mentioned him already, and he's joined this time. He's got company, a teammate, Jot Singh, also from India, 29.14, his lifetime best. He was second at their 5,000 meter champs. And it's crazy to think that a few countries already, Ellen, have had their national championships. I think Germany have already had their 10,000 meter championships, Spain as well, and they're coming here today to kind of back up that performance. India clearly already had theirs as well.
Yeah, looking at his recent performances, you mentioned it at the start, Matt, 13.51. That was on Monday in the same race that the winner of the last race took his personal best. It's just a second outside his lifetime best. He's gone one quicker by a second. That was back in 2022. But we're seeing a very similar style of running, and if last race is anything to go by, and looking at that time and that form and the recency of it, you'd think we're in for something similar here.
Exactly that. I had them about just 67 through that 600. We'll see what this first 800 is going to be. I suspect around about 213, 214. They're looking very good at the moment, the pair of them. Wow, 67-1, 213, putting on a show. And Indian athletics, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's here to stay.
Well, maybe we can make them the Pacers for next year, put a Highgate Harriers vest on them. So that group behind, obviously wearing not his Cambridge and Coleridge vest today, but Highgate Harriers vest as Escalante Phillips. He's got an important job of running around about 70 seconds per lap, 2:55. And we saw the importance of the Pacers for the runners that are going for those times, as opposed to they've just got to let these two runners go and just let them do what's going on. And look at that 2:47 first kilometre.
Wow, we are on for something very, very special. That it is inside 14-minute tempo. Ladies and gentlemen, to you at home, so we are inside 28 minutes, and this is a European standard. To put it into context, is 27.50. They're not hanging around.
Yeah, 27.55 pace.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think Jot Singh, who's in second, he's got a little bit of his sensible hat on. He's like, blimey, mate, can we just back off a little bit? Can we work together?
Coach said we've got to go out in 69s.
So 66.
It's obviously worth mentioning, though, almost identical times, these two in that race on Monday, 13:51.61 for Jot Singh. So, they're both in very good form, in very good shape. And, it is impressive that they've carried that over from a race in India on Monday.
Think about that travel.
Yeah.
How many hours is that flight getting here and adjusting to the time zone as well?
We were thinking that flying in from Ireland this morning, like the winner of our second men's race was quite some effort. Flying in and getting acclimatized for this, with this being a sea race as well. That's something we talk about with the elite competition. We talk about this with the championship, allowing time, to get your body adjusted. This is something we're now talking about in the men's sea race.
Right. For me, Sarwan is running this like a 3,000 meter race, to be honest, isn't he, James? But I suppose when you get to a world-class level, a 10,000 runner, it looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, as we said, we're seeing a sea race operate at low 28-minute pace. It is bold running here. That's a 65.9 lap, 4:26. for 1600, so just shy of the mile, around about 4:28 for a mile. The group behind going through bang on that 70 seconds, and literally we're looking out in front of us. It's a train of athletes going through as one big pack.
Yeah, and do you know what? They are all single file at this stage, and look, it suggests two things. It suggests that maybe they've got a little bit more experience. These men want to be right on that rail, but also potentially it's a little bit hot for a lot of them at the moment, and I think we're going to see that large group break up over the next few. Look at that, that's a perfect shot as they come through that lactate on Lovers at Hennigan. James, 1500 meter man on the outside, seems to be transitioning to the longer distances, 5 and 10k, full-time doctor as well. And Ben Bradley also in that chase back. He's fresh off altitude stint, like a few of these men in Font-Romeu, alongside Jack Rowe as well.
Yeah, James wasn't too well in the week. It's tough juggling, being a full-time doctor with studies. As look at that, another very fast kilometre split, 2:45, a 66-second lap. But as you're right, you know, these are quality athletes behind. You know, the speed that they're travelling up front. As you can see, the group behind going through in yeah, that was inside the pace needed, 5:48, 5:49, and the whole field about 5:55 through 2 kilometres.
This is relentless. I mean, I can say Jot Singh, I had him at about 5:40 for 2 kilometres, so he's a little bit more sensible, around about that 68 second per lap, still 28:20 tempo.
Oscar Bell's up there, 30:34 at the Vitality last year, but 14:07 at the Podium Festival in Leicester on a bit of a wet, breezy evening, so he's in good form. Ben Briggs is another one up there, the Belgrave Harrier, so 29:35. This is, I think, his first ever track 10,000 metre race. So, and 14:23 on the track in Battersea a few weeks ago. But up front, this is a very, very bold bit of running. We saw it in the race before by his compatriot, and Bauer is doing exactly the same in this race. A 67 lap, but he looks so full of running.
But he does, doesn't he? And I hope at some point he can get joined by his teammate. I think his teammate's being a little bit more sensible at this stage. Look at that, there's Charlie Brisley there and Newham. So we've got a fantastic pack, a single file train of Ben Bradley's drifted up a few spots in that Aldershot Farnham, a district vest. It was a vest we became used to seeing down here in the 9 and 10Ks. Perhaps it's faded a little bit though, but I know they've got some great talent coming through.
Yeah, it's one I think we'll see a lot in the women's races, and potentially some of the juniors as well, over 800 metres. But this was the point that in the race before we asked the question, has an athlete gone off too early? And I don't think there's any doubt when you look at the times, you look at the personal best, the achievements recently.
Jadwana Manges is the other athlete that's giving chase, the Medway athlete. He was 6th in the C race last year, but he did run 63:49 in Barcelona over half marathon, and even popped to 3:56 1500 a few weeks ago. So he's in good form, but he was caught in that middle ground of obviously staying with the group because he's seeing athletes go off the front. And look, there he is in the red, in 3rd place. But he's in no man's land, Matt, isn't he?
Yeah, again, it's a tough position because I think in his head now, he's gone off the front and he's trying to close that gap. These men at the front are operating 68, 67 tempo, which means Menges, if he does reel them in, he must have thrown in a few 66s, a few 65s to get onto him. What is that going to do? We talk about the modern day, the lactic and spiking the lactic and all that. He must be really working hard to get back on terms with these men.
Well, he's got a few tunnels to go through, named as lactic tunnels of love. There you go. 8:21 through 3,000 metres, so 2:48. So it has slowed very slightly, but when you go down the pace chart, 8:21, that puts us still very, very fast. That's still operating around about sub 28-minute pace, Matt.
It is, and he looks relaxed in the face, and just because we saw Matra in that previous race, he held on. Yes, he slowed. Yes, he fatigued. But a completely solo 10,000 metre effort, you would expect that. But he didn't implode, did he? He didn't absolutely, you know, his lap splits didn't fade too drastically. They slowed to 7, 8K, but then he rallied again that final K. So I think Barwal here is doing something similar.
Yeah, Barwal has gone off at a pace we have never seen in a C race. Jotsinj behind him has dropped around about 9 seconds. Menges behind him is another 4 seconds, and then the group, the big pack, are 23 seconds behind Barwal, but they are operating right on that 70 second per lap mark.
Yeah, one of the athletes operating on that mark is Nikolaos Stamoulis. of Greece. He was 6th in the B race here in 2023. Dropped a 30.01 at his national championships, a personal best of 29.24. He's right at the front of that big group in behind, and will be one of the athletes you imagine towards the end of this race who is rallying to really push those times on.
And I'm trying to spot, is it Dave McGlynn as well of Ireland, 28.59, his lifetime best set in those pen relays in what, last year or so. I think he's tucked in behind LaPetra, the pacer, the second pacer, so he's the kind of lead man in that chase group at the moment. And well, he's fresh off 14.09 at the comeback 5,000 as well, so all these men come in here with very, very good 5,000 metre form.
Another one in there, Thomas Butler, I don't know if it's been said, won the D race last year, so this is his upgrade, this is his C race, this is his prize. 30.25 was that winning time, and at the moment he's in the middle of that group and operating all at low 29, so he's improved by almost a minute in a year. This is such strong running in this C race.
Well, this is interesting. That chase pack has completely broken up. LaPetra's just dropped out. We've got 3 men now who are following it. Ben Bradley's one of them. They're kind of on their own. And this race, actually, over the course of, what, 2 or 3 laps, has completely broken up. Menges was the first to make a move, the first to try and close that gap on these leaders. And I'm just trying to see Jot Singh. I don't think we've seen him in a little while. He's definitely still in the race, is he, Ellen?
Yeah, he's still in it. He's dropped back, though, considerably. He is sort of bridging the gap between Menges. He's, what does that make that? 11 seconds off the pace of Barwell. So his pace has dropped back considerably. Menges, you'd imagine, based off that, probably isn't a huge way behind him. He's not indeed. 7 seconds. Menges is back on Jot Singh, who we can see in the centre of the screen now. Just feeling it slightly. You know, he went off a bit more conservatively than his teammate, and you wonder, you know, particularly when you look at the times that they've set recently, there's fractions between these two. Maybe he just knew that the heat, the conditions, maybe he's feeling something after that race on Monday and just thought, I'm going to sit a bit further back because I don't have the longevity in this race.
2:52 for that kilometre split through 4K, 11:14.7, so it's dropped now. It's about 28.10 pace. It was unsustainable at that sub-28 pace. The key now is how low in the 250s he can go now, because if it starts to creep up towards 3 minutes, if the group behind keep going at 255, they will subtly eat into that distance.
Well, you talk about a group behind, James. There's not much of that at the moment. Escalante Phillips is just leading one man, and that's Ben Bradley in that Aldershot Farnham, a district best. I mentioned him before. He's been to altitude. He's been preparing for this. In fact, he was due to be in that D race, I think, earlier on in the afternoon, and I think Ben Pochi's managed to move him up because he said he would love to be, and he's got a 5,000 metre race lined up next week as well, and this would be massive. He's run 29 lows on the road, but he hasn't done it on the track. I think he was last here actually in Highgate, sort of 2016, 2017 era, and ran a lot slower there, of course.
Yeah, he was in the A race, I think 2017, I think it was, so it's changed a lot since then. But yeah, he is a 13:49 5K athlete, and ran 29:32 on the road last year in the Vitality race, and a pretty good 10-miler in Portsmouth, the Great South Run, 48 flat for 10 miles. So Ben's got good form, and good to see him coming back into good shape.
He is. He's a man who's had a hard go at it. He's been a little bit up and down. He's had some serious injuries to contend with as well, but he's never lost that belief. And I do hope he can stay in here. You know, we're still, it's crazy to think we're still not at 5,000 metres in this race, because right now, the images we're seeing, it looks like we're in the final kilometre. It really does. Peter Johansson is another man in here. He's in 3rd place in the race, in behind Ben Bradley, the Norwegian. He's another 29 low guy on the road, a 64.50 half marathon runner, and just inside 14 over 5,000. So that's the kind of level here.
Yeah, the next split we're going to get is the back straight. That's going to be the halfway mark. That's a 69-second lap. Jot Singh there, you can see. He's maintaining it. I tell you what, considering he's in real no man's land, he's still operating around about 71 seconds per lap, and his split's going to be pretty quick through the halfway mark. So is Mendes, but I tell you what, these are doing it the hard way.
They're starting to catch, though. That gap behind Menges to Bradley is getting smaller and smaller.
Oh, it is. They're cooking up out here, these gentlemen. You can see them come by. I mean, they're running by us on this start-finish gantry. They're sweating up a storm. We're seeing something special up at the front, but the rest of these men are suffering for it. They really are, and we're seeing pockets of men. 2, 3, Tom Crockett, a Bucks medalist over the 10,000, finds himself isolated, deep in his thoughts at this stage.
Yeah, Crockett was someone coming in really good form, ran well in the podium festival of running. So that halfway split, 14:08.99.
Wow.
They are shifting. Jyotsing Su in 14:22. So we're on sub 28:20. That is phenomenal running.
What's ridiculous, isn't it? And we're going to see inside. I mean, if he can hold 70s now, sort of consolidate for a few laps, that would be a 14:35 second half. It would still be 28:40 odd over 5,000, which would be phenomenal, well inside the 29:10 pace line. So this is interesting now. We got Menges, we got Bradley in here as well. These boys have got the lights to go off. Johansson, the Norwegians coming through picture.
So halfway splits, Menges was 14:31, Bradley 14:34, Johansson 14:36. And then there's a bit of a gap then. There's some gaps developing. It is hard out there.
Oh, and the toughest part of the race is to come. Jyotsing, though, credit to him, Ellen. He's hanging in there. Menges hasn't been able to get near him. Bradley's going to come up on Menges' shoulder now. These two really, to be honest with you, they need to work together over the next few kilometres.
Yeah, it's not just those two as well as it's Johansson in behind. You know, that gap has been sitting around 2 seconds, and if he can just sort of latch on to Bradley and Menges, then these three could work together and potentially start to eat into that. But it is really lonely. They need to group together because it's so hot out there right now.
Yeah, Barwell, 70-second laps, he seems to just settled there. You know, the aggressive 66s to start. I mean, it's fearless running. You've got to give credit to him. But now, you know, we saw the same with Matry in that previous race. He just settled in at 72, so they didn't blow up. They just got a gap and said to the others, well, you're going to have to chase me, you're going to have to close, and he looks comfortable now at 70s.
Well, someone like Barwell, wouldn't it be great that someone could rescue the Commonwealth Games? Because this is an athlete we'd love to see in a championship like the Commonwealth Games. Because, you know, the Olympics, you know, are so hard now, aren't they? Think about that qualifying time. But the fact this is a C race and we are hoping for a time around about 28:30, that won the Olympic trials here when Ross Millington won in 2016. This is just the C race.
There needs to be a home for this level of athlete to compete on an international stage because there's no end of excitement here. You look out at the crowd, you look in the tunnels, everyone is enjoying watching this. Yeah, it's not Olympic standard level running, but it doesn't make it any less exciting or a complete joy to watch.
Joel Ellen, that is a fantastic point because, yeah, when you're a 28:30 man, you can get a little bit lost in the global system. You know, it's not getting you to a major games, a world championships, and it's very hard for these men. What are they running for, you know, because a lot of them, if you're 28:30, I hate to say it, the level of distance running right now, you probably haven't even got a shoe contract. You're unsponsored. You're doing it for the love of the sport. You're grinding away alongside a full-time job as well. Talking about grinding away, these two are certainly doing that. Menges and Bradley, and a man that we haven't really mentioned yet, Max Malavi, he's kind of hanging on to Ben Bradley, a 29-22 man at his very best, and he won that C race back in Birmingham in 2021. Different location, but can he work his way through the field to do it here at the home of 10,000 metre running in Parliament Hill?
Well, it would take some effort, but you've got to see these three working together now. Johansson's dropped further back, but it's all about this man in the centre of your screen and everything he's doing. It's exactly the same as what we saw the race before. We called it when we saw the names on the start list, when we looked into their personal best, the times they've run. Just on Monday in India, they've gone and they've done exactly what we saw in Matry in the race before. And, you know, he's consistent, he's sitting there and he's just grinding it out now.
Well, interesting, Barwell was only third in their National Cross Country Championship. So have we got two other athletes to come? I think we might have as well, but they split through 6 kilometres, 17:05. So, you know, we're thinking now a good last 3 kilometres. If we can run them, you know, in around about 8:30, 8:40, then we are going to get that 28:30, 28:40 clock in.
Which is just obscene. It really is. And Jyotsing's looking like he's going to go inside 29 minutes if he can consolidate, although saying that, he's a good 100 metres or more behind Barwell at the moment, but he really does. You know, this almost looks like his tempo effort. Now he's slotted back into that 72nd per lap. Menges, it must be said, is doing a fantastic job there in 3rd place. He's hanging onto the lights for dear life. And look here, then, it's a little bit of change coming.
Yeah, Menges, when I went through his, his previous races, he's someone that's really impressing me. The fact he's run inside 64 minutes for the half, the fact he's jumping in with 1500 still, I like to see that, developing a bit of speed. I think, he's someone to keep an eye out for the Medway athlete.
He is, and he's a man who's very, very good on the country as well. He doesn't shy away from racing. You talk about throwing himself into a 1500. He's willing to get uncomfortable with this sport, and that's what you've got to do, because every single one of these men right now is very, very uncomfortable, Ellen. And I think Johansson, the Norwegian, the steady, the controlled, the methodical Norwegian method is starting to pay off, because he's just working his way up onto Menges.
He's back in it, isn't he, now? And, he's in there. But look at Menges go. I'd say he's potentially looks like he's got the physical advantage, maybe not time-wise at the minute, but over Jot Singh. He can keep his eyes up, and he'll just keep looking and eating into that. And I'd back Menges to try and bridge that gap at the minute.
That's a slower kilometre from Barwell than we mentioned about trying to close in 8:30, 8:35, 2:57, isn't that? He's lucky about this kind of 8:40 rhythm. So he is starting to fade. And there's the battle of, I guess, the domestic Brits at this stage, Menges and Bradley. Johansson's Norwegian, so actually 1, 2, 3 at the moment is 2 Indian athletes, Menges, and then who's British and then a Norwegian in 4th.
Yeah, he's trying to hold on, isn't he? Also Bradley with Johansson. There's some races within races here as well. And Jot Singh is not giving up at the moment. Still 20 seconds in arrears of his teammate, but as he looks down onto the Parliament Hill track here, he will keep counting those laps down as 10,000 metre runners. The fact that we're inside single digits now, that's really important.
And am I right in thinking, Ellen, I can't quite see because of the lights in, but have the lights caught up with Jot Singh, which would suggest he's on 29:10 tempo, and we know Barwell's a good 150 or so metres ahead, so perhaps he's more like 28:40, 28:45 rhythm.
Well, this is one of the things that we'll see the lights really come into their own later. There you can see down on the feet of Jot Singh, as you say exactly, Matt. Yeah, he's on the pace, but what I was going to point out is Menges behind is cutting that gap, and it's gone down by about 2 seconds over the last 400 metres. So he is cutting it, he's picking up the pace, and he's having to do it by himself, because it's now, like you said, Johansson and Bradley, although Bradley started to drop back, but it was those two travelling together. It's Menges who's now the athlete who's trying to eat into that gap. It was 11 seconds, it's gone from 12 seconds to 11 seconds. It's now 8 seconds, the gap from Menges forward to Jot Singh, and we'll just wait for the splits to come round. It won't be so long. You can just see him in the background. Will he have run out of ground to catch him up? That will be the question. Does Jot Singh have it with the time he's run recently, with the form that he carries into this race? Can he do what his compatriot's doing and just find that steady rhythm and grind out those laps just a bit quicker than Menges to avoid being caught?
Yeah, Saran Barwell, our long-time leader in this night of the 10,000 metre PBs in the C race. It is hot here. You can see the chasing green light there, 29:10 for the green lights. We are way in front of that. That's Jot Singh chasing that in second place. Menges behind him, and then it looks like it's Johansson. I don't think Bradley's now in sight now, so it's an international 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And this is where Menges might have an advantage, because the crowd will recognise the vest. They'll be willing him on, and they'll see the gap closing, and they'll want to keep willing him forward, because as much as we love seeing athletes like we've seen in the past two races, go out there and absolutely smash it with these dominant runs, we love to see a bit of a competition as well. And the Brits on the hill, they love an underdog. They'll have seen Menges grind it out, and as that gap starts to close and close, they'll be willing Menges on.
This is a phenomenal performance from Menges. He's now, like you said, Ellen, he's got Jot Singh in his sights, and he can just continue to pile it on. He's got the advantage of that home crowd. What do you count, 4, 5 seconds there?
It's dropped to. It's gone all the way down from 12 seconds around, well, probably about 2-3 laps ago. It's gone all the way down to just 5 seconds now, and his pace, he's just rolling along.
We haven't seen Bradley come through that, was it the 8-kilometre split, so he seems to just have dropped back, or if not pulled out. I know he's got a fight. Oh, look at this then, Jot Singh, talking of dropping out. Jot Singh looks to have just pulled off to one side. He's had enough, he's paid the price.
He was holding his side a few laps before that, and yeah, going out hard. he stepped off.
What does this mean for Menges now, though? He's had him in his sights for so long. He's been closing the gap. That has been his focus. He hasn't had the wave lights. He'll now, because the wave lights are up alongside the feet of Jot Singh, he'll be trying to get onto the wave lights now because he's done so well with that focus. He needs to quickly realign what he's doing and try and keep pushing forward.
That's such a good point, Ellen. You know, that was what he was hanging on for, wasn't it? That was his focus over those last few laps, and now he's like, oh, I'm now all on my own. He would have been willing, Jot Singh, to carry on, but hey, there's another man down. Barwell at the front continues to pile it on. Look at this thing. Round the lap run as he goes, and I think they're hoping to just get a bit of a second win, just to hang on to him, maybe just keep him a bit of company. Bit of company, yeah.
Morales, I think, is the Spanish athlete moving through well. So he's 8:17, 3,000 metres this year. He's 29:30 on the road, but he's moved into 5th place. So people are struggling out there. There's some tired legs. People have not timed it as well or paced it as well as others.
I'll say it time and time again, 10,000 metre running, even 5,000 metre running, you should be looking to negative split. And in weather like this, you probably need to adjust, you know, your 5 kilometre split that you want to hit. Everyone seems to be getting slow, and I said at 4 kilometers in this race, it was looking like it was a final kilometer. People were running on their own. It was savage out there. Thanks to this man at the front, he's ruined a lot of races, but he hasn't ruined his.
Menges now, his target needs to be forward, doesn't it? And hopefully he'll have the lap runners to carry him along if he's trying to get back onto those wave lights. You know, the temptation could be to let the focus drop to behind and how far he is ahead of Johansson for that 3rd place. But he just needs to find some forward focus, but he really is in no man's land. There is no lapped runners as he comes around this top bend. He really needs to find his focus and keep his eyes up. Well, this man at the front keeps churning out those consistent laps. This has been another dominant
exactly
run.
26 minutes with 1 kilometre, so you can do the maths.
Yeah.
Whatever he runs inside 3 minutes is going to give us a sub-29-minute C race performance.
This is incredible. This really is.
Well, look, he opened with, what, a 2:45, 2:46 first kilometre. Can he close with one? That would be special here. Johansson, the Norwegian, hanging in there against Menges. Menges, I've got to give it to him. He's done a phenomenal job. I think he's a man that we're going to see on the domestic cross-country circuit over the next few years.
So the B race last year was won in 28:51. So that's a goal, I think. If it can be faster than the B race of last year, that would be some running into the last 2 laps here. And it is hot out there on the track, isn't it?
Well, and as he just eases by Tom Butler, who won that D race last year, he's out there suffering. Is that Sam Gabriel-Selassie as well on the left-hand side of picture? So there's Johansson coming round. He's going to see 2 laps to go as well. His battle is almost over. One last push for him.
It is Johansson, the Swedish athlete, going through. There are some tired legs out there. Gabriel-Selassie in the Belgrade vest. He's been lapped, but he's trying to latch on because Barwell's pace has dropped over these laps, but he will be getting some great support from the crowd. A very knowledgeable crowd. They know they're seeing sub-29-minute pace. A 14:08 first half. That is setting your stall out.
That's the other great thing about this cauldron and about this track is look how many, we're in the Seiko 10 at the minute for the timing, but look how many clocks are dotted around. This support, this crowd are so aware of what is going on here, and it is another incredible race.
So then a lap to go, a 70-second clock in James. That would be about 2:55. He's looking to increase already. He's heard the bell. He's come alive into this last 400 metres. How far under 29 minutes is it going to be?
Well, with that split, as you said, a 70 was in way inside 29 minutes. Menges coming down towards the bell. He needs a big last lap as well. Around about 28:17 for the Medway athlete with 400 metres to run, but less than 200 metres to run. Siwan Boel, who's a quality athlete, came in with a lifetime best of 29:20. He's going to absolutely smash that out of the park. A recent 13:50 over 5,000 metres. Bronze medalist from the Indian National Cross Country Championships, but he's going to take the C race here. And the Highgate Harriers, 9th of the 10,000 metre personal best. It's going to be a huge time in this C race. Barwell, 28:51, a 66 last lap, 2:52 last kilometre. That is some running, man.
Wow, he looks unfazed. I say unfazed. He finally hands on knees, but that just the manner in which he was able to do it as well. I mean, how much faster can that young lad go? You know, you're looking at 28:30, 28:20. And like you said, it wasn't too long ago that 28 minutes was the Olympic standard. I think 8 years ago, wasn't it, when Ross Millington qualified for 2016? But hey, hats off to Menges. He's stuck at his task all race long, Ellen. He's going to be rewarded with a fantastic time inside 29.5. 29.24, unofficially, of course. Live results over on Overchat. Johansson takes third in that one too.
Yeah, Menges rewarded with the crowd. They were cheering him all the way down that finishing straight. A new personal best as well, absolutely smashing his last personal best. So many athletes coming through, and this will be the one I think we look back later. And if people have been able to stick to their race plan despite the athletes going off, this will be one that will be a big PB haul.
Tadeusz Menges rewarded with a personal best, 29.26. Peter Johansson, 29.30. Some tired legs out there. There's Dylan Evans, the Australian-based Shasi Barnett, back in 7th with 29.41. Linton Taylor, who you mentioned, Matt, 29.45. Ben Cole, personal best at a Tonbridge runner, 29.53. Andrew Fife, another Edinburgh athlete, inside 30 minutes, 29.58. Oh, it's the temperature and the pace has taken its toll on a lot of runners out there.
You know, this is it. I think you could do all the training in the world to get you in a physical state to perform, to get yourself in personal best shape. But I do think there needs to be an element of mental training at this level, you know, because the night of 10K PBs is brutal. 25 laps of the track, and in the afternoon, baking sun so often is the way.
Yeah.
Joe, I don't remember when we have rain here, to be honest with you. I don't think we've ever had it. It's always been sunshine. You can bank on it. A fantastic day to sunbathe on Butchie's Bank behind us, but perhaps not to run 10,000 meters. And like I said, Ellen, I do think you need to prepare yourself mentally more than ever. You probably need to drift away from focusing on splits and rhythm and threshold and start to really, you know, design a very ugly training program so you can handle the mental state you're going to be in on that 8th kilometer.
There's nothing quite like it, is there, really? This is the most challenging mental race, I think, that we see, and particularly, you know, with the heat, with everything, you know, particularly, you know, it's so open here, isn't it? We don't see many races like this, and we don't see many races here that are in the shade. We had 2 earlier on, and really that was the difference. As you can see, the crowds. We're going to head back down trackside and to Joe.
Well, I do have our race winner, Sawan. Sawan, what an impressive performance. You led from start to finish. Tell me how it was for you.
It's a great feeling in first 5K. Then after 5K, little bit tightness due to travels or all that. We had competition 5K in 12th of this month. So directly from there, we travel to India, from India to UK. This little bit tightness all over the body. So it's not that much perfect, but a little bit good.
Well, it was a personal best. You came all the way from India. It has been worth it. Running out in front like that alone, tell me about this crowd, this atmosphere. What helped you keep that pace?
This all crowd is motivation for us. Like this all songs and cheering. This boost our mind and our body, but a little bit direct sunlight. So it's effect, but it's a great run.
Indeed. Well, I think you're used to some of the heat coming from India. It's very impressive. We look forward to seeing what you can do in future. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Simon Bilwell, a fantastic winner of the sea race as the action hots up as well. Look at that. We've had such fast times on the track, but we have some action now, not just through circus acts, but we've got some fun 800 meter runners. I say fun, they are serious fun in terms of the junior athletes that we've got from under 13s up to under 20. We're starting with the under 13s up first, and they will be serious. There won't be too many smiles, there'll be some game faces, but what an experience for them to be on the track in the same environment as athletes that are going to be trying to qualify or are going to be qualifying for the Olympic Games in Paris later in the summer. And yeah, going through them, we've got some athletes from the Czech Republic that have been here, and they're enjoying the atmosphere, aren't they, Ellen?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think one of the best jobs in the world when it comes to London Marathon, and that's setting off the mini marathon. And I think we had 38 waves this year of athletes who get to run, you know, whether they're the ones that we so regularly see from a club perspective, representing their districts, you know, every district in Scotland and Ireland, Wales, represented at the mini marathon, but you know, every district, every London borough with an opportunity to race. And it's brilliant to see them soak up and enjoy running the last 2.7, you know, I think it's 2.6k down to a mile for some of the younger athletes of the marathon track. You know, they get to go across the iconic finish line, and I love that we've been able to bring this to Highgate, because you see the impact. You know, we talk about every year with the mini marathon, you look at the athletes who have raced and won mini marathon, they've gone on to do so much within the sport. We've got obviously the runners, the athletes, we've got triathletes, we've got Jill Scott, who went off and obviously transferred into football but won the London mini marathon. And you look at some of the names, some of the incredible times in these junior races, and this is really the future, particularly this week when you see Phoebe Gill running that incredible time over 800 metres. You look at the depth, you look at, you know, Keely Hodgkinson. It was only, 2021 when she won in, was it the European Indoors, and since then she's absolutely skyrocketed. She's a household name. These are athletes who are inspired by her and will go on to be the next Keelys, the next Jake Whitemans, you know, the next stars of the track, and to welcome them here is such a pleasure.
Also, I think opening them up to this level of athletics is so important. You know, they're not going to fear. A lot of them, English schools is going to be their Olympics over the coming years as well, but they won't fear that event when they've been here at the night at 10K to perform. And just look there, Arthur Evans, Wilf May as well. These lads to look out for. The pace is going to operate around about 68 tempo, and many of them as well. Again, they would never have experienced a race with a pacemaker before. So I think it's fantastic. A lot of them local.
Could you imagine being this age and running on a track with wave lights?
It's a taste for the future, isn't it?
It really
I think
is.
To experience this at 12 years of age or so, I think it's only going to encourage you to stay in this sport throughout the many years, throughout the ups and downs that it's going to throw at you as well. And you're going to go, do you know what? I want to get to this level. I want to be here on the senior stage as well.
That's what we need. We need people like James. We need people like Kojo, who, you know, we need athletes to stay in the sport all the way up to masters level, because so frequently, particularly with young women and young girls, they drop out far too early. And to encourage that, give them a taste of racing at an event where the athletes who are going to Paris will be decided this evening. This is just incredible. It's something that, you know, you mentioned earlier in the D race, talking about, you know, your grandchildren, having stories to say to them. This is exactly, they'll have the pictures, the mums and dads will have the pictures, and this is something they'll look back on with their grandchildren and say, one day I got to race in this race.
Well, William Stockdale is an under 13, and someone's going to win this race, and they're going to be interviewed, I'm sure, trackside by Joe. What an experience as well, going through the same kind of media, the same kind of hype. We're going to line them up now and go through each of the athletes. We're great to see, as you said, we've got the local club Highgate featured on the inside as well. That's Alexandra Petticoat. But then we've also got athletes travelling from the likes of the Northeast. We've got North Shields Polytechnic in Noah Penfield. But we've got an athlete from the Czech Republic, Albert Schimmer, who is a very talented athlete. So let's go for the lineup. William Stockdale on the inside, wearing the Sharsey Barnet colours. He's 3:05, 1 kilometre, second in the Middlesex Championships this year. Jacob Cobbold next to him was 5th in those Middlesex Championships. He's a 2:32, 800-metre lifetime best. Albert Schimmer to his right is the Czech Republic athlete. Another Sharsey Barnet athlete, that'd be Denis Pascal. He's run 2:18 this year, a 4:42 500-metre athlete as well. Alexander Pelican, the Highgate athlete, he'll be getting so much support. So 3rd in Lee Valley in the Middlesex Cross Country Championships this year. Noah Penfield, North Shields 2:17, the Northern Indoor Champion. Max Harrington, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete, 2:16. Ted Bainbridge, Windsor Slough Eton. You can see him in those sky blue with gold colours through the centre. He's the athlete that was 8th in the Southern Cross Country Championship. Mason Stanford, Chelmsford, 2:25, lifetime best. Blake Birchill, Harmony Athletics Club, also running 8.6, and Wilf May ready in AC 5:11 at the Bannister Miles.
There you go, he's already a miler. Here's Wilf May. Look at the pacer getting the crowd going as well. Arms aloft. Look at the height difference as well. That Pochi's reel the big ones in for this.
It's Harrison leading them through at the moment. 2:15, Matt, is the lead time in the UK. How close to that can we get this race?
I think we could see it go down. I mean, he's a man who's run 2:16, only second at his county championships. That shows it. Well, look at these men. They're just getting excited, aren't they? They're swinging wide. They're chopping in and out. This is the first time, definitely, they would have experienced pace lights, and this is fantastic. And the crowd understand what they're watching, and this is a memory for life.
Yeah, so Max Harrison on the inside. Denis Pascal in the Sharsey Barnet colours to his right. 67.14. So if they can maintain this for the second lap, it would be a UK lead in the under-13 boys 800 metres. And it is Denis Pascal going into lead. He's got a great running style, hasn't he, Matt?
They all do at this level, don't they? They really do. They're just fluid. They're fluid. He's just a little bit hunched. You can see him tightening up a little bit already. I was going to say it's North v South London at the moment, but it's all North right now.
Yeah, it is. Noah Pensfold is also there as well. He's moved into second place. We're in 5:02, 140.86. I tell you what, 2:15 is on. If they can close in 34 seconds, we're going to see a UK lead here. It's the Sharsey Barnet athlete, Denis Pascal. The chase behind, Noah Penfold. Behind the early leader is Max Harrison, but he's in third place now into the home straight. Going through the tunnel of lactic, and they're going to feel that in this 800. Now, Noah Penfield on the left-hand side. The North Shields Polytechnic Club athlete is going to take it. It's a UK lead, 2:13.78, a massive lifetime best for Penfold. The Northern Indoor Champion becomes the winner of the under-13 boys here at the night of the 10,000 metre PBs.
I'll tell you what as well, what was his last lap? 66 on the front end. I think he's run a 64, 65 final lap as Penfold, which is serious speed.
Negative split.
Negative split in an 800, there you are. Not many can do that, he can.
What a race, and I tell you what, got to feel for the Sharsey Barnet athlete, Denis Pascal. He's fresh from a 2:18 lifetime best, so he has smashed that. If someone said you're going to run about 2:14.09 exactly, he's got inside the UK lead, but he's had to settle for the runner-up spot. Look at that shot in the home straight. I tell you what, that is going to be a video clip that is going to be rerun and rerun in both of those households.
What a celebration that was as well, and I wonder if we're going to be able to see him in future years. I certainly hope so.
How exciting was that, Ellen?
I'm lost for words, really. Like, what a race that is. And, you know, we've had 1 mile races here. We've had, you know, some really high quality races at junior level, at senior level, over, you know, shorter distances. But I just love this, the opportunity to see races like that, have the athletes go out and just enjoy themselves. That's Eve Beddoe on the middle of your screen. Last week, she set the fastest time for a British under-13 over 1,200 metres ever at the Merseyside Championship. She's the European laser run champion. Her twin is in this race as well. She goes in the outside lane, Isabel. She's the Merseyside 800 metre champion. I mean, if you like that race for stacked talent, you're going to love this one, because there's so many athletes in here who are leading their age group when it comes to topping the UK rankings for various distances. Madison Kindler, you can see there, she leads the way in the under-13 rankings for 1,500 metres this season and all-time, 4:41. She's the Southern under-13 indoor champion over 800 metres, also a triathlete. You can see Isabel, the other twin, her name pop up on the bottom there. We've got Capri Cooper in this race as well. Fastest British under-13 over 800 metres this season. You can see her, she's the tall figure. Just how you can see her as the screen came down. That's Madison Kindler in the glasses. She's one to watch. So she goes in lane 2, run from the outside in. Isabel Beddoe goes in lane 12. Beatrix Cook in 11. In 10, Eve Beddoe. Capri Cooper, one to watch in 9. Karolina Voskova of the Czech Republic in 8. Sophie Bolton in 7. Nia Williams in 6. Another of our Czech Republic contingent goes in lane 5. Aliska Anna Milfay, Sienna Darcy in 4, Blake Upson in 3, Maddie Kindler, one to watch in lane 2, Alice Clements in lane 1 on the inside. But so many of these athletes already showing an exceptional amount of talent. We're looking, I think, around 2:18 the pacing for this one, although I've seen it come up at 2:16 on a different document. I wonder whether that's just been copied over from the race before. I think 2:18 is more of a realistic target for this. You can see the twins, they're out well. Even Isabel Bedo as...
Oh, have we seen the pacer just cut in a little bit too early there?
A little bit too early, and I wonder if that's caused a bit of confusion. Capri Cooper, the tall figure right at the back, you can see how she towers over the athletes around her. Yeah, the pacer unfortunately cutting early, and that just causing a slight bit of confusion. It is Isabel Bedo who's in behind the pacer. The Merseyside 800-metre champion, newly crowned, Madison Kindler, as we said, she's tucked in behind. She's attracted a lot of attention from across Europe. Milfay saying that she's one of the best in the world for this age category, but I wonder whether that early cut will have any effect.
Well, that's some complimenting, isn't it? And I don't think it will. I mean, hopefully no one gets disqualified. What a horrible thing to happen at this level. I think it was just the pacer who made the mistake. These ladies, these girls know exactly what they're doing. Look at that, 67.46. We might see a 2:13 like we saw in that boys race earlier. Kindler, the question being asked, and you mentioned Bedo, the Warriors Pentathlon Athletic Club doing a phenomenal job in developing this young athlete. And it's interesting at this level, the multi-sport that these athletes participate in.
Yeah, exactly. The European laser run bronze medalist, her twin sisters not far behind. You can see Eve going out wide. She's in the hat. As we said, running the fastest time for a British under 13, over 1,200 metres. She's just sneaking past Kindler, but what a run this is for her twin, Isabel, who's out in front and opening more than just a gap. Capri Cooper a little bit further back. There's a shot of Upson, but this is brilliant from Isabel Bedo, who's into the last 100 metres. Her twin is in behind. Capri Cooper's coming round Madison Kindler, but this could be a 1-2 for the Bedo twins. What a way to announce yourself at this event. They do so well, they dominate so well in the north of England. Merseyside champions in respective events. It's gonna be Isabel Bedo, or will it be a twin? It's the twin. Eve gets there on the line after such a brilliant run from Isabel, who just picks herself up. Did Capri Cooper get past before? That's such a hard watch. As Isabel just tumbles before the line, her twin will rush over. Disappointment from Isabel Bedo, who just ties up before the line after an incredible last 200 metres.
Oh, wow, that is, how about that? Hey, you know, we see it time and time again in 800-metre running, don't we? Even at the highest level, what happens is nothing to be ashamed of. It's through giving it your absolutely all, and the Bedo twins certainly did that. I mean, Ellen, the question for me is, I just don't know if she got across the line. I think the athletes behind just flocked past her, didn't they?
That's such a hard thing, isn't it? You know, it's so close. We can take a look back at the relay. Capri Cooper, as you'd expect for the British, you know, the fastest British under 13 this season. She was rallying late. Look at this, the height difference. She can just open her stride, open her gate and just cruise. Isabel Bedo, you can see she takes a look behind, she sees her twin, she just cuts inside, and there'll be the sibling rivalry as well. She's just the wrong side of the line for me, unfortunately. She gets herself up, I hope, before Madison Kindler, who, you know, is a talent herself. But that is such a hard watch, and, you know, you look at it as well, you know, I'm sure we both know, we've both got siblings in sport who we grew up competing against. Having that sibling rivalry there as well, it's just an extra bit of spice, and I'm sure she wouldn't have wanted anyone else other than her sister to come past her at the line, but that's going to be a hard one to take as well.
I certainly think so, and no, you're dead right. Look, it's fantastic to have, you know, training partners and great friends in the sport is one thing, but for that to be your twin sister, I mean, you hope they go the distance. I'm going to say it, Ellen, two of the most exciting races we've seen this afternoon have been in those 800s. Those under 13s have thrown up some fantastic races, and Bedo, I think, yeah, when we get to the technicalities, I think her shoulder might have been across the line. I think she might have just broke the plane there, if you like, but hey, we'll leave that to the photo finish. Take a look on open track as we speed through into this under 15 boys 800 now as well.
Well, I'm just taking a look over my shoulder. As we said, we're in the Seiko tent, the timing tent, and I just wonder, I hope that she she does get the credit. Did she do it? She did it. Second? She got her body over the line. We've just had confirmation of that, and you know that is a real relief. You know, as you'd imagine as well, the parents hoping and watching on. But yeah, the drama. You have to say, I did think she just gets she gets over. She just dives over.
Oh wow, that is tight running that we've had in both of those under 13 races. So close.
It's a skill. It's a skill to do that. Timed it to perfection. She ran 800 meters, not a step further. How about that? Next up on the track, then under 15 boys, 800, Ed Pascal. We saw his younger brother go in that previous race, Fred Furman as well. You've got Gibson, Wharton, Hearn in here, Theo Creed, and I will just say, paced at 1:59, which for under 15 boys is phenomenal. The UK lead, 1:59.58. Yari Delem up from Leeds. He's not here today though, so what can these men do? As they await their starters' orders, I'm sure a lot of nerves going through them at the moment. That will all go as soon as the gun sounds. And we hope they break smoothly over on the far side. We saw a little bit of confusion in that previous race. A lot of these athletes sharing lanes. That's to bulk out the field, to give as many men the opportunity to compete here as possible. And James, I've got to admit, you love to see that. You want these athletes to experience the very best.
Yeah, this is a really great experience for them. But as we've seen in the races, they've been tight affairs. And they've got paces in each of these races. These under 15 boys, Felix Kent Highgate has taken them through, looking at 59.5 through the 400 metres.
He's doing a good job at the moment. What, a 28 high, a 200, that's about right. They'll ease off around this bend. You got Will Hapgood there, the man from Windsor and Eton and Hounslow. Peter B, his coach, he does a great job at bringing through that talent there at that club. He ran 201 indoors and the England champion over 800 indoors. So can he carry that form? Here, he's the second-ranked athlete in the country as he looks to fight to try and get it inside at the bell. He's not going to do it, but 59.29, it's on, James.
Oh, it is on. That is a very good time through the 400-metre split. So we're looking for knocking on the door of 2 minutes. Can we get inside 2 minutes, Matt?
Pacer almost throws himself aside, leaves it to these men to go toe-to-toe down the back straight, and Hapgood looks to be trying to get on that inside lane, and I've got to give it to Freddie Gibson. He's holding on. He almost shrugs his shoulders to say, mate, that was out of order, but it's 800-metre racing.
1:20.20, the UK lead, Jared Alvin, 1:59.58. So a sub-2 clock in, and we could have the very fastest time in the UK for 2024. They're coming into the last 120 metres, Matt.
Well, what can Hopgood do here? 5.46 is a late entrant as well, so unfortunately we don't know who that is. But Hopgood, second, nationally ranked. Can he hold on? Showing his class. This is why he's the England indoor champion. He's going to do it inside 1:59. Oh, I jinxed it. 1:59.04. Unofficially, though, we'll wait and see what the official time is. So often, when they take a look at that photo finish, I don't want to say they round it down because that would be the wrong thing to say, but they look at when that shoulder crosses the plane, and often athletes can be rewarded with a faster time. But, oh, well, he fought the whole way. He fought for the inside, and it paid off.
Well, getting results through, I think we've had 3 athletes potentially inside or very close, and it's coming up. The William Hapgood there, very good running by the Windsor athlete, 1:59.09. Harry Dunn, the Chichester winner, with a 1:59.46. All these personal bests, by the way. George Gilbert, Brighton and Hove, 1:59.65. He was the athlete wearing 5.46 that made a bold late move. But 3 massive PBs, 3 inside 2 minutes. What a win by Hapgood. And that's not a long journey back to Windsor, but it'll be a very proud one.
He's relatively local, isn't he? But oh, it's scary, the talent we got in this country over middle distances. I mean, we mentioned Phoebe Gill, but we're going to see those under-17s take to the track a little later as well. And already, we've got under-17s breaking 1:50 for 800. So he's got a way to go before he steps up into that age group. But boy, oh boy.
Yeah, just summarising the results from earlier. Eve Beddoe coming over the line. Not just a new personal best, a UK lead for her age category. Capri Cooper, a new personal best. She was the previous UK leader this season for the under-13 age category, just getting over before Isabel Beddoe, and that is the important thing. In the end, she managed to get over the line. A new personal best for her. We've got 8 personal bests in that first under 13 girls 800 metres. We call it Night of the 10,000 metre PBs. You've got to add the 800s in there as well, because these juniors are absolutely flying. As we look to our under 15 race now, Ezra Harold in the outside lane she goes in lane 12. She's one to watch. Sunny Allen of Highgate in lane 11. Kitty Scott of Aldershot in 10. Harrison goes in 9. Isabella Buchanan in 8. Matilda Robertson in 7. Taylor in 6. Mullet in 5. Georgia March on the inside though, going in lane 2. She's the one to watch in this one. She tops the under 23 rankings for the 800 metres, the 1500 metres and the mile. The Bannister mile just two weeks ago now. So she's in great form. We're looking at around 2:08 for this one, and that would be around or just on her personal best. So Georgia March, she's wearing 486, the one to watch in this one.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting Georgia March, and I can tell you now, she is just a relentless figure. Her mentality is what sets her apart from the rest, in my opinion. She's being nurtured well at her home club. Her coach did a terrific job, and she's just fearless. This is what I'm talking about. Looking to go with the pace. Knows she's one of the favourites in this race, but she doesn't care. She's not holding back at all as the group. I mean, look at that. They're just inside the barriers on that top end.
You know, that's the depth of the talent at this point. You know, they're all crowded in behind, but it is Georgia March who's leading the way. I've got it written down that she races a lot, and she does race a lot. She's not afraid to put herself out there. 62 through 400.
Right on the pace.
It's brilliant. She's right on it, and you know, if she can keep this up, we could be on for a new personal best for her today. She's the English under 15 indoor champion, silver medalist at English schools. You know, and she is leading the way with quite some conviction here into the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, she's piling it on down the back straight. Let's see what happens over this final 300. This is the crucial point. I mean, you speak to any 800 runner, any 800 coach, and they say that third 200 is key. That's where you've got to go to work, and you've got to hold it together over that final 200. She's done that. She's kept a healthy lead. 1:37. That's inside 2:10 clocking.
Yeah, leading the way for the under 15s in 800, 1500 and mile, and she's leading the way over 800 metres in this class field today. Driving through and into the last 100 metres, Georgia March, she's the one to watch at the minute. She's soaking up the atmosphere, but she's just driving forward. She's got this by some margin. This is an incredible race from the under 15, who could be on for a great time here. Where will she stop the clock? Well, it is a new personal best. It's not by much, but unofficially a new personal best, and that will be a new UK lead for this season for the under 15s.
Not just UK lead, it takes her into the top 10 all-time list. I think ahead of Kai Malanga and the likes of Bobby Clay, who were very good athletes, and Georgia Bell, what an athlete there who's broken 2 minutes for the first time just a few days ago. 2:08.81, Georgia Bell ran as an under 15, and she's had time out for the sport. She's had injuries, and I tell you what, so if you want a role model, tell you what, Georgia Bell's a great one to look at. Maybe, you know, these athletes could follow suit.
Oh, she is, her longevity, you know, and I think she's a great example of someone who was a phenomenal junior talent, you know, English schools winner in her time, and then, you know, hit the bumps in the road that this sport throws at you, had to go into full-time work. But look at these images across the line. What a fantastic performance. Gun to tape from March.
March looked very good. She was a quality performer out there. There was some great performances behind. We're waiting for confirmation of the times to come up, because, you know, there was some very, very fast running in this slipstream of March. But I tell you what, the performance there, that's one of the performances of the night already. And a 2:08 clocking. And we'll just wait for those official results to come up in front of us. But again, quality running.
Well, that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I think Ben Pochi threw these 800s in. I mean, we saw a couple of years ago the introduction of the Elmsey Car Mile. What a fantastic introduction that was, just to break up the 25 laps of the track. But do you know what? He's given these youngsters an opportunity here, a stage to go and perform, and I think the difference it's going to make to their lives is massive. And it's a great job that he's put these on as well down here. And we've got a few more to go as well. We've got the under 17s and under 20s to come a little bit later. But for now, Ellen, I think we slowly turn our attention to the that women's B race is going to get going.
Yeah, it's going to get going shortly. I was just taking a look outside and trying to see at what point we'll start to see athletes gather themselves. But yeah, another race that's stacked full of talent, and plenty who in the past have been in the A race. You know, plenty of talent within, plenty of international talent. lots of depth and lots of British depth, which is something that we'd love to see. Although I would say we've got a couple of decent Irish contenders in there as well, so they could be going for another winner.
Is a very quality pacemaker in there. She won last week in Belfast over 3,000 metres. She's got some shiny medals, some bucks cross country and bucks indoors. So her father, Richard Narurka, on the bank with the Pace Coffee. So one of the supporting vendors of the event. So Richard himself, a 5th placer in the Olympic marathon. So she'll be one of the paces, along with Alexandra Millard, part of that World Championship medal winning team from World Cross. So that was a superb win of a bronze medal in that event. So they're going to be pacing at a quality race, isn't it? We're looking at 32.45 in the women's B race, Matt.
Yeah, we have got a slight break in the programme until that race, though. It's due off at 6:40, so around about 25 minutes or so time. So now is the time to kind of regroup yourself and go again before the evening really gets going here and the sun setting. Not quite over Parliament Hill Fields as well, but good news is it seems to be cooling down out there.
Yeah, and the next kind of act on this amazing evening of the Highgate Harriers night of the 10,000 metre personal best is the Stunt Runner. Liam Collins is a superb athlete in his own right, a world master record holder himself, 4th place at the Olympic trials from Athens back in 2000 over that 400 metre hurdles, and he's also been a member of Team GB bobsleigh. But he's going to be jumping through some pretty scary obstacles. There is fire, there are knives, and he's also been on Britain's Got Talent. He was a finalist in that, up against the likes of Susan Boyle. So he's up against big comps. Now he's up against some fire and knives. So yeah, he's a super talented old Liam Collins. So if you do see someone hurdling over some dangerous obstacles, it's all been planned. The health and safety has all been ticked off. And Liam Collins is your man, the Stunt Runner.
Goodness me, yeah, that's throwing it back. Susan Ball, that's what, 2010, something like that. Talking of Britain's Got Talent, I think it's Britain's Got Talent semi-finals this week. As you can see, the drummers just driving up the atmosphere here, getting the crowd going. And that's what it's all about, you know, it is a festival, you would call it, on this infield. But here we are then. Let's take a look at what he's going to be doing out there.
So that is Liam Collins, as I said, a very decorated athlete. As a junior athlete, he talked about how vital his mum was in his junior career, driving him to race the likes of Colin Jackson over the 110 metre hurdles, a junior international, and then moving up the ranks, 4th in those Olympic trials over 400 metre hurdles, just outside 50 seconds for 400 metre hurdles was Liam Collins. But now the stuntman. So if you do follow him on social media, so it's fabulous. He does it through different streets around the UK. So even though he's been accustomed to the track, a World Masters record holder and gold medalist, he doesn't tend to do these stunts on the road. Tends to do them, on the track, does them on the road, and therefore he's on the track this week up in the northeast, just practicing going over these flights of hurdles on the track, but they're just not normal flights of hurdles. He has a flamethrower that he lights up 2 sets of the hurdles, and you can see the knives and the daggers. We are talking about 1 millisecond to the left or the right, and yeah, that's not just a strained hamstring or a torn hamstring.
It's quite literally a torn hamstring.
It's a cut-in-half hamstring.
Every year, I go home from this event and I sit down and I reflect on everything that's happened, and sometimes I think, surely I've made that up. And each year I haven't. It's just, it gets crazier every year, it gets more exciting, and it's genuinely like one big fever dream that I absolutely love. I remember last year we were commentating on one of the, the fastest woman we've seen run on British soil, going 4th on the all-time list, and there's 3 people halfway up a climbing wall while we're seeing that record smashed. And you just think, where else? Because there is nowhere else.
And the bands as well on the course as well. I say the course is the track, obviously, but the noise that they give to the athletes and the rhythm, and the African athletes have often talked about that drum noise that that they love running to, but it really adds to the occasion here. And you can see a few nice cold beers on the side of the spectator sections here, but as you said earlier, people can get onto the infield. You know, that's rare, and it's literally packed numbers-wise, expecting a total of around 8,000 to 10,000 footfall today for this event.
That's mega. You think about the likes of our national championships, doesn't get anywhere near it, and we've always said, you know, British athletics, we know it's going to be a British Championships in those 10,000 metre races later on, but, you know, they need to look at this and how can they replicate it. I know it's a little bit more difficult when you've got field events and everything involved, but look, they've made the sport sexy, haven't they? They've brought people down, and this is an opportunity for those fans just to reposition themselves, Ellen, and, you know, whether they want to go explore a little bit, because so far it's been relentless, the races, so a good little 20-minute interval for them.
Is a man running through knives and fire sexy? Is that what we're is that what the kids are saying these days,
look,
man?
For me, a 27-minute 10K is sexy, you know,
that's what I'm
exciting.
saying, sexy.
Matt finds it sexy. I tell you what, this is going to be some spectacle, and again, not too many events can someone have a flamethrower on the centre of a sports arena or event.
I know, I think that health and safety brief for whatever you've got to do to get this event on, Ben, is getting longer and longer every year, and I think he is finding it more and more of a headache, but he continues to kind of push the limit, see what he can get away with, if you like, and this year, yeah, we've got the Stunt Runner.
Yeah, and you can see at the Stunt Runner if you want to follow Liam on social media, and he's spiking up, and he's gone through a full warm-up for this. So again, watched him multiple times getting ready for his street performances, and we've got Joe down with some of our 800-metre junior athletes.
Well, I do have the lovely Bedo twins with me. Both of you, fantastic racing. I know it was a bit of a disappointment at the finish line for you, but really well done. Let me start with Eve, a new personal best, and what a place to do it. How much did you enjoy that?
It was really good. It was really hard at the end because my legs were proper dead, but I'm really happy.
Aww. And it's a little bit bittersweet seeing your sister obviously fall over there, but how proud are you of what she did?
She was doing so good, especially at the end. She had really bad lactic, but you still kept going and it was really good.
Well, Isabel, I know obviously it wasn't the finish you wanted, but it's a great learning experience, and I know you'll have some really great races to come. How much did you enjoy just the atmosphere and the feel of leading the race?
I mean, the first lap was amazing. I felt really good, and then when I just got to the home straight, I was like, oh my God, I can't move my legs.
Oh, well, we know we're going to be seeing a lot more of you. What about the atmosphere here, the experience, being interviewed, having such great athletes running around you?
I really liked running through the tunnel with all the music. It was really cool, and the whole atmosphere is like awesome. It's really good.
Exactly. Lactic Tunnels of Love. Did you enjoy that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed. All right, well, these two, we're going to be seeing a lot more of them in the future. Back to you guys.
I think I'll have to double check it as well, because I was focused on the under 15s, and that's the timings I've got up in front of me. I'm pretty sure, even though Isabel Bedo fell over the line, well, she's now been credited for second place. It was close between her and Capri Cooper. It's a new personal best. It's a huge, actually, personal best for her sister Eve, who has tended to do a little bit better over the longer distances. It's Isabel who's been focusing on the 800 metre and the shorter stuff. A huge personal best for Eve, and that's now a UK leading time for under 13s of 2:16.9. Both of them competing in the early stages of pentathlon as well. It takes a while for athletes, and it's same in, you know, when we look at multidiscipline sports within athletics, and, you know, the heptathlon, the decathlon. It takes a bit more time for the younger athletes to develop into it. So for pentathlon, they do the laser run. Both of them have medalled. Eve, the champion of Europe in the laser run. I think Isabel is a bronze medalist. You know, they're real talents, and they're people, they're athletes that no doubt we're going to see in the future, whether it be in pentathlon or whether it be in athletics. That's the confirmation of the results from the under 15 girls on your screen. Georgia March, well, what a run it was from her. And, you know, when we look at Megan Keith coming up later on, it's so great to see British athletes running so brave. We've seen it with Keely Hodgkinson. Obviously, we're going to mention Phoebe Gill from last week, taking out on a time where, you know, she was cruising past the pacemaker, you know, an established 400-metre runner in the closing stages of the first lap. And it's great to see young British athletes, particularly the young women, encouraged to run bravely.
Talking about that, let's hear from that race winner, Georgia March.
Well, Georgia Marsh, what a sensational performance that was, seeing you lead the race from start to finish, and you got a new personal best. Tell me how all of that felt for you.
Well, I wanted to get clear from the start, so I thought I'd get a fast start and get out of trouble early. And then I was running with a pacemaker, and I knew she was going at 62 pace, so I tried to hang on to that, but it felt a bit quick. And then as we reached the bell, I just thought, oh, I'll try and push on as fast as I can, have a strong finish, so yeah.
And this is your second time racing here at Night of the 10,000s. We should call it Night of the 800s. They were all such sensational races. How is the experience, and for someone like yourself, running with a pacer doesn't always happen at under 15 level, does it?
Yeah. Well, the atmosphere is really great, and it's so loud on the back straight, so, you know, it like makes you want to just go quicker and quicker. And yeah, running with a pacer, it's good for like young athletes to get like an experience of what it is like running a professional level and stuff, I guess, with a pacer, so yeah.
What an opportunity to be here on a night like this. And not only did you get a personal best of 2:08.5, but it's also the top 10 on the all-time list. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, it sounds amazing. I was aiming for a PB today, so it's good to, I'm happy to have got that.
And now you get to enjoy the festivities.
Yeah.
Will you stay to watch the Olympic trials?
Yes, definitely.
Exciting. Inspiration to you for the future. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And yeah, that's great to hear. I'm going to watch and learn probably from the seniors in those Olympic trials. But Georgia March, what a fantastic run. Top 10 all time. But this is only the very start of the season. So expecting, this is 18th of May, expecting those peak times to come, English schools and those age group championships. So, you know, I think the all-time best is around about 2:06. So that 2:06.22, Tilly Simpson from 2015, that could be something to aim for.
Yeah, and Katie-Ann McDonald on that list as well. She's gone on to run 2 flat for 800, studying over in America, I believe at Louisiana State University. So some great talents there. Jess Judd as well. We're going to see her tonight. She's gone full circle back here. So what she did at that age. So yeah, a lot for March to aim for, I believe. And you know, you got to give it to those youngsters. The amount they race, their recovery is just incredible. They virtually race every weekend and some, don't they? But James, if you know a lot about the Stunt Runner. Are we anywhere near seeing him, take to the stage?
There's no flames yet, Matt. And until there's flames, there you go.
Oh, there's flames.
There is not speed and there's not danger yet. So this is Liam Collins, the Stunt Runner, a decorated junior international, went up the senior ranks, was 4th in the Olympic trials, and a very, very accomplished 400-meter hurdler, running 50 point for 400-meter hurdles. They call that the man killer of events. But I tell you what, he's decided to make an event of his own that could be just as deadly. So a Masters world record holder, a Masters World Championship gold medalist, and now he invites people to watch him on the streets do these stunts. And I tell you what, they are dangerous.
Oh.
Over to him.
This is the most dangerous stunt I've ever done. I've only done 3 hurdles in the public, and this is 5. So we'll see. The first hurdle that I go through is sort of 20 balls of fire. I'm doing it like a hurdle. So I was never a very good gymnast, never a very good acrobat, so I'm not going to do dives or do flips. I'm going to go leg first, hit the splits like hurdlers do. Hurdle number 2 has got 20 metal spikes. Now I'm going to borrow this little line and inject them. I'm going to check these, right? How about the other end? Sharp? Yeah, okay. Yeah, don't try this at home, alright? Do it at school. If it goes wrong, you happen soon. Now, I'm going to get through the ring of spikes without taking any skin off my back, without clipping my sack, or worse. And if I get through there unscathed, I've still got hurdle 3, another ring of fire. If I get through there without setting myself on fire, which, by the way, these clothes are not fireproof. They're not spike-proof, they're not knife-proof, it's just a regular tracksuit. So the only way to do this is fast and precise. Hurdle number 4 is probably one of the worst. It's the ring of knives. 28 in total. They're real, they're sharp. If I hit them, they hurt. If I land on them, they're going in for me. Hurdle 5, to finish it, of course, yet another ring of fire. People, all I ask during the show, make as much noise as you possibly can. I'm going to be sprinting through here. The exciting part about this stunt is, you don't know if I can do it, and I don't know if I can do it. So let's see what we got. People, if you're with me, if you're ready, everyone together, let me hear you say yes! All right, here we go. Liam, let's get the music on. Let's light these up. Let's do that. Two on two. All right, 5 marshals, are they ready? 5 line games, are ready? Okay.
So if you're joining us, this is the Stunt Runner at the 2024 Highgate Harriers, 9 on the 10,000 metre personal best here from Parliament Hill track. This is just one of the bits of entertainment before the next race on the track. That will be the women's 10,000 metre B race. The Stunt Runner, Liam Collins, former GB international hurdler. So he has trained for this. Don't try it at home. So a knowledgeable athletics crowd know the dangers involved here. So he does this act on the streets. It's only over 3 flights of hurdles, so going over 5 flights of hurdles. Extra danger, extra risk involved. The crowd holds their breath for the Stunt Runner. He'll be going twice tonight, so this is, say, the warm-up, literally the warm-up with the flames. Just prepping himself ready for the moment. Nothing can be taken to chance. It's about timing, it's about precision, it's about rhythm, it's about 3 strides between the hurdles. Don't do any more or any less.
I genuinely, I don't really get nervous, but this is making me a little bit, just thinking about the consequences and the fact we've got a track race to follow very shortly.
I don't think this has ever been seen at a UK track meet before. The crowd are clapping. There's knives, there's flames. And there he is, Liam Collins, the Stunt Runner. And to put it in context, when he does it on the street, he does it blindfolded over 3 flights of hurdles. That is phenomenal. Whether he blindfolds himself later, I don't know. That could be the next twist. You're lost for words, Matt. You're never lost for words.
I got to admit, I'm stunned. He absolutely beasted it. He knew exactly what he was doing, but I think it just shows you, isn't it? If you're a world-class 100-meter hurdler and you're fearless and perhaps a little bit stupid, you could be the next.
Brave,
yeah,
is what you mean,
you could be the next Liam here. So yeah, what a fantastic job he's done. He's got this crowd fired up and ready to roll, as if they needed any more of that, any more enthusiasm this evening and into the this afternoon into the evening. So what are we, James? Just 8 minutes away from that women's B race. That's going to be next on the track. As we soak up these awesome pictures, as he gets involved, he gets the crowd going. And this is what the Highgate Harriers and the 10K PBs has become so famous for, is not just 25 laps of the track, it's so much more.
Yeah, it's about bringing something different and about exciting the crowds. And if this doesn't get you excited and doesn't get you a little bit worried about the inches or millimetres there. Oh, I can tell you what, I almost hit that last one. Wow.
He's got a haircut.
Oh, man. God, that was so close. And the adrenaline going through Liam Collins' body right now. But he's got to calm it down. That's the heats, Matt, or that's the semi-final. The final is coming up again later. So he's due to go just past 9 o'clock. So it'll be getting slightly dark then. And yeah, so that's just a warm-up. That's as it is used to with these hurdling. Often you have a heat, and then come back for the final. So again, absolutely superb. Ben Pochi and the team here, the Highgate Harriers, established in 1879. This club with rich tradition, and they've had multiple internationals and the cross-countries and road awards that they've won over the years. And you know, the fact they're one of the first clubs in the UK, and they are one of the now they've re-established themselves as one of the pivotal clubs. I think when we look back in the history books, people will look back at Highgate Harriers and what they've done over the last 11 years and how they've revolutionised 10,000 metre running, but not just 10,000 metre running, but endurance running. He talks about the 800 metre athletes and the boost those junior athletes got.
Yeah, exactly. It's slowly becoming across all events, isn't it? And we know that a lot of people out there, you know, meet organisers are trying to replicate this, not just on a national level, on a global level, to try and get bring the United 10K PBs to the 1500, to the mile, to the 5000, and we're getting there, but nothing quite hits like this, to be honest with you. This is the creme de la creme. It is the one everyone puts in their diary, and there's reasons for that, and you're watching these very reasons throughout this afternoon and into the evening. And just look at the crowd. I mean, James, you mentioned before as well, if you're just joining us, around 8,000 to 10,000 people will be here at this facility, and to have that at a track meet, I mean, there's some diamond leagues which would be pleased with those numbers.
It is so busy here, and there is just something for everyone. So I know friends and family come and watch their own athletes, and then stay around and watch others. We've got the juniors that are staying around. They're going to watch some of the very best seniors. And this senior field, Ellen, is for a B race is so strong. And that 32.45 goal pace, you know, that used to be something that would guarantee you in the A race.
Absolutely. You know, we've mentioned it throughout the course of the afternoon and into the evening now that we've seen so many of these athletes before in this. You know, I could name a couple in this race who would have been shoo-ins for the A race and have been for the last couple of years, and it's just testament to the standard of British distance running, the way it's developing, you know, across the country, and the way this event draws in a whole host of brilliant athletes from across the globe as well. So yeah, this is going to be another exciting one. It's very similar to the men's, where in the B race we've got, like you say, paces that, you know, would guarantee you a place in the championship race, or, you know, these are targets that would have, you know, maybe that would have been one of the trailing wave lights if we'd have had them back, you know, a few years ago. So it's a really exciting time. It once again is just testament to the depth, and it's exactly what we want to see here from Highgate.
It is, exactly. So let's take a look back over what has happened already if you're just joining us.
So back for the women's B race. The athletes just getting their final instructions, and as we said, this is a field with plenty of athletes who would have made it into the championship races in years gone by. Charlotte Alexandra wears #1, coached by Luke Gunn. She was 15th here, well not here, on Parliament Hill at the British Cross Challenge. PB set this year. Beth Kidger, want to keep an eye out for the 30-year-old Brighton Phoenix athlete. Personal best set back in 2021 when this event was held in Birmingham. That personal best, 32.54. Lanny Marchant as well, you can see her name 3 from the bottom. The 40-year-old Canadian, 4th at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow over the marathon, former Pan American Games medalist. Her personal best set back in 2017, but that is a personal best of 31.46.
Yeah, almost under starting orders. As you well said there, the Colchester Harriers athlete as we go down the list, and good international representation again. Austria, Norway, Slovenia, Greece. And again, the waterfall start, so 2 start lines. Louise Small there, you can see on the outside in the shades.
And Louise Small, one of the athletes who, you know, has competed in the championship race before, 32 years old now, but a former European Under-20 Championships bronze medalist back in 2009. She's collected so many GB vests along the way, competing at a high level for the majority of her career. And one of those athletes who, you know, in years gone by has been in the championship race, but just due to the sheer volume and talent amongst the middle distance women in this country and the visitors coming from abroad to race in this one, she's in the B race tonight.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of athletes, though, you know, when you look at these races, you do, in a 10,000, you don't want to be in a race too quick. I think there's nothing worse. You could be in a race too slow for you and kick off the front. That's where you want to be, really. But if you're in a race too quick, oh, things can go south very, very quickly. So I'll tell you what, I've just been out trackside and conditions are near perfect, ladies and gentlemen. It is cool here. Perhaps a little bit warm still, but it's cooling down. And I think when we look at those 2A races to come, throughout the rest of the evening, it's going to be near perfect for them. There's not a breath of wind here, and the atmosphere bubbling away. And look at this, and a few athletes just reluctant to get on those 2 paces.
Well, the 2 pacers know each other well. Alex Millard and Almina Rurka actually raced bucks indoors against each other, and Alex Millard breaking the record of a few years previous to that, over 3,000 metres. So
phenomenal display,
really good run
up in Sheffield then. So yeah, very, very accomplished athlete, and I think she's someone over the next few years who's going to announce herself on a global stage. We know British 5,000 metre running is in great hands right now, Ellen, and she's someone who's just knocking on the door, and look at this thing. Yeah, well, this is Lizzie Wellstead, the under-20 athlete at Colchester, in their green strip. She's got a road personal best of 32.58 set this year, 6th here at Parliament Hill in that British Cross Challenge that we've mentioned already, and 5th at Inter-Counties. So she's in good form, coming off the back of a very good winter, and already she's decided to place herself right at the front. Yeah, there's no need for that, and I think Millard's gone back round her, and look, I think that's kind from Millard and Almi there, because I think they've decided, you know, she might be a little bit inexperienced, they might know who she is, and they've gone back round her and just said, look, just calm down and let us do our job. So, although Wellstead, you know, this stage for her is a step up, and she'll be enjoying the atmosphere, and she'll be very, very excited. I think that's a great move from Millard and Almi Naroka there, just to help her out, but she, as I say that, she looks to just get back onto their shoulder and wants to almost go around them again.
Yeah, when you've got experience, haven't you, Ellen, of Millard and obviously Naroka, you've got to let them do their thing in the early stages.
So just a reminder about those wave lights down to the left-hand side of the athletes. They're going to go around at 32.45. So when you look at the personal best on the road of Wellstead, that could be, you know, that could be what she's looking to target, that quicker wave light, the slower one going at 33.30.
Well, you know, 310s are 31.40, aren't they? So that's very good running, and Wellstead again is just having none of it. She let them come by with a lap to go, with a lap run or so, and now she just wants to get back up.
Let's celebrate this. This is brilliant. I love this. Like, I tell you what, this is deciding that you want to run faster. And maybe it's a case of trying to get the pacemakers, because we know making jumps, it is difficult in terms of the A and B races now. There is a bit of a jump, but, you've got two real experienced pacemakers. And the pace isn't quite as quick as they wanted. They wanted 78.5s. They're 79.3, so maybe Wellstead's just saying, look, guys, it's not quite as quick as we wanted.
Well, that's what I noticed. The first lap was a bit quicker, but that lap's just popped up, and it is slightly slower than what they've written down as what they want. When we're talking about, though, mentioning maybe a bit of an experience and a bit of a step up, even though she has run this distance on the track before. When you want to talk about experience, Lanny Marchant, who's wearing number 64, who's just biding her time, just sat around the outside. She's out of trouble. She has got so much experience, but she hasn't run a track 10K since 2016. But she's got, just outside the medals at the Commonwealth Games, she's got the backing and the support on behind her of a brilliant career internationally.
So interesting when you look at Wellstead's kind of CV for the last 2 weeks. She obviously ran 16:29 in Battersea in the Comeback 5000. But, a few weeks before that, she'd run, that twice for 10K. She ran 32.58 in the Little Bromley 10K. But, that 10K on, that 5K on the track tells a little bit more. And the fact she's trying to run that pace now and faster, I think just sit in the group.
Yeah, you never know how they're training, how they're shaping up. She may have just done some of the best sessions of her life, and she wants to get after it here today. 5:13 through the mile. It's very, very quick. James, yeah, that is bang on that tempo that she ran for 5,000 just, 3-4 weeks ago. And at the moment, look, at this race, she's helping out Millard, she's helping out Naroka, who are in turn helping out the rest of the field. So, Wellstead, if I was her, I would just relax. I hope our coach is on the side of me. We might eat our words late on, but she seems comfortable enough up front, though.
But what a talent. It shows you how good the standards are in the European Juniors. She was 13th at the European Junior Cross Country Championships in Brussels on a pretty muddy course back in December. But, she's had a really long and successful cross country season, and translating that into a track season that is kicking off today. She does look good, but still very early stages.
Very early stages, and one thing I would say about those under-20 cross-country races, they're sort of run over 4, 5, 6K, and it's interesting, even at the NCAA level, that we know and love. You see the women just compete over 6K on the country, but they get on the track and they run over 10,000 meters. So cross-country is a bit of a different dynamic for these under-20 women compared to 10,000 meter running on the track. There we go, things back on pace, as you would say, picking up a little bit as well.
Yeah, but that's Wellstead who's dragged that back to the pace where they should be and what they asked for. When we're looking at what I mentioned earlier, GB versus the world, behind her it is 3 athletes who the international representation. Lanny Marchant, as we've mentioned, the Canadian. We've got Elisa Palmero, the Italian, third at the Italian 10,000 meter championships, set a PB at the European 10,000 meter cup. She struggled over the course in Brussels in the European cross country. She DNF'd there. We've got Sara Duarte on the inside there in the red, the Portuguese athlete. Season's best set on the 20th of April, that 34.29, so she's already set her sights on bettering that by quite some margin, the Portuguese athlete in the red on the inside line.
Yeah, she's looking good. She's right where she needs to be at this stage, in this lead pack in this women's race. Still very, very deep, very bunched this early. You'd expect that this early on, but it is good to see at the same time. And there's Georgian Grech as well. She had a fantastic run over those World Cross Country Championships for New Zealand. Bases herself in London, the Herne Hill Harrier. There she is wearing 37 on the outside as well. Bella Pickett just coming through picture. There's Charlotte Alexander. She's had a very, very, I guess, special Bucks career as well for Birmingham University. She's got a lot of titles, a lot of medals under her belt on the country and on the track. She's a former 10,000 meter medalist there. But back to this lead group then, and still Wellstead up at the front where she seems comfortable. And you're right, James, maybe we should start to celebrate this and give her a little bit of credit to what she is doing out here. And at this age, at under 20 level, look, you're not used to racing that many people better than you when you are, you know, someone of Wellstead's standard. You know, she's been a big fish in a small pond, and she's taken that same fearless mentality here, which we probably do have to give a bit more credit for. Yeah, when you've won age group titles and you are used to running at the front, sometimes you like to run at the front.
But you know, it's a skill running behind pacemakers. As much as pacemaking is a skill, it's ticking off those early laps, and learning to race 10,000 metres on the track is being as economical in the early stages. And you don't show your cards, you don't show your face until at least single digits on the lap counter.
Yeah, maybe she's shown her cards too early, as once again gets swallowed up by the pacers who just go around the outside. What a shot that is of the special night of the 10,000 metre PBs. But yeah, once again, it's the pacers who've gone round. And, you know, I'm glad, because it did look like the pacers were just taking a look down at the back of their heels. And I'm not sure they did clip, but it was looking like there was a few nervy moments. And then you look at the experience behind her. She's just got to keep a cool head now and, you know, understand that going from the front, going where she was, that position hasn't worked, but staying stuck in where she is a great position to be. She has, though, got so much experience from international athletes who've competed at the highest level tucked in behind her.
Yeah, and one of them tucked in behind is Palmero. You've already mentioned her, Ellen, but third of those Italian championships. She's someone, for me, is fighting for a spot to be to contest that 10,000 metre championships in Rome this year, and that is what, and we're going to get to that. There's Brits in those 2A races also contesting for European qualifying marks, because the European championships are about 3 weeks away, so it's going to be a quick turnaround for them. Often this race acts as a trial for the European Cup in the summer, but on alternate years, obviously we have the European championships, and it's in Rome. And so Palmero is going to want to be there and contest that race.
Yeah, she'll be hoping for that. The qualifying time is quick, though. She'll need to be at the front end of this race to achieve that qualifying time. But how special would it be to reach, you know, your home championships? I'm heading out to Rome. It looks like it's going to be an incredible event. You look at some of where the races are being staged, and you have to say staging, because it is really just embracing so much of Italian culture, and it looks incredible. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and yeah, as you say, if you're an Italian, you're going to want to race there.
Well, the European Championships over the last decade for me have just been fantastic. I mean, we've been spoiled, haven't we? We talk about Rome this year, but Munich the year before that. Obviously, we had a little bit of we missed a few years because of COVID, but then Berlin was just, again, those two German European Championships, the crowd there were just electric. And now we move to Rome, and we hope it's going to be similar. We think it will be, but you're right, they've had renovations to their warm-up track as well. That's a historic warm-up track, isn't it, with all the gods almost pitched around it. Very picturesque. But look at that, in whilst they're just drifting wide to grab a drink, potentially just starting to show a few signs of weakness. This pace getting a little bit hot at this stage, but cools herself off. Still very much amongst it, still within this lead group, and doing a phenomenal job. And for the first time, what was a race of about 25 women now looks to be just splitting up into two halves, and we've got 8 women in this lead group or so. Georgie Grech, one of them there, wearing number 37.
Yeah, we've got Jennifer Galikas, who is the tall figure who's tucked in behind the pacers, 29-year-old from the Netherlands. Her personal best was set back in 2022, but she has got a 30:10 road PB from last year. So you'd imagine she's aiming to take some chunk off the 34:24 she set 2 years ago.
Yeah, she's not someone who races heaps, is she? And I think that's an encouraging sign, because if an athlete goes sort of 4 months without a race, you could probably say, well, was that 4 months of injury, or was it 4 months of very hard, detailed training to really prepare and peak at the right time, keeping your powder dry? So it will be interesting to see what Galikas can do here. 34:24 lifetime best on the track, and she seems to be the only one sort of really wanting to get on the heels of these pacemakers. We're starting to see a few athletes become a little bit more hesitant further back in that chase group. Is that Katie Wood? What a race she ran last year. I think she led for large parts of it, ended up in third, but she's doing very similar to what she did last year, just drifting through. And I talk about keeping your powder dry. She is someone who targets the night at 10Ks every single year.
Yeah, you just see Lanny Marchant just dropping further back. She was, you know, really pushing around the outside, and you could see a little bit of hesitation, like you mentioned, Matt, and she just dropped a little bit further back. Like we said, no track 10K since 2016. She did 5,000 metres back in April, 16:42. Also raced Houston Marathon this year, 2:38 there. And, you know, she's going a little bit back and forth. I wonder if she's just biding her time, you know, that lack of recent experience on the track over this distance, but her experience in major championships racing and Olympic trials is huge, and she'll be one to watch, particularly now she's on the back of Wellstead. She'll want to, particularly if Wellstead keeps drifting back, Marchant will want to come around the outside because she won't want to get disconnected from this group that's led by Galikas.
Alwyn and Roker doing a great job on the front. Alex Millard just behind her. Gulkers is the athlete, the Netherlands athlete, wearing number 38, who's leading the race effectively, given that the front two are both pacemakers. And the 4 kilometre split was 13:05. So they're right on pace. They've been operating around about that 78-second lap. Let's see what this lap is. And there you go, another 78.7 lap. So 600 metres away from the halfway point. And look, there's some gaps behind already.
Yeah, they're slowly forming. We know how it plays out. You know at home, if you've been watching us all afternoon, it just slowly breaks up. But I've got to give it to Georgie Grech at the moment. She's doing a phenomenal job. She's looking confident. She hasn't put a foot wrong for me. Like you said, James, she just kept her head down. She hasn't really been anywhere in this race but where she needs to be, and that's just keeping one eye on the leaders up ahead. A 72.58 personal best in Copenhagen last September. That sort of kick-started her winter, and boy, did she kind of push on. And to go to a World Cross Country Championships and compete there, not just run and kind of make up the numbers. She competed. She was mid-pack, and to do that shows you're in good form.
Yeah, and that was obviously the highlight of her cross-country season, but boy, she was busy. She was competing all throughout the winter, and you wonder if, just sat back there, she'll just be biding her time and waiting for a good moment to attack.
There we are, and Millard just takes it up as Narurka pulls out. That's just under 5K done. Alex Millard now, we hope she can get them to at least sort of 7, potentially 8K. I think it starts to depend on what she's got lined up this season for herself, how far she takes them. She might be racing next weekend, but doing a fantastic job here. But we could well be looking at our top 3.
Yeah, you would expect around about 6 kilometres for Millard. She does look very economical at this speed. And it's probably a big 5,000 metres in those legs. Good indoor season, good cross country for the former world student cross-country medalist as well. And there's a few gaps, aren't there, Matt, of those in that chasing group?
Yep, it is Anastasia Marinakou of Greece, a 27-year-old, 16-time national champion. How about that? And she just looks to reach some contact with that lead group, and that's nice. She saw a little bit of a gap opening up. She saw they were just drifting away, and she's decided, you know what, yes, I'm comfortable, but I need to go Bridget.
Worth saying about Marinakou, she's on debut, but she has a 15:50 5,000 metre personal best, so she's got a heck of a lot of pace. And, if I'm the athletes in front of her, that's not where, and she's lurking behind, I'm going to want to think about pushing this, because she's in a really great position here to start picking off these athletes in front of her one by one.
So 16:21 was the halfway split, and just another 200 metres for Millard. That's because it is absolutely rolling here, operating at 32.40 pace in this women's B race, and we're down to 4 athletes. Marinakou, Kojo Kyereme and Gulkers are the 4 athletes that are now starting to pull even further away from the chasers behind.
Well, and this is how 10,000 metre running should be done. They were settled, they relaxed through that first half, they're on the pace lights, let the pacers do their job, these women, and now they're just looking to start pushing on. These kilometres between 5 and 8 are the crucial marks. This is where, you mentioned they're probably a little way off that European qualifying standard, but this is where they can get a little bit closer to it.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, Palmero, who's tucked in behind the leader, she might have eyes on that. Who else? You want to compete at home championships.
But for some of them as well, they might be eyeing the half marathon at European Championships, and
absolutely.
It's about your accumulation of points as well to make sure you're in the top quota. So performances on the track and the road over 10 kilometres do count towards, potentially qualifying for a different distance as well, even at Rome. And I think that Rome half marathon, that's going to be another fascinating event.
Exactly, and imagine being an athlete in that, your home championships, running round like the incredible city that is Rome, soaking that up, wearing an Italian vest. It's what you want, isn't it? And you know, athletes at this level, it's what they dream of. She's tucked in a really good position here. Like I said, third at the Italian 10,000 metre championships. She's competed at the European Cup before, and she's got herself in a very good position.
And I'm just looking, Ellen, I think it might be 1-2-2. Chloe Herbier just looking to bridge that gap in 5th place at the moment. I won't say that for sure. I'm not too confident, but it looks like it might be her, the 32-38 lifetime best 25-year-old from Belgium. She's their national marathon champion, 2:24 in the marathon, which is just phenomenal running. And that was from Seville on the 13th of February, so a few months ago, but clearly got the strength. And I do apologise, it's Gametto, but Herbier's in there somewhere. Those marathon legs are lapping this track.
No, I did spot she was down on the start list, but I don't think she's made it onto the start list today. But it is Valentina Gametto, another Italian. She was 25th at the senior women's race at Eurocross in Brussels. She's a former European youth finalist, but she's on debut. Like Malinaku, now ahead of her. On debut here is now this group split, so it's Grek and Malinaku have been left behind slightly as Grek just turns around, takes a look. I wonder if there was a clip at the heels there.
Well, going around the athlete that just has a little check over her shoulder. We are operating after that 6 kilometre split, 19:36. That was a 3:14 kilometre. So we are right on pace for that 32:40. Those wave lights are right there. So there's really good pacing going up front. When the pacemaker dropped out, the pace didn't drop, Matt, it maintained.
No, and if anything, I think they did surge for a couple laps when the paces dropped out, and now they seem to have just settled. I think whether they're going to hit 32:40, I think that depends on the race here, and if Kalakis gets any help up front, I mean, Palmero, she's just been so smooth, sitting there 3rd, 2nd, right on the heels of the leader. She was on the heels of the pace, and now she's on the heels of Kalakis, but if she hits the front and helps her out, as I say that, she might, as she just glances at her watch going through that lap.
The other interesting thing I think will be is, you know, whether Gametto, who's in that purple vest just behind this group, well, the second group, whether and when she can latch on, because you know she's got a road PB of 32:46. She set a new track PB over 5k of 15:25. So she's got the pace. It's just whether she can get back on this group in time. And as they come through the tunnel of love, it's hard to see her in there behind.
Would it be fair to say Kalakis having the races of her life? She has run 72 minutes for half marathon, but she's coming in with a lifetime best on the track of 34:24. She's got a 16:06 lifetime best for the half marathon. She's faster on the road, 33 minutes, I think, for the 29-year-old, 33:10 this year, but she's operating about 30 seconds inside that at the moment.
But she is, she's doing a phenomenal job, and I think one of the many reasons athletes perhaps don't have, or they've got faster road times in track, because of the opportunities, and that's why we're here at the night at 10Ks. You know, you probably have one crack at the whip, maybe 2 if you're lucky a season over 10,000 on the track, and look, if it's hot or something goes wrong on the day, then obviously it's very difficult. It's a little bit like the marathon in that sense, but look at here then, Palmero, 75:91, that's the quickest lap of the race, and she's looking very good up front. She's just sort of loping along around this track, isn't she? Just with a slight lead, just flowing around it.
Yeah, she's just, you know, she's just opened up her stride and she's just cruised away, you know. It doesn't look like she's changed anything majorly. She has just, you know, turned the gear up just a little bit, and she's gone so smooth, and I think it's left the others behind just a little bewildered, because it's not like she's put down a huge turn of pace or a huge sprint. She's done it looking so controlled.
Matt, she's run 8:55 for 3K this year. She's also 71.5, so she's got really good speed, she's got good endurance, and that's, you know, one of the fastest kilometre splits, 3:11.
Yeah, and that's why she's able to do this, is why she's able to turn the screw at this stage, because look, she was within herself for 7 kilometres of this race, 6 kilometres of this race, and now she's going to pile it on. This is where she's going to get that time. She wants to prove herself to those Italian selectors. She wants to be in Rome, fighting for European Championships, fighting for a European ranking there as well, but that's a big gap in the space of a lap. To think these two were side by side 380 metres ago or so is baffling. But Galukkas now, Georgie Greg's in behind and is really strung up. And she's doing the same, she's lapping her watch.
she's doing the manual splits. She's focused, isn't she? And you know, that angle that we saw just a moment ago, that's deceptive, isn't it, really? When you see this is a much better representation of the gap that she's opened up. She's personal best in every, well, almost every, well, she's got great seasons best across her disciplines this season. You know, she's got a huge number of personal bests last season, personal best in 3,000 metres indoor and outdoor this season. She's in great form, and like you say, that half marathon personal best from the end of March, she's got the strength to go all the way here.
Hope she knows we're timing her as well, so all those splits are on open track. She had a disappointing race at the European Cross Country Championship. She didn't finish there, but I tell you what, she is running phenomenally fast out there and trying to put a fast time down for those Italian selectors. Her personal best is just outside 33 minutes, but she's now getting more towards 32.5.
It's funny, isn't it, because you talk about those European Cross Country Championships and how muddy it was, and I think Jess Judd was someone who came out and said, you know, the more you try and develop that top speed, that speed endurance, that speed over 3,000 metres, 5,000 metres, you do need to work on the neuromuscular side of your body. You know, the biomechanics a little bit, just to generate that power and that force through the track. And the more you do that, almost the worse you get across country. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
Well, it is something that the Italians struggled with as a whole. You know, when we were out in Brussels, I was talking to a lot of the Italian team, and immediately, as soon as they arrived, the team captain went out, they had a look around, and you could already see that they weren't happy with the conditions there, just because it's so different. There were more than a few shakes of the head from the Italian contingent. It just wasn't for them. You could see across the results, they've got some incredible distance runners, some, you know, athletes that we love to watch on the track and watch on the road who just struggled. And, you know, as much as, you know, we can say it's a disappointment that she was DNF there, she's bounced back so well. That half marathon PB, you know, what she did in indoors since then in February, you know, 2 brilliant races, twice being her personal best. You know, she's in great form, and today she's already blowing away the field. Look, the way she's opened up, she's cruising away. You can see her head rocking back and forth a little bit now. You can see she's starting to feel it, but that gap only gets bigger and bigger.
Oh, it's like a magnet pulling her around the track at this stage. I mean, look at this, we're into the final few laps here. She laps her watch again. 5 laps to go, 2 kilometres, 3:08 that last kilometre. That's a big increase. 3:11 the one before that, and then they were hovering at about 3:15. So that's a good surge, but a sensible surge, James.
Yeah, we're inside 32:30 pace now. 26 flat for 8K is that 32:30 exactly. So she's operated inside that. That was another really quick kilometre. Anne-Marie McGlean's going very well, the Northern Irish athlete, in 6th place. She's just operating there about her own lifetime best performance on the track. So that would be great to see. So there's some quality performances behind, but getting lost a bit by Palmero because she's blown away the field in the last 2 kilometres.
She has, but you know what, Galukkas, the Dutch woman, doing a great job here, just sticking at her task now. She's got just over a mile to run, and she too is using those lap runners. And at one point I thought she was going to be under threat from Greg, but she seems to just have the strength and the confidence to just hold on and know her effort. There's Bella Pickett and Charlotte Alexander just getting lapped by this phenomenal talent here. Palmero at the front, and again, she's another athlete, Ellen, who should look at that A race and think, oh, maybe I should have been in there.
Yeah, you know, it's hard because when she's rolling along at this pace all by herself, you look at the European qualifying time, which sits at 32 flat, and you think, God, if she would have been in a pack and had a group to drag her along,
I still think it might be too much of a step up.
I think it would be too much, but you know, you'd hope and you wonder, you know, maybe she could edge a little bit closer than maybe she's going to solo running. I just think it might have given her the extra boost, but the confidence boost after, you know, the winter that we mentioned she had, after the struggle she's had, to come back and win this and have that winner of the B race, you don't know what that is going to do for her confidence as a title. So maybe, you know, like we said, there's points as well. There's other things that she can build up for European qualifying. Maybe just getting that title and getting that crown is going to be the important thing today for her.
Absolutely. Let's not underestimate how special it is for an athlete to find themselves in this position with 3 laps to run, James, off the front of this race here. You've got crowd littered 8 deep either side of the track. You're tight, you're compact, the atmosphere is booming, and she's right where she wants to be.
Well, one thing we do know is this newly laid track is fast.
It's fast.
You know, and I had a little jog on it a second ago when I nipped out, and I tell you what, you feel a bit of a spring in it. So, you know, I'm fancying getting down here for a race at some point. But the flames in the background, there's a few more laps to run here. A little check of the watch, another 75 seconds. The back straight, that'll be 9 kilometres.
Yeah, so she's just suffering a little bit, but look, if you were to say to anyone, what's going to be the slowest laps in a 10-kilometre race, you probably would say, well, around about that 4, 5, 3 laps to go, and then you'll expect them to raise it. And she's done the hard yards at this stage, so she's just recovering now. She's regrouping herself, and she'll wake up with 800 to go, and she'll just look to pour it on.
Well, around about 29.15 would mean a 3:15 kilometre for sub 32. So she's going to be way inside that. Keep an eye on the clock. 29:04.7, a 3:08. So another 3:08 is going to put us somewhere in the 32:15 mark.
That would be great for her. That's going to be, you know, it's going to be a huge personal best. You do think, though, when it's getting to that time, if she can do this, if she can keep up this pace, if she can better it, you do think, oh, put her in the A race. And I'd love to see, you know, how close she could get to that European qualifying. But she's pushing all the way here. She's really feeling it. You can see the arms swinging. You can see the slight grimace on her face as it rocks back and forward, but she's been absolutely dominant, and it's been a brilliant showing for the Italian with 2 laps to go.
Here we go, the confidence is rolling, 74. Let's hope they get quicker from here on out. How close can we get to 32 minutes? You're right, Ellen. I mean, we can't say that about every winner, though. If they win, oh, put them in the next race, put them in the next race. But she's putting on an absolute display here. Galaka's in second as well.
They do get put into the next race next year.
That's literally what
so
happens.
down at the back straight, but we're coming to the 600 metre to go mark. And I tell you what, she needs a 2:19 last 800 metres. That is not impossible. If she can clock around about 70 seconds for this lap and close in a 68, that's tough, but it's not impossible. She needs a 1:42. That's 68 seconds for the last 600. Tough, but not impossible.
You're absolutely right, not impossible. All eyes on the clock then over this last lap to see what she's up to. Just trying to look who's in third. We know Galaka's there is in second, but third place, is it still Marchant? It's Marinaku of Greece, we believe, so she's having a great run and aiming for somewhere around about that original 30, 40-ish tempo.
And what a run that is for Marinaku on her debut as well. Just stepping up and, you know, performing so well on the track. She's PB'd over half marathon this year, but performing well on the track, particularly, you know, as this was taken off in such a pace. But it was all Palmero. It has been for the last, well, probably 5, 6 laps. She's been completely dominant. She's pulled away, and she is hurting now.
Yeah, that was a 73 penultimate lap. Myself and Matt grimace because we know that means she needs a 64 final 400 metres. That's going to be really tough to do. She's going to just miss it, I think.
Yeah, she will. Here comes Marinaku through the bell, and she's 31.24. Georgie Grech there as well, sitting in 4th, so they're going to have to muster up a 75 or so to break that 32.40. It'll be a big lifetime best for a pair of them. Yeah,
and it's going to be a big lifetime best for this woman as well, who is digging so deep round the last 150 metres. You can see how much it's hurting her. She's dealt so well with the conditions today, with the heat, with the solo running that she's had to do. Into the last 100 to go for Elisa Palmero, the 24-year-old. She was third in the Italian 10,000 metre championship. She's going to win by some margin today. She is fighting all the way to the line. The European Championships standard is going to be beyond her. But it's a huge run. Wow, that is some finish.
Well, the second half was 15.45, so operating at 31.30 for the second half. 32.06.4. The time that she needed for Rhodes slipped away, but could she get in there and quota points? Fantastic performance, and look at that. Second place there. Golka's inside 32.5 minutes as well.
I know we said, you know, put her in the next race, and I know you said that it was going to be too big a challenge, you know, to go, you know, even, you know, sub 32.15. I think we were thinking about even sub 32.30 at some point. But she has absolutely smashed that, and that is just testament to her own grit and determination, because she had to do so much of that by herself.
Well, also let that be a lesson to people watching on, 10,000 metre run, because for me that's probably the best way to execute a 10,000 metre race, like a massive negative split. And look, you can look at it and say, oh, if she'd gone on faster, she might have broken 32 minutes. But also, to be able to pile it on like that, that's what allowed her to get so close to 32.06. It's just such a fine line, isn't it, James?
Oh, it's so tough. Those closing laps were getting quicker and quicker. And Elisa Palmero, she's absolutely delighted. That's great to see. I mean, she's absolutely bossed that B race, 32.06. And Golka's there, they're discussing it, and there's going to be some big PBs there. As Wellstead, I can see in the back of that picture, the early leader, the junior. So going down the results, Garrick was across the line in fourth place, big PB, 32.43 for the Herne Hill Harrier New Zealander. So Gometto, another Italian athlete, 33.09. Anne-Marie McGlynn, who I mentioned earlier, was just outside her lifetime best, 33.17. Bryony Gunn, the Birchfield Harrier, 33.22. And going down, Lizzie Wellstead, the junior athlete, rewarded with a personal best for her bold early running, 33.28.
Yeah, she hung in there. To give credit to her, that's, she can be very, very proud of that performance. I think for her, that's a massive stepping stone going forward.
And sub 16 minutes would take her to the World Junior Championships in Peru. That's got to be an aim for hers now.
Yeah, you'd think looking at that performance, it's going to be close. Yeah. She'll need to find a good race out there. The night of 10K is equivalent for 5,000 metres, I think. But of course, yeah, World Juniors, and we've got the European Under-18 Championships this year as well.
And Lani Marchant, the Master 40 from Canada, 33.24. So just going past the junior in the latter stages. So between them, personal bests are Katie Wood and Mary Sags Wagon, the Norwegian athlete, 33.26 and 33.27.
Yeah, sharing a word with some of her Italian compatriots there, and also saw Clara Lucan, who goes in the women's race, the women's championship, I believe making her debut, even though she's someone who is well known across the top level of European competition. Excited to see her make her debut over 10,000 metres on the track in the women's championship race.
There's the aftermath for you. That's an image we've become used to seeing here at the night of 10Ks. It really is like a battle scene out there after the race.
So yeah, when you look at the winning time there, it was faster than Joe Pavey's winning time from 2014. I mean, it was only just outside Beth Potter's winning time from 2017. I mean, that is so fast for a B race. Absolutely brilliant running.
And that time from Beth Potter would have been off the back of her going to the Olympics as well. So, that's just the standard that we're contending with here now. And, maybe we get to enjoy it, but maybe those watching and looking in and thinking, cool, I'd love to race there. That's what they're really contending with, because that's the heights they need to be hitting.
Absolutely. So a few races remaining here then. We can look forward to that men's B race just prowling around just on this bottom bend. You can see them at the top of your picture there. That's kind of the athletes' warm-up zone, and I'll tell you what, the tension in there. No one's saying a word at this point. There's a few wry smiles, there's a few nervous laughs, but just shaking their legs out, fine-tuning themselves for what's to come. 25 laps of the track, and a lot of athletes at this stage as well will just be visualizing what's about to happen and how they hope the race will play out. But let's get down to Joe, because we got the winner track side.
Well, I am joined by our winner, Elisa. Fantastic race, personal best, 32.06. How was that for you? How did you enjoy it?
Allora, una fantastica gara, personal best 32.06. Come è andata la gara, come l'hai sentita e come ti sei divertita?
Sì, il clima era meraviglioso e le persone erano un sacco coinvolgenti, sapevo di stare bene, però avevo qualche insicurezza dato che mi sono trovata davanti da sola, però molto contenta di come è andata.
Okay, well, the people, the crowd, it's amazing here, and yeah, I was a little bit scared that I was alone most of the time of the race, and but I'm really happy because I did my personal best. So yeah, it's a good race.
Very fast time indeed, and so close to the European qualifying time in your country in Rome. What would it mean to you to compete in Rome? You are so close now.
Hai fatto un personal best, sei così vicino al minimo per gli europei. Cosa vorrebbe dire per te riuscire a fare gli europei a Roma nel tuo paese?
Sì, sarebbe emozionantissimo perché si disputeranno appunto a Roma, nella capitale, e spero che possa diventare realtà questo sogno, e adesso vediamo, diciamo.
I mean, it's a dream for me to compete in Rome, so I hope it will not only be a dream, but it will become true.
It was a really inspirational performance. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you, commentary.
It really was, and you know, I think all of us here hope that she does make it, as we see some of our performers making their way off the track. I thought it was funny that as she spoke about inspirational performances, Joe mentioned inspirational performance, that we started to get the Chariots of Fire music. It was almost as she cued it.
I thought they were just Highgate Harriers in their black and white stripes down there. But yes, well, here we go. This race 11 of the day, 17 in total, but four of those 800-meter races to come. Got to brief you on this race. I mean, 28.10 is going to be those lead wave lights, and this is the B race. It's scary to think. I mean, we mentioned what the women's race was wanting a few years ago, but I'll tell you what, you know, up until 2018, Richard Ringer going 27.36, we hadn't seen a winning time inside 28.20. On top of that, you know, we'll start to talk about those meet records. Chilimo last year, 27.12. But a few of these men have gone 28 minutes before. Julian Wonders is one. What a special talent. I got to admit, I almost checked twice to see him on the B race start list. But there you go. If you're not proving current form, you don't deserve to be in it, because that A race is so hot and so packed. You really do have to show some form in the last 6 months.
Still European record holder in the half marathon, I think, Julian Wonders. So great to have him back on British soil. It's a very strong lineup, as Matt said, for this B race. Some of the athletes that would have wanted to have been in that A race, but they got a point to prove. And for some, they're on their way back from injury or illness, and for others, it's about putting some fast times. When we look at the wave lights, we're looking at 28.10 at the front of this B race.
Yeah, we really are. So we'll get into it. There'll be another wave light around about that 28.50, and I'll mention it just because of what's gone before. 152 in the purple there, in the green shorts, Dharmanda of India. Lifetime best of 29.11, but from what happened this afternoon, that is nothing to go by, because we've already had 2 Indian victories on the men's side, and runaway victories as well, dominant victories.
I believe it's the same kit as well as Matto wearing in for the first of our Indian winners today, so maybe the purple top and the turquoise shorts might bring some luck.
You're dead right, Ellen. As things get underway then in this B race, James Kingston there in the cap, former national cross-country champion, well, actually still defending because of this year's championship being cancelled, so he'll look to defend that title in September. He drifts himself into second place, and things get going, then you can see men still 3-4 abreast on the back straight until they really find their position.
Yeah, Joe Tufton is the Birmingham-based athlete that's going to lead them out. Very talented middle distance athlete, and to his left, or our left, and his right, you've already mentioned James Kingston, part of that World Cross Country team in Serbia, so wearing the cap. And as you said, he's got the England Cross Country title to defend in September, which could be similar conditions to today. But big field behind, and those laps that we're looking at clipping out is going to be metronomic at the front. We're looking around about 67, and they're just inside that, but we expect that in the first lap. Yeah. Given the size of the field map.
Look, spot on, and there you can see Julian Wonders there in the red and black top of the Asics singlet, looking smooth right on those green lights, and he is someone who is quite aggressive early on. European half marathon record holder, what's he on, 59 low or something absurd. Really, I guess his best year was around that 2019 year. He really came to the fore. 27 low for 10,000 meters, went to those world championships in Doha, and we haven't quite seen him perform at those heights for a little while, hence why he's in the B race here.
Yeah, here, be honest, you know, his career's kind of stalled, hasn't it? You know, since the lockdown years, hasn't quite come back to the form that he showed then. He had tried to go for the marathon distance. The best half marathon runners don't always become the world's best marathon runners.
Well, and I think actually, when you hear to a few people on the circuit, you talk to his coach Ronaldo Canova, I think perhaps he was just a little bit impatient with that marathon move, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. But when you kind of put all your eggs in that marathon basket, it's very easy just to kind of overdo it, isn't it?
Yeah, and Kojo Kyereme is one of the very few Kenyan runners we've got here at night at the 10,000-metre PBs, because there was a last-minute shift, wasn't there, of those Kenyan trials to Oregon. Otherwise, we'd expected a few more Kenyans here tonight.
Could you imagine if they night of 10Ks was locked in for the British trials and they up and lifted it and moved it to another country? Imagine the uproar.
Right, let's put the letter in the post for 4 years' time for night of the 10,000-metre personal bests being the Kenyan trials in 2028.
I just want to note as well, there's an Italian athlete who might be inspired by the performance of our last winner, just floating around the outside there, Bada Jafari. Personal best of 28.51 back in 2022, but he's working his way up. I think he was able to share just a quick word with Palmero just while he was waiting in his pen and she was just off to the side. He's just tucking himself in nicely in that Italian strip.
Yeah, and also on the outside, 3.78, there's George Wheeler. What a dynamic duo, him and his brother Charlie's going to go in that A race. Two phenomenal talents, just both recently signed with Kip Run. They're self-coached, believe it or not, and they sit down, they bump their heads together the night before and say, well, Charlie, what should we do tomorrow? And they muster up some horrible session, and but they like it that way, and they've admitted themselves as they haven't found a coach that they really want to be coached by and that suits them, so they're enjoying exploring and really just kind of getting to know themselves.
With the moustaches and the hair, Prefontaine-esque, I would
they're
say.
rock stars.
We've seen sibling success already today, haven't we, in the junior 800 metres, so who knows?
Well, this is it. So he'll go in this B race on the outside. His brother Charlie, a 13:20 man over 5,000, will go in that A race, and he'll be someone looking at that 27.50 mark and wanting to attack that. But Chariot just chomping at the bit here, James.
Yeah, and at the back of the group, Jake Smith, look to him to come through the field. He's on 28 low here. Famously ran a 28 flat time trial during lockdown on his local track. So I'm pretty sure if you ran that in this B race today, that you'd be right towards the front of the race. So 67 seconds for that lap, 4:29 for that mile. But if we cast our mind back to some of the previous races, that they have been out faster, but it's good to see a bit of control. This is probably the most controlled early stage of a race we've seen. And look, they're right on the pace lights, so doing a great job. Tufton's doing exactly what he's been asked to do.
Yeah, Chariot also very respectful of the pacers. You know, he's just staying to that side of them. He knows he wants to go a little bit quicker, but he's just doing it where he's not getting in their way, he's not getting in anyone in the group's way. Just sort of floating there on the shoulder of the pacers and on that blue wave light as well. Got to give a mention to Jack Gray as well, who's just a little bit, you can just see him in the back of the shot there. He's been in the A race for so many years, down in the B this year, in the A race last year, personal best of 28.27, coached by Mark Vile, one of the Cambridge and Coleridge athletes. He was out in Copenhagen just a few weeks ago, pacing the half marathon there, quite like Jonathan Escalante-Phillips in that same training group, you know, stepping up and doing the pacing duties now, and you'll spot him from a mile off because of his distinctive form. We say it every year.
So 2:49 kilometers in 5:37. That's good running. That's inside 28:20 tempo. That's 28. Well, pretty much bang on, James. 28:10, 28:12 at the moment. So someone worth mentioning as well is a man in, well, sort of second place in that yellow vest. So fourth if you include the pacers, Kibrab of Norway. Lifetime best of 28.08 on the Rose. This is actually his track debut, so unfamiliar territory for him. But he's a 13:15 man in Houston last year over 5,000, and those sorts of performances, anytime you see someone inside 13:20 for 5,000, your ears almost prick up and you go, do you know what, they're a serious athlete.
Yeah, he's in a great position as well, isn't he? As Chariot just tucks back in behind the pacer, just letting them do their job and reclaiming that spot in behind, just bumping him down a little bit further.
And on cue, the floodlights are coming on here. It's a beautiful evening here. The Parliament Hill track in central London. I tell you what, this is an iconic venue for 10,000 meter running. This 17 race program, we have some great junior races over 800 meters, and we've got a few more to come. But I tell you what, this B race, I'm excited to see how close to 28 minutes they can go, because Chariot looks very good in third place behind the two pacers. And then when you look down the list, it is an international field. When you go down the flags and the nationalities that we've got, Matt, I don't think we've had a B race as international as this.
No, to give context to you at home, the first Brit is George Wheeler. He's there in the purple. He's around about in 10th place at the moment, so he's someone to look out for, the shaved head. But you're right, James, it is a fully fledged international field here. We've got a Kenyan, a Norwegian, a Belgian, a Swiss athlete in there as well, Italians, it goes on, Spanish, Israeli. And it's just the B race. We're just getting started here, but Tuffin doing a superb job. I mean, one of the most impressive things I saw him do is, I think, virtually around a 14 flat 5K on his own in March in Birmingham. So on a blustery track there. So he's doing a great job here. He'll be in company, and he won't be scared of 14 flat through 5,000, especially not up at the front here. And let's hope he gets them that far. James Kingston as well. Yeah, personal shots get right up in their face as well. It can give so much away, those facial expressions. You can see the likes of Wonders and Grimard and Cabrab look very, very relaxed at the moment. Chariot perhaps straining the most, coached by Nick Bishop. He's just been eager the whole time, hasn't he? Just hasn't quite settled.
Not sure it's the night for arm warmers, but he's gone for them. So there's a control pace up front, another 2:49. That has been metronomic, 2:49, 2:49 and 2:49.
That's exactly what you want, and as the athletes get more experience, so do the pacers, race by race, so we'd expect that from them. They're doing a great job here, but things are starting to thin out, and like we saw in that men's C race, I think it was around about that 4K, things really broke up, things really started to change. Athletes were moving up, they were making moves, and I think we might see something similar here as we're through 3 kilometers now, and over the next few laps, I think we're going to see a few detachments. Seifu Jamal there, doing a great job from London Heat side. Jack Gray, you mentioned him, Ellen. And there's the Indian, Dharmanda. He's not quite living up to the 2 who came before him, but he's doing a good showing.
No, nice to see, as we mentioned before, a shot of Jake Smith there as well. It's so great to see him back racing again and looking strong and getting back to the heights he was before, because you know, I think during lockdown we all enjoyed it as runners at that point, watching him go off on his little time trialing mission, seeing the Stravas pop up, seeing the Instagrams, and you know, it's great to see him coming back into form.
But also he's someone who's open to documenting the struggles of this sport, and I think that's important as well. You know, it's not plain sailing, it's a simple sport in terms of you put one foot in front of the other, but there's so much more to it. And we know that athletes, they go through struggles, and they're right on the line, aren't they? They're always just pushing their bodies. They're right on the edge, and, you know, they could be a workout, a race from completely breaking.
Yeah, and, you know, it's something that's not just spoken about, not enough in athletics. You know, I've got family who row, and they've struggled with similar issues after, you know, struggling with Red S. And, you know, the fact that he's gone out there and been so honest and open about it, and just, like you say, open that discussion for other people, particularly for young men as well. You know, we're starting to see more discussion around it with young women, but, you know, for young men to come forward and say, this is something I struggle with, it's really inspirational for the next generation of athletes to have that conversation and have a role model they can look up to, so they don't feel so afraid of those conversations.
Yeah, and it's great to see him on the start line of this B race. It is Ponty Rodents vest as well. As on the front of the race is the black and white of the Highgate Harriers, the club that have helped bring distance running back to the fore in Britain and given a platform for 10,000 metre running, not just for these level of athletes when we start getting to the elite level, but so many good club runners are getting fast times and great opportunities.
Oh, they are indeed. Here we go then. Tuffin is going to pull to one side. That's 4 kilometres done for him in fine fashion, clipping off 67 after 67. So bang on. There's another one, 67.3, 2:49. Doesn't get better than that. Over to Kingston to get them through the next couple Ks. Chariot looks like he's struggling. He's looking like that all race long, to be honest with you. Cabrab looks smooth. Grimard as well. I'm just looking to see where Julian Wonders is. Has he fallen back, or he is known to DNF quite a lot, Julian Wonders as well. It's all or nothing. I just saw him come around that bottom bend, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't look as comfortable as he did in the early laps. He's just kind of rocking and rolling. This used to be almost half marathon pace of Wonders.
Oh, scary to think, isn't it? You know, how your performances can just dip, and sometimes you're scratching your head, you don't know why, you're putting in the same effort, but it's just not clicking. And talking of that mentality, Ellen, the likes of, you know, Wonders, it's all or nothing. That is a very kind of East African mentality, isn't it? You see the Kenyans especially, they are just basically go with it, run for the win, only the win, and if that slips away, then look, I'll pull out, I'll rest up, and I'll go another day. And we saw that at the London Marathon, didn't we, with the likes of Emil Chris and Mohammed getting third and fourth out of nowhere.
Oh, absolutely, you know, and we'll see Mohammed's brother go in the senior men's race, the elite race tonight. So it could be to the Mohammed brothers on the plane to Paris or train, depending on how they choose to get over the English Channel. So some excitement to see there. But yeah, exactly as you said, but you know, it's not just the top level of athletes where we see that. We saw it earlier on in the day where, you know, the heat was starting to get to the athletes, the pressure of, you know, seeing time slip away, seeing position slip away, and we saw it through the early stages, the earlier races. You know, everyone's susceptible to it. I think as athletes and as runners, you hold yourselves to such high standards. You know, you want to be hitting those times. You see, you know, the rise of Strava. If it's not on Strava, it doesn't count, and all of that. And you know, the pressure is there. It's how these athletes handle it while they're being watched like a hawk from every angle by 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 fans who are sat here around the banking at Parliament Hill.
Exactly that. Badir Jafari, the Italian, you can see him there, sitting about 5th place. He's slowly working his way up. 62.02 half marathon runner, Moroccan heritage. 13:30 then at 4,800 meters. James, this is just near enough spot on 28:10 tempo. They are so even, and these men will be delighted.
Yeah, leading Brit is George Wheeler out there, so he's right at the back of that group, just by just a couple of seconds. So the next split we're going to get is the halfway. So James Kingston's done a great job, hasn't he, man?
He's done a phenomenal job, and do you know what? I think his coach at home, Mark, would be very, very pleased for a man he wants to kind of develop over the 5,000, over the 1,500 a little bit before he really steps up to the 10K in the Rose. 5K, another 2:49, 14:04. For Kingston to do that off the front of the race like this is very, very encouraging. All sad signs for Jack Gray, perhaps. You know, it's hard for athletes like him. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You know, he's been pulled out to Copenhagen to pace there, but perhaps in hindsight, James, that's not the best thing for him. He struggled here tonight.
Yeah, it's tough. Might have been carrying a slight niggle. He'll be back though, Jack Gray, such a solid performer. But the pace they're operating at, there is nowhere to hide in this B race. You know, that 2:49 metronomic pace at the front, 67s again. And you can see now gaps are forming, people are struggling. See Julian Wonders there, way off the pace now to where he was just a few laps before that. Tough running for a lot of these for a number of laps to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Although this does seem like it's the first race, I think maybe of the day, if not for a long while, where we've actually been on the wave lights and been on the pace. You know, it's been one of those days where athletes have been completely crushing and cruising past the pace time set by Ben Pocci and the team. And you know, this is a great job done by the pacers today, just to control things and, you know, settle things down. We said earlier on it was a great job by them, just to let everyone make sure everyone was comfortable within that group and really control the pace. But you know, they're right on the blue wave lights. They're where they should be predicted time-wise, and they're doing a great job.
So just to give context, so Phil Jamal, who runs London Heath Harriers, he's gone through in last place with 5 kilometres in 14:27, right at the back of that group. We now obviously have had a couple of people drop out.
29-minute.
But that is phenomenal. Every single athlete in the race right now is operating inside 29-minute pace.
I think Ben Pocci said before that this is raced at a silly pace. There we see, you know, another suffering of someone who was well up there at the front.
That was Grimard, the Belgian athlete, and you know, that's a shame for him, just 25 years of age, 5th at those European cross-country champs. He's at the under-23 age group back in 2021. Studies engineering as well, but he was 35th at those Euro cross champs. And again, I think he's just someone who it's all or nothing, and look, he's got a season ahead of him, so he's not going to take too many risks at this stage. But Kyereme now at the front, Kingston pulls off to one side. Chikole, we haven't mentioned him. He was 29th at those World Road Running Championships, over 5,000 in Riga. This is his season opener, and he's just 24 years of age.
Another Brit going well through 14.09 through halfway. Scott Sterling, the Scottish athlete, is running really well. So another member of that World Cross Country team, alongside Kingston in Serbia. Struggled in the heat out in those World Cross Country Championships, but he's having a really good run today. Another 2:49. So again, Jamie Kingston has done a great job. So Mark Hookway at Tonbridge and the Tonbridge Army, I'm sure they practice a bit of pacing up in Tonbridge.
You know, we mentioned it in one of the earlier races, that particularly now we've got this wave-like technology. As you know, there's a call for a bit of a shop around at the pack there. The athletes have said, well, you know, I've done a bit of the work, let's move things around here. But we said it earlier, you know, after the paces drop out, we've seen in the past, you know, that's where there's a risk of variation of paces, but they are still cruising around at 67, you know, 67.5. They're bang on the pace still, and that is just the advantage you get when we've got the wave-like technology, and they've got something there that's still visual, even though the physical, the human pace has dropped out. Oh yes, well, we've seen Lorna Salpeter of Israel take this title before. Can Chikole do it here in the B race? But Jesus Ramos of Spain joins him. He's a man who's on 27.49. He ran that, well, 3 years ago in Birmingham, that kind of COVID 10K that we saw, the European Cup Championships as well. Interestingly, well, he's got a lifetime best of 13.55 on the roads to 5K. You can almost throw that out the window. But he did run 14.13 at Leicester, podium 5K a few months ago, and he is operating well inside that pace, and he's carrying it on as well. So I think it's fair to say he's had a bit of an up and down winter. Well, look at this surge, because you know they were just on the tail end of that blue lights, between the blue and the green, and he's gone now off the front. Chikole is off the front of the blue, you know, just about to peel away from it, and you know that's laid down a marker for the two behind, particularly Kyereme, who's, you know, stuck in this position where he said, come on, take a turn at the front, and it's left him now hanging off the back. Well, Chikole, he's a very, very good talent. Indeed, I mentioned he's 24 years of age already, and he's just a little bit of an unknown, isn't he? A little bit of an enigma. You don't quite know what you're going to get. But we do at the moment, and he's confident, and he's up front, and he's just relaxed as ever, isn't he? Loping along, and this is brilliant. We're going to get some splits coming up shortly as well, with how he's going another 67, so he's on the money. Yeah, and those competitive Israeli championships over 10,000 meters have already been, like you said, a lot of their national championships, and always, you know, a strong number of athletes, low 28 minutes, and his personal best is just outside, and it's 28.11. So, but operating inside that at the moment. But there's some big performances behind, but there's athletes now that are starting to struggle as well. Well, Ramos is someone who made a massive move. I mentioned the season best over 5K at 14.13, but well, he looks to be struggling, doesn't he? But you've seen it before. I mean, it kind of reminds me of Fernando Caro, the way he runs. His kind of arms all over the place, head rocking, but you know what? He can somehow hold it, and Kyereme just dropping back now. Yeah, I don't think it's so much that a big move has been made by Ramos. I think when you look at where he is on the wave lights, I think he's holding the pace. I think it's so much that Kyereme has dropped back so significantly, as now we see Ramos starting to fall off the back of those green wave lights. I think it's just the work that Chikole's doing, and Kyereme dropping back so quickly after offering him the line. And Ramos, you know, he's going to have to start digging now, because he's hanging right off the end of those green wave lights. Not a 67.7, then he's bang on pace. We're still operating inside that 28.10 tempo. And James, we start to raise the question now as we're through, you know, we're inside that 3 kilometer mark. Are we going to see a sub 28-minute clocking? Yeah, we've obviously slipped outside the pace very, very marginally. It was a 2:51, 2:52 last kilometer, but we're into the business end now. You know, the chase behind, remember, Ramos can close that gap, but you can see the wave lights now is what's being chased. But whether anyone from that third group behind, whether they can break away as we get to the latter stages of this B race. Can we break 28 minutes? Can you break 28 minutes, and can you find a space on the fence? It's absolutely packed here at the 9 and 10Ks in Parliament Hill. We're 8 deep up on that top end, plus the Butchie Bank behind us as well. 10,000 people in this facility. Chikole up at the front, leads over 25 laps at the moment. It does, and it's those great the green wave lights that are just to the side of him. I wonder whether the blue ones have got away slightly. Yeah, and you can see there, I did think whether that, not having that visual of the blue wave lights might mean that the pace has dropped, and you can see it there. That's the slowest lap that he's clocked so far this race. And, now he needs to hang on to the green wave lights and try and pull himself back up. Ramos has dropped off the wave lights, and this is going to be the only advantage now of being in this, position. He just needs to keep looking down, keep his eyes there, use that as a visual reminder of the pace, and try and drag himself back into that here, where we're not going to see the low time of, even now, 28.10 is starting to slip away.
Yeah, Choki's facial expression has changed. Grimacing, looking as if it's now starting to really hurt. When he comes through the finish line, he'll see 5 laps to go, 2 kilometres. Some hard running, Matt.
Well, and Ramos is just not going away, is it? You just can't shake this guy. He's just hanging in there. He looks like he's been pedal to the metal all race long. He looks very uncomfortable, but he's just hanging in there. And you know what? At the two of them now, you're looking at facial expressions, you would probably say you'd put your money on Ramos, wouldn't you? Yeah, well, that's the benefit that Ramos will have, was the wave lights slip away and that pace drops once again, 69.51. Ramos has the target in front of him with Chikole. Chikole has nothing apart from the lapped athlete. So Ramos, if he can keep his eyes up, he's swaying slightly. You can see he's gritting his teeth, his arms, rocking side across his body. But if he can keep digging here, that gap, I think, it does look like it's starting to close. That gap is getting smaller and smaller. Chikole's dropping back here. Well, it certainly is, and I think, again, we start to ask the question, what's Ramos going to do when he gets up to him? Is he just going to recover? Because he's put in some hard yards to get back on terms with Chikole. He really has. We've seen that firsthand, but if I was him, I would just go by, put a dagger in that man's heart and just give him a bit of a slow death over this final mile or so.
Yeah, Ramos is going to do it here, and this is from a point where it looked like he was slipping well back with Kiprab when the group split, but it's him who goes past and he cruises past, and like you said, Matt, he's not going to hang around. He's just going to want to push on forward now.
Right, and when the crowd are responding like that, what else are you going to do? It's ridiculous, the noise down here.
And that, the pace, again, we're into 70 seconds now, 70.85. And he's got to start really digging here, because Ramos has now put himself out to be shot at. He's gone from being tucked in behind, his eyes on the target moving forward, and now it's Chikole who has got the advantage of being able to look up and use the man in front as a target.
Yeah, Jesus Ramos knows how to run well in the UK. He ran 27.49 in our Olympic trials back in 21 in Birmingham, and he is operating now at a very quick pace. But whether it can pull back that time that we wanted towards that 28.10 mark, it's going to need a really big close through this last kilometre.
Well, yeah, the man that we haven't mentioned, and he's just slowly creeping his way up through this field, is Ahmed Uda of Italy, lifetime best of 29.09. However, recently a season's best of 13.52 over in Milan. He was 6th out there, 28.41 on the roads in Valencia, and for me, to do that in January, I know you can say what you want about Valencia, you can say it's fast, you can say it's on the road, it's quicker than the track, but still, to run 28.41 in January, if you're a professional and you get your season right, you're going to be fitter come here in May, and Uda certainly looks fitter, and he's reeling these guys in.
Well, that's a slightly quicker lap from Ramos. He's up the pace fractionally, back into the 69-second mark, but he is starting to turn the screw slightly. Even if it is fractionally, that will do damage to Chikole behind him, who now, you can see him struggling, and he's just, we always say it, that elastic band, I think, has snapped.
Yeah, it might have snapped, but the pain is etched all over Ramos's face. But that gap is not growing significantly. A little check of the watch there, 2:55. That's the slowest kilometre split of the race, 25:30. So that means a quick last kilometre, means we're going to be around that 28.20 pace.
Do you know what? I do think we are going to have a race in our hands. Good, Uda's coming. I think Chikole is not done. I think he's going to have a bit of a resurgence as well. The minute Uda gets on his shoulder, you see, that Israeli will respond. They might be wrong, but Ramos is going to have to react to the pair of them as we come into the final 800 metres.
Yeah, well, if you're looking at the faces, we've said it earlier, look at the facial expressions and who are you backing? You're saying Uda, aren't you? Because he looks like he's timed this race to perfection. As he starts to get onto the shoulder of Chikole, it will be moments before he passes him. They're just coming past our tent now. He's just biding his time behind Chikole, and there he goes. There's the move. he looks, look at the comparison of running styles. He is so relaxed right now.
He is, he's got little arm movement as his head's not moving at all. You can just see Jakole doing all he can to hang on to it, and that's a sensible thing to do. That's what your coach will tell you to do, but I'll tell you what, it's a lot easier said than done.
Uda is coming. We had an Italian winner in the women's B race. Could we be having an Italian winner in the men's B race?
I'll tell you what, if these two can battle with one another to get back on terms with Ramos, he's done a phenomenal job to stay out there, 15 metres or so ahead. Jakole tried it at 200 to, sort of 600 metre mark. That's the wrong time to do it going into a bend like that. Uda shrugs him off. He now just maintains, and Ramos is going to have the crowd on his side over this last lap. Uda's going to need something special.
Well, I think Uda's just got to go hunting now, hasn't he? You know, he's seen the wounded animal. He'll see the running style, the struggling of the athlete in front of him. Jakole's off the back now. He doesn't need to worry about him. He just needs to keep his eyes up. And maybe here's an advantage for Ramos, is he can just get in front of these lapped athletes. You know, there's 3 there. It just blocks that vision slightly. And if he can keep digging, don't look at the watch now. Keep driving, keep going. Maybe this might be the moment for Ramos to keep going. But Uda's focused.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's a gift for Ramos in this stage in the race, to have those 3 to kind of hide behind and just push on. But, oh, James, 200 metres to run.
Uda is coming. Can he close the gap? There were 27.13 at the bell. So it is kicking in, but it's not super fast. It's about maintaining the form now. Ramos looks to his left, but Uda's going to come on his right, Matt.
Oh, it's Spain v Italy, old rivals. We can't see him yet. He comes into the picture. The crowd are going wild. Jesus Ramos, the Spaniard, can he hold on? He ran 27.49 in Birmingham a few years ago. He's going to do it the hard way as well. Spain taking Ramos inside 28.20, 64.37. Wow, and look at them filing as well. 28.17. Uda's delighted. I mean, I think sometimes he just thought, you know what, I gave it my all to get back on terms, and he just didn't have that next gear. And that's credit to Ramos for just being patient and saving something for that last 50.
Yeah. I mean, Uda, rewarded with a big lifetime best, 28.18.9, got within 1 second of the win, but 28.17.94. Jesus Ramos taking the men's B race for Spain. Some quick times behind, just looking to see if the first of the Brits have crossed the line. So looks like Scott Sterling rewarded with a lifetime best, 28.51 for the Falkirk Victoria Harriers athlete up in Scotland. So fantastic running then. But yes, there's some tired legs out there in that men's B race.
And I've just seen Chariot across the line with 1 shoe, so that's horrible to see. He must have lost a shoe along the way somewhere, the man who was up front for so long. Cam Allen coming across the line as well, but wow, what a B race. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to 9 and 10Ks. We got much more of the same coming up.
So nice to see so many athletes just going around and having a word with the other competitors, because if you were running in a pair or a 3 out there tonight, you were one of the lucky ones, because that race split pretty quickly and there was a lot of lonely runners out there competing with the heat, contending with the mentality of the track. And if, you know, we say it so often with distance running, you can come into a race knowing no one, stick on someone's shoulder for the duration of the race, particularly half marathon and marathon distance, and then have a friend or a training partner for life. So it's nice to see so many the athletes just having a word with each other. Uda with a 50-second personal best as well, so he's taken a mighty chunk off that. You just think if he could have kicked earlier.
And going down the results, good race there. Jake Smith back after his illness, 29.05, but also a very special run for Master 40. Graham Rush leads City, 29.15. Quality running.
And that's what it will do to you. It will lay you out on the floor like that. So just to wrap up those results, is that George Wheeler there, 5th place, 28.26. What a run from him. We'll try and confirm that, because and it is right. What a run. Absolutely came through that field in those final few kilometers as well. We saw a little of him, but fantastic, and puts himself amongst all those internationals there. He's got a bright future at this distance. He's following in his brother's footsteps, although they're twins. He often says, you know, he is kind of second fiddle to his brother at the moment, and I think he keeps it company on a lot of workouts, and that would show 28.26 over to Charlie then in the A race.
Yeah, well done, George Wheeler. Great running, Milton Keynes Distance Project. and coming through well in the later stages of the race. Him and his brother raced a lot indoors, so good speed in those track legs, and rewarded with that lifetime best 28.26. How fast can his brother run now?
Well, you know, those two, they're living a dream. They're throwing the kitchen sink at this sport. They're in it for the long run as well. They make a lot of sacrifices just to be able to do it and train at the level you really need to make it in this sport. You know, there's no hiding from that. Many hours a week, 20 hours a week plus of training required for these gentlemen. Not just running, of course, in the gym as well, James. Yes, 10,000 meter runners are in the gym.
Yes, they are. They're in the gym quite a lot, actually. So being conditioned, making themselves robust for the 200 odd kilometers that you've got to get around per week. Yeah. And the double threshold sessions now, Matt, isn't it? All the rage.
Well, that's it. You know, mileage is on the rise, and I think they've got a newfound appreciation for just like, you know, let's just work hard at it. That's what it is. It's hours. How many years can you spend putting in those kilometers? But what a run as we turn our attention now to some shorter distances.
Yeah, back with the shorter distances, which I am really looking forward to if the last races that we saw are anything to go by. There's the crowd, very happy crowd. We're all enjoying it here. I'm sure you're enjoying it at home. Big hello to Daisy Martin, enjoying it with her dad, who's part of our tech team here. Now you can see some of the athletes just getting ready. That's Luciana Smith wearing 5.33, Southern Indoor 400 meter champion. She's got the pace.
Yeah, those next races coming up. We're looking at 8 o'clock, the under-17 men, followed at 8:05 by the under-17 women. Now, these are almost ideal conditions. We haven't been able to say that too many times in the UK over the last few weeks, have we? We've had a wet winter, but I tell you what, in terms of warmth, in terms of breeze, there is very little. It's lovely conditions for these 800 meter runners to run some fast 2-lap races, and we've got some of the fastest age groupers, and we've already seen some of the fastest times in the UK for under 13 and under 15 age groups.
Well, I've got to admit though, you know, if you can't set a UK lead down here, where can you? Because like you said, perfect conditions, atmosphere is incredible, 10,000 people in this arena, and you've got some circus acts to enjoy and just pump you up as well.
Again,
a few coming past us here just in front of the tent, but
the stuff we see here, I'm nervous again. Any opportunity for someone to break a bone, it just gets me a little bit anxious.
You're up next, Helen. I've voted you next up on stage.
I tell you what, James, I've been working on my core, but I don't know if I can do that.
Oh, I thought it was gone. Thought it was gone.
Oh,
it's a trick. It's a trick.
That's how I'm going to finish the comms tonight. Just reach into my pocket, grab a load of glitter and throw it over the pair of you. Well, we can head back down trackside where Joe has the winner of our last race.
Well, congratulations. That was a really impressive, mature run. It was Spain versus Italy for most of that race. How pleased are you?
Muchas gracias, que enhorabuena, que fue España en contra de Italia. ¿Qué tal la carrera?
Muy bien, la verdad que me he encontrado muy bien, el ambiente es espectacular y bueno, veremos si esta marca nos vale para estar en Roma, para estar...
Oh, he felt really well. The whole has been amazing, and he's waiting for the mark, I think you call it, if it's going to be enough to be in Rome.
Oh, fantastic. And of course, yes, Rome and the Italians behind you also looking for that. The very close sprint finish. How much did this crowd, this tunnel, help you in the final straight?
Que la final que fue el sprint, que fue muy cercano, que cómo te ayudó el túnel.
Bueno, el ambiente es fantástico y sí, me ayudó el ver toda la gente ahí animando en ese último 120, me dio esas últimas fuerzas para hacerme con la victoria.
The last 120 meters, all people clapping and helping him, yeah, it helps him a lot to get to the final and be the first one.
Excellent, congratulations. We hope we will see you in Rome. Well done. Back to you guys.
Well, great to hear from Ramos there, and I mean, Spanish distance running right now is in a phenomenal place. It really is. Never mind that, that whereabouts failures from Mo Katir. They've got a whole host behind him as well. Adel Machau kind of leading the ranks, has done for so long. But look at these men's 800 runners in. We've got under 17s, Evan Grime, that man. He's worth looking out for. 150 on Tuesday night, James, and that UK lead, 149.
Well, Evan Grime at 150, okay, and he wasn't even the first under-17 UK athlete home. Joshua Mungin was first home in that race up in Trafford. Two of the fastest under-17s times that we've ever had, up in the European rankings of all time. And his father, Ian Grime, was a very good athlete in his own right. Coaches a few athletes that we've had racing tonight. But I tell you what, his son has already been ripping up record books. He took the under-15 boys 1500 metre record last year, and talking about the mini marathon in back in April, he got pipped on the line. You might have seen it. I think the clip got about 1 million hits. But I tell you what, no publicity is bad publicity, and he'll be back. He's only at the very start of his junior career, and yeah, someone that I can't wait to see develop. And the fact he's running the times he is as an under-17, that yeah, he's going to be a talent to look out for in the future. Joseph Hayes is the pacer here, the Highgate athlete. We're looking at around about 55, but giving Grimes run at the weekend, he might have had a nudge to him and said, look, I want to break 150 here. I'm going to need you to go quicker than 55. So I'll take you through the field. So we've got our super strong athletes in this. So on the inside, we've got Theo Ronchetti, the Medway and Maidstone athlete. He's silver medalist from the Kent champs. Oscar Nunningsome, he's the St Albans athlete, 155 lifetime best, third in the Southern Championships in 2023. James O'Brien, the Sale Harrier, 155, third in the England indoor champs. Toby Boltree, Tonbridge athlete, 156 at the Tonbridge Athletics Open. Angus Wilkinson, he's Kilbride athlete, Scottish Schools champion over 1500 last year. Fraser Lupton, he's the UK under 17 1500 metre indoor champion. Look out for Matthew Clark, talented cross-country runner last year, medalist at intercounties and national schools as well. And 351 already, 1500 this year. Thomas Lyons, the Heath Harrier in the black, multiple Welsh champion, schools and club. Evan Grimes, Salford, goes, I think, in a blue singlet tonight, 150.76, 16th on the all-time list. Ethan Newell, Sutton District, 153. And Samuel Hembury, the Midland silver medalist, is a quality field. And Grime there, you can see, 4.72 on the centre of the screen, going straight behind the pacemaker.
Oh, that is just a phenomenal shot. Credit to that bike and the cameraman. They're revolutionising track and field, because seeing those men coming full pelt round that bend in front of that bike was just incredible.
Yeah, we talk about how big this summer's going to be for our senior athletes. There is also a European Under-18 Championships. The qualifying time for that for any Under-18 men, which would be this field, is 151.
So Grime has that already. Also has a 4:11 mile from those Oxford miles. That he went through in 3:53 through that split. He's a talent. Look at the watch. Around about 55.0 with a lap to run.
Well, you know what, someone like Grime, he'll enjoy that. He'll want to be evenly paced. I think you could go too quick in an 800. We saw, you know, those younger athletes as well, they're negative splits in it, but look at Grime pouring on. This is Rudisha. That third 200 is key. It always will be, and he's doing just that.
He's a bottom year under 17. The chase behind Matthew Clark, the Preston Harrier, is trying to close that gap, but Samuel Hembury there as well, the bronze athlete in the red. But I tell you what, it's Evan Grime who's pouring it on. Look, he's on those green lights. 123 at 600. A check over his shoulder mat. Can they get him? Can they come back to him?
Well, I tell you what, Clark is having a race of his life. He's got a 154 lifetime best. To challenge Grime here would be historic.
4.80. Samuel Hembury is flying. The bronze gold athlete wasn't expected to challenge, but I tell you what, Grime has pulled away in the later stages. 151.89. A chance to celebrate, but I tell you what, there are some massive lifetime bests behind coming into that race. So Hembury came in with a lifetime best of 154.6. He smashed that. Matthew Clark as well, 154.1 was his lifetime best. That's gone. I tell you what, the field behind, I can't wait to get the results up. There is going to be so many personal bests. Don't forget, it's not just night of the 10,000 PBs, it's night of the 800 PBs.
Well, you say, you know, a first year under 17, how much tactical nous did he show to just look over his shoulder, see that blue bib arriving, and just drift out slightly. He couldn't drift all the way out, but he just got in that line. He dropped lane 1, moved out onto the side of lane 1, almost into lane 2 to stop Clark coming past him. And that technical nous, he was looking over his shoulder, and I was thinking, you're looking over maybe a little bit too much of my liking in the last, you know, look at him drift. He's just closed the door completely. And that kind of knowledge, you know, and that to do that in a race, you can't teach that. That's purely instinctual.
I love it as well. He's checking his shoulder. He doesn't want to repeat in a mini marathon, does he? But
yes, good point.
You're right. Whenever he came under threat, he had a response. Yeah. And I think you talk about that maturity. He just knew his level, and he knew what he had left as well. Because on the home straight, I thought he was in a dangerous position to be attacked, but he had another gear. He had another gear at 200 as well. But like you say, Clark and Hembury, no right to be contesting Grime like they did. But a massive breakthrough for the pair of them.
And it shows the depth that we've got at under 17 level. And there's the results on the screen. Evan Grime, 151.82. Samuel Hembury, massive lifetime best, 152.58. PB for Matthew Clark, 152.87. And look at that, down to 10th place, 155.82. I'm pretty sure they're massive lifetime best for almost everyone in that field.
Not far off, James. I agree, almost 10 for 10. We turn our attention in to the under-17 women's race.
Yeah, the under-17 women and another race you imagine will be hotly contested, and this could come down to 2 athletes. There's 2 in this field with personal bests, just a fraction separating them. Natasha Wynn goes on the outside lane. There's Libby Hale in the middle of your screen. But Natasha Wynn on the outside, just behind the pacer. Amber Matthews, Scarlett Wilson of Giffnock North. You can see that yellow and blue strip. She's one to watch. Imogen Hill, Holly Cross, Violet Rudkin, Libby Hale, as we mentioned, Florence East, another one with a very quick personal best, the City of Portsmouth athlete. Lucy Wilkinson, Luciana Smith, the Southern Indoor 400-metre champion, Bella Taylor, and Olivia McGee goes on the inside.
Well, the way they're going in, they'll break obviously over on the far side. A lot of these athletes sharing lanes. That'll be a new experience for them for sure on this tight track. What will also be a new experience is cutting to the inside over on this back straight. They're going to have to do it quickly.
Yeah. Florence East, his father was Commonwealth Games champion in 2002, Michael East. There's quality runners in here. Libby Hale has smashed almost every age group record for the Swansea Harrier, but she's up against the very best of British today.
Yeah, and one of those is Natasha Wynn, who's straight to the front and straight on the shoulder of the pacer. And you could see, you know, there's a bit of a battle between Scarlett Wilson and Amber Matthews, who are in the same lane. And it didn't go quite the way of Wilson, who's round on the outside. She's got the blue shorts on and wearing the Giffnock North vest. It is, though, Natasha Wynn leading the way, and she's the one to beat in this race. And Wilson will want to be part of that. She'll want to get back round and back into this.
This is unusual. Look at them queuing up, coming down this home straight. This is going to be the bell lap. We've got athletes in lanes 3 here, lanes 5.
And that is not the position that Scarlett Wilson wants to be in as she drops back. It's Natasha Wynn with the second fastest personal best in this field. Libby Hale there, you can see, round the outside. She's got herself into safety. She holds a good position. Florence East is there.
Wynn's doing a fantastic job pouring it on down the back straight. Look, I think she's just keeping an eye on those lights in front of her as well. She's drifting away from the pack. She doesn't look to be working that hard at this stage. Don't believe that, though. That's deceiving. She will be. 600 metres to run, 200 metres left.
Yeah, 200 metres to go, and the gap is there between Natasha Wynn, and behind her it's Olivia McGee, who'll be looking to better her personal best here. But it's Wynn who once again turns the screw. She's on the back of those green wave lights. She's opened the distance, though.
Yeah, and Natasha Wynn has opened the gap behind. It's growing and growing. And that 200-metre split maintained her pace into the home straight.
Oh, she looks like she's jogging at this point, Ellen.
Yeah, she's absolutely cruising towards the line. You know, that second 200 metres, she just really turned the pace on. The Essex 100-metre county champion takes the gold here.
Well, Essex champion, 9 and 10K, PB's champion as well, over the 2-lap dash. She wasn't jogging, there's proof. But boy, did she look easy. She looked smooth. She almost reminded me, James, a little bit of Reve Walcott-Nolan. You know, that constant, relaxed state.
She looked so surprised almost that she was kind of easing down and pulling away at the same time. And it looks almost like a bit of shock at the end. I think it's coming up as a personal best, 2:09.41. Behind Florence East, good personal best for the City of Portsmouth athlete, 2:10.39. Olivia McGee, the rugby athlete, 2:11.12, and then Libby Hale, Swansea Harriers, 2:11.64.
Yeah, it's a fractional personal best, and you know, she just looked like she was jogging the last 50 metres there. She looked so controlled. She just set the marker down. You know, I was a little bit worried when she broke, and you could just see, you know, another example of how tight it is when, particularly in these 800 metres, they go around that top bend and then they have to get in before the barriers. Yeah. Usually you have a bit more time down that back straight just to cruise across a bit easier, but they had to break really quickly, and it looked like she got tangled in it like Scarlett Wilson had, but just came round the outside, and you know, that is very strong mindset racing from an under-17.
Yeah, couldn't have played out better for her, to be honest with you. And congratulations to her. We'll see her at the English Schools Championships later this year, those England Championships as well. And I'm sure she'll have one eye now on that European under-18 standard. You mentioned it before, Ellen, that 2.6, because she's not a million miles away. You work on a little bit of speed and sharpness throughout the year, a few more races under your legs. Don't forget, it's still, I know they've had the county champs, it's still relatively early season for these athletes. And there's to summarise some of the results. So some PBs, some season's best, and some strong performances in there.
Yeah, this is also the age group of athletes where you see these big jumps in performances where, you know, you'd look at any other athlete, you know, the senior athletes going from 2.9 to 2.6 and think, wow, that's a huge jump. But realistically, in this age group,
one race.
it can happen. You know, you can change that. Like you said, 2 races, 3 races. You know, over the course of the season, some of these athletes are hacking off huge times off their personal best. So, you know, that will be a really positive run, because you think personal best. We don't know what was going on in her head, but she looked like that was a very, very comfortable last, 200 metres. Maybe, maybe she had to make a little bit of a move just to put herself in that position, but that last 100, she could have walked it.
Absolutely. So I mentioned those European under-18 standards. I think we briefly mentioned it before, those World Junior standards, 1:48.00 for these men. Those World Juniors, the 27th to 31st of August, out in Peru, Lima. What a trip, what a team they'd want to be a part of out there, these under-20 men. And you know what? They could do it. We've got a lot of guys operating around that 150 tempo. Mickey Ailington, the under-20, personal best of 1:49. He'll be looking at that 1:48. Well, it's 1:47 really. And he was second last year behind Tom Waterworth, who is in this field as well. So those two are going to have a nice little match up. There's Aileen, the St Edmund pacer I was mentioning. So those two are back to do battle. Let's see what these under-20 men can throw up. Then there's Phillips as well on the outside, McLeod, McKenna and Riley. Just a few pre-race nerves. It's never really what you want to be called back from the start, especially with the tension down there, the hustle and bustle. It's very, very noisy for these athletes. I've got to admit, even though they are some of the very best in the nation, they won't be used to this crowd. They won't be used to this noise, and they certainly won't be used to a lactic tunnel of love. But this is a fantastic experience for them, an opportunity, and this is slowly becoming one of the most sought-after titles in the junior ranks. In the James, you talk about the English schools, the England Championships, but to come here and win at the night of 10Ks over 2 laps is something special.
Yeah, to get a lane and to get a place in this race, you've got to be a quality athlete. James McRae is the senior athlete with the Highgate colours. The athlete that ran 3:47 for 1500 on Wednesday night is trusted with the pace.
Well, he is, and he gets out hard, and he just finally almost gets to the front on the lane 1 there. Look, he looks like he's sprinting. Credit to these men. Phillips there, 5:03. He's got a 1:50.99 lifetime best. Oh, and that famous St. Albans vest on the outside as well on his shoulder. So McRae already drifting out. He hasn't been much help to these gentlemen. What's the lap split?
Yeah, it's going to be quick, 52.99, so the chasers behind, probably around about 54 seconds for a majority of the field. It is fast up front.
Whoa, Phillips, he's running this like a 400-metre runner almost, isn't he? But Smith, I mentioned that St. Albans vest looks very smooth. He ran a 1:51.4 at Gillingham back in April. 7th of those English Schools Championships last year. Can he win here? He's up on the shoulder, Phillips. He needs to get ahead for me before the bend.
Yeah, let's look at the 600-metre split. 121.6. St Albans vest is leading, man. Ram Johns is coming in that pool vest, back in about third or fourth.
Oh, and Phillips is fighting back. He's not done. Here comes Ram Johns in. Look at him as he gets on the shoulder, these two gentlemen. The St Albans man, Smith is just fading. It looks like it's running Ram Johns a pull. We can't see, we get his head on camera. What a run, what a finish. He's going to take it from down south to North London. Ram Johns, the 800-metre under 20, 149.45.
Wow. And Ram Johns just missed out on a place in the World Cross Country team as an under 20. So to then step down to run this time, he's been a quality performer before, I think, at the World Commonwealth Youth Championships, high up in that performance. But I tell you what, that's a big step up for him.
That will make up for it. And you know what, so often so, patience pays in 800-metre running and all racing really, but he just saved it, didn't he, for that final 110 metres. You got a slingshot off that bend, attack into the bend like Smith did. You find yourself running out of gas with 150, 120 to go. But yeah, I think that's redemption for missing out on that World Cross Country team. And let's have another look. Phillips wasn't done. He surged again. And this is the slow-mo that we needed in a moment to slow us all down. But boy, the coolest man in the building, Ram Johns, his coach down south at Paul AC, doing a phenomenal job. And what a big lifetime best for him as well. And he could do it all, Ellen. I mean, to be able to do it over cross-country and 800-metre running is quite something. Even at under 20 level, you know, to compete over 6K, 8K, it's 8K, isn't it, over the country, and to come here over 2 laps and run break 150 is special.
You know, and I don't think enough credit is given to that. You know, we see it a lot. There's athletes who will double up and will be sort of 800, 400 athletes rather than going from 800 and then having that distance backing as well. But, you know, he's really got the depth when it comes to times, and, yeah, he's going to be one to watch for sure. Just missed out on the time for the World Under-20s, but
it's one of the races of his career, really, isn't it? You think a lifetime best of 152, he's obliterated that. He is in good form. A 4:06 mile at Bannister Miles a few weeks ago. I mean, that's low 350 tempo, and like you said, to just come so close to both the English schools and the Intercounties Cross, that'll make up for it. And often a 1500-metre runner. I wonder if him and his coach will rethink that.
Well, that was some show in racing skills as well. Coming off the bend, he timed it to perfection. But what a good race there. Those under-20s getting at it. And all of them inside 153. 152.98 was the 11th place finisher in the under-20 race. But William Ram Johns confirmed 149.62. Big lifetime best for him. And then PB's behind, kind of athletes knocking on that 150 door.
Right, here the athletes for the under-20 women's 800 metres, our last 100 metres, or 800 metres of the day. Maya Sutaria of Thames Valley Harriers, bronze at Middlesex County Championship. She goes in lane 12. Well, on the outside, they're obviously sharing lanes, and it's Caitlin McCloy who's in next to her. You can see a shot of Adela Shilkova, paired there with Poppy Old. Poppy Old could be one to watch in this one. Just outside the medals at Northern Indoors. Caitlin McCloy and Abby Stratton, the two you just saw on the screen. Eleanor Strevens as well could be in the mix for this one. The lights going round at 2:04. That would be qualifying for the World Under-20 Championships, but a lot of these women just a bit shy of that at the minute with personal best, although it is a great start for Stratton, who's just fighting to get herself in a good position as things break here.
Yeah, Holly Ovens here as well for a 5. I mean, that would be aggressive running for them to get inside 2:04. It'd be some massive lifetime best for a lot of them in this field. But look, this is what the atmosphere is going to give them here at the Night 10Ks. That's why they're here. That's why they've been invited. It's an honour to race on this brand new, newly resurfaced track. Don't forget, £2 million investment since 2023.
Yeah, it's a quick track as well. It's proved it over the night, and you can see there Stratton onto the shoulder of Ovens. You know, but rattling around the outside, you know, you can see as they sort of go round the bend. We've seen it in the other races, particularly the other women's under 17 women's. They group together and they swing around that bottom bend, and they're once again so grouped together as they take the bell. 62.61, and it's Stratton who's now trying to push past Ovens, who's led the way since the start.
You're dead right, Ellen. It gets awfully messy, doesn't it, up on that top end? You saw a few athletes ushering each other along as if to just say, look, if you're going to move, get on with it. Don't get in my way. Ovens and Stratton, where they've been all race long as you move on to the back straight. Silkova there and the Thames Valley Harrier as well. Can she do it for London?
Yeah, Shivalkova, Thames Valley Harriers colours. The Czech Republic athlete. She's held herself in a good position and she just slots in behind. Stratton, though, is in prime position here as she moves past Ovens. They're coming round to 150 metres to go. Here's a late charge, though.
We know those Blackburn colours, don't we? That's Jess Judd colours as well. Can she run like Judd?
Well, it certainly looks like it. Charlotte Wormley is the athlete who's now pushing Stratton as she fades back. It's all hustle and bustle as we come into the closing stages of this race. Ovens is pushing past Stratton. And it is Ovens who led from the start, dropped back, and then was able to come through in the closing stages as there was jostling position behind her.
Yeah, that's a great bit of running. Good finish there by Holly Ovens coming through. The Scottish athlete inside 210, 209.3. Shout out there to the pacemaker, Lily Sexton. She had a bit of a rest in between, but double pacing. That's a proper bit of training there and helping a lot of these under-20s and under-17s to lifetime best.
Absolutely, look at that. We see the 10K carnage. That's what 2 laps can do to you as well. When you step on this track, you mean war. Holly Ovens, well, perfectly timed and right around that PB. Perhaps, you know, these women, given the occasion, they would have hoped for a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, but I think they can be proud of that. It was quite a messy race. There was a lot of chopping and changing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But like we've said throughout, these junior 800 metres, they've more than delivered tonight. Just an extra bit of spice and pace that we wanted. And these, you know, it's grown from last year, and I don't know if it can grow again next year, but it's great to see it continue.
So there's the results of the under-20 women on the screen there. Holly Ovens taking it in 209.45.
We go crazy. Let's make sure we have all the enthusiasm, all the noise in the world for the fantastic Urban City Dance Crew.
I'm Jo Ankia, a former Team GB runner myself. I'll be your host as we enter these 2 main events, the 10,000 metre British Championships and the all-important Olympic trials for Paris 2024. Now, we've already seen a host of personal bests along today and tonight, over 800 metres and 10,000s, and that's largely because of this incredible crowd and the beautiful conditions here on Hampstead Heath. Thousands of people around me, and not only that, you can hear the DJ, circus acts, flamethrowers, wave lights pacing, and lactic tunnels of love, where the crowds really help the athletes as they enter those moments of the race where it really, really hurts. I hope you'll be cheering our athletes along as they try their best to achieve their Olympic dreams. I'd like to hand you down now to our commentary team for the rest of the evening: Matt Seddon, Ellen Ellard and James B.
Thank you so much, Joe, and what an unbelievable day and afternoon and evening of athletics that we've had already. We've had 7 10,000 meter races. We've had 8 800 meter races from our junior age groups. Ellen, it's been a phenomenal day thus far.
I've just opened Twitter. We just had our first little breather of the day. I've opened Twitter and seen a tweet from Ian saying, has Night of the 10Ks actually reached 10,000 PBs for the athletes yet? And it feels like it today, doesn't it? We have had some incredible racing over the course of the afternoon. I think, you know, it's one of the quickest, mathematically, it's definitely the quickest year we've seen, and I think it's the quickest year that it's flown by for us. Commentary this year's been an absolute joy. We've seen some brilliant races, and the atmosphere, as always, just completely spectacular.
And this event brought to you by the Highgate Harriers. It is an athletics club that was founded back in 1876, and I tell you what, they are flying the flag for 10,000 meter running. There is so much going on here. Circus acts, as Joe said, but we've had some very fast performances going down the races, starting with our F races all the way to our B races so far, have been the fastest that we've ever had in the now 11 years since the inception of this event. Ben Pocci and his team, it was about bringing 10,000 standards up, but also giving an opportunity for different age groups and grassroots athletes to perform on the same stage as their senior heroes. Our junior 800 meter runners have absolutely smashed it. The B races, Jesus Ramos of Spain winning in 28:11, Elisa Palmero of Italy winning the women's B race in 32:06. Matt, what a day it's been.
It's been phenomenal, James, and I think we're only just getting started, because now, like you said, it's the business end. It's those Olympic trials that are about to go down over the 10K for the men and for the women as well. But earlier, Joe caught up with Rose Harvey, who is going to Paris. She's someone who's got the luxury of already being on that plane, so let's hear from her.
Indeed, I have Rose Harvey with me now. Congratulations, first of all, on your achievements. What does it feel like to be going to your first Olympics in a few weeks from now?
Oh, it's an absolute pinch me moment. I'm not sure it's sunken in quite yet, but I cannot wait to represent the country and, yeah, have an amazing time in Paris.
Indeed, what a life experience. Now, you ran a sensational 2-hour 23 marathon in Chicago, which is an event that also has fantastic atmosphere. How much does the atmosphere help in an event like this, especially for the long distance races?
It makes such a big difference. Speaking for myself, but I think a lot of runners run their best when you can just have fun. And a crowd like this, like, how can you not have fun at this event? I really do think it's the perfect atmosphere to run PBs here. So excited to see what happens.
Indeed. Now we have the women's 10,000 meter British Championships and Olympic trials coming up next. What do you know about the field? Who are you expecting to see do well?
The field is stacked tonight. I'm so excited for it. And you know, the standards have just been coming down and down. I think when they were released, a lot of people thought they're crazy, but more and more people are getting them, and it's crazy how that happens. You know, one person gets it and then another person, so I think we've got a few British women with the standard already, and it's such a strong field, so I'm sure a few more will be dragged round to that Olympic qualifying time, and honestly I think it can be anyone's race.
As you mentioned, Megan Keith already has that qualifying mark. Are you expecting to see a very fast race, a good sprint finish, perhaps a lot of them going together that could get that qualifying mark as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Megan Keith has had an amazing few months and year, really. She's a phenomenal runner, and it'll be really interesting to see how she runs it, because she's already got that standard. So will she take it out fast, or will she be a bit more conservative? But there are some other girls who are so close to the mark as well. Jess Judd, literally a second away, so it'll be really interesting to see how she races. I know she's got a phenomenal kick at the end, so I'm excited to see that come out.
It could be a great race indeed. And how is it for you to actually be here enjoying the festivities and not getting nervous before the start line right now?
Oh, it's great. But I can feel the adrenaline and the nerves in that prep field, so I really feel for them. And I have a little bit of FOMO, I have to say, but it is very nice to just be able to soak up the atmosphere, see loads of people I know here, and just have a great time. It's basically the Glastonbury of track running, so having a very good time here.
It has been described as the Glastonbury of track running. I'm sure you have an immense and intense few weeks ahead leading up to Paris. We really wish you the very best of luck. An incredible marathon to race out there in Paris. I'll let you cheer on the runners that I know you know so well, and we'll see you trackside afterwards. Thank you so much. Back to you, to the commentary team.
Well, best of luck with Rose in Paris. We'll be watching with a keen eye, of course, but someone else who's also off to Paris, James, Fiona O'Keefe, the American, just 25 years of age, won those marathon trials, 2:22.10, her lifetime best in the marathon, and she's here competing over 10K, seeing this as an opportunity to prepare for Paris. Look, she can't moan about the heat, because there's one thing for sure, it's going to be in Paris, it's going to be hot.
Yeah, no, the conditions and that course is going to be tough in Paris, but it is over 25 laps today. And that crowd just settling themselves. We've had so much hype today. And we also got the Stunt Runner coming as well. So in between the races, there was just a busy program. And it's been such a fun day. I mean, the atmosphere, as I said, the Glastonbury of track running. And the refurnished track here, mustn't forget the amount of support that's gone into the Highgate Harriers and this event over the years. But that support of the council, the support of the funding that goes into renovating a facility like this, that's great. And there's an athlete that we really get to celebrate tonight, Megan Keith. She has the Olympic 10,000 metre standard. She has the 5,000 metre standard as well. She is the hottest property over this distance in Britain at the moment.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering, those are her club colours as well. Often we'll see athletes wear their sponsored kit as well, but that's her club colours. So if you're in the British Championship race, you will be wearing club colours.
Yeah, so nice to see the colours. Inverness Harry has represented Ross Cairns, her coach. You know, you say one of the hottest properties in British distance racing. You know, you've got to level that up to the world, surely. The fourth quickest time over 10,000 metres this season in the world, set back in March in the 10 in LA. You know, she is a real talent, not just as, you know, we look at a domestic level, but someone who could go on to be a name that's, you know, recognised across the world in the same way that Keely Hodgkinson has progressed over the past couple of years.
Absolutely, and I think what brought it home for me really was that European Cross Country Championships in Brussels, wasn't it, James? I mean, she didn't do the senior race. She was in the under-23 race, but she was lapping. It was exactly the same course that Grovdale ran over, and I think she was lapping sort of 10 seconds or quicker over 2-kilometre circuit than Grovdale. She did run a little bit less, so give her that. But that kind of said to us that, you know what, she is world-class, and the victory margin was just monumental, the largest ever.
Yeah, and I don't mind that as well for the European champs. It's something we see quite often. I think we saw it with Jakob Ingebrigtsen for a few years. You know, he could have stepped up, he could have competed. We've seen it with plenty of athletes, and they think, no, you know what, I've got a whole senior career in front of me. Let's enjoy this opportunity that I have now. You've seen Jess Warner-Judd's name up there as well. You know, what a few years she's had. I saw her out on a shakeout run nice and early this morning, just getting all warmed up. You know, she'll want to be going to Paris in the same way that she did to go over the double in Tokyo. 8th over 10K at the World Champs last year, and, you know, someone we've mentioned so many times on commentary here, when she's been competing and when she hasn't as well, because of the impact and the rise she's had from youth running.
That time they're looking for is 30:40. Jess Judd herself just a second or so outside that on the road. So she's going to need the track time today. She didn't finish in that race out in California when Megan Keith did hit the Olympic standards. There is Jess Warner-Judd with the dark glasses, with her Blackburn colours on. It's an important race for her tonight, isn't it, Matt?
It's very important, and just to clarify, though, she is in those world rankings quota, so she is okay at the moment, even if she doesn't hit that standard. That standard would be the nail on the head, and of course, if you come top 2 tonight, that would also seal the deal. The team not officially announced until the end of June after the British Track and Field Championships, which is what, 29th to 30th of June, James?
Yeah, those trials are going to be for the shorter distances. Some of these runners will be back over the 5,000 metre distance that weekend in Sports City, Manchester. But it is the importance of the 25 laps tonight. And the pace is going to be set by Amy Louise Neal, the athlete that's represented Great Britain in the Olympic Games herself. So she's really looking after her fellow teammates today to see if they can get towards that qualifying time. but we had a surprise, didn't we, Ellen, 12 months ago with that full fastest time of all time. I don't think any of us expected a sub 30-minute clock in when we sat here and we watched lap after lap being clipped out.
Well, absolutely not, and probably for the most part that she wasn't on the start list that built up to the race. You know, a late entry for Mizan Allen, Adain, that was, like we say, 12 months ago. Adano going for 14th on the all-time list, the first woman on British soil to go sub 30 minutes, and we were just aghast. And you know, it was nothing like we'd seen in the races building up. We had no hint that it was going to happen, and out of nowhere she just went off and absolutely blitzed the competition. It was an incredible race. We'll hope for a race of the same standard tonight. Just want to point out Clara Lucan, the bright red hair in the middle of this pack, closer to the inside line. She's on her debut tonight, but the 23-year-old Slovenian is someone who a lot of athletics fans will know the name of. She's well known across the European circuit, and she's one of the ones to watch outside of the British athletes for people making their debut and potentially making a really good start.
And the other pacer is Megan Davis, the Sail Harrier, so charged with the early laps. So we're looking at around 73.6. That halfway split thereafter is 15:20, Matt. So it's about being consistent but controlled in those early laps.
Consistent and controlled, and actually I think we're going to see who's serious about that 30-40 here today. And I don't think we're going to have heaps of women get that time, if any, because it is a world-class time. I know we saw that electric 29.59 last year. I think we can have a few inside it, but I think we're quickly going to see sort of 3 or 4 come to the fore in this race. And we can see Java coming on the outside as well. But Keith looks good, she's relaxed. And I would say one thing that Keith's got on her side at the moment is confidence. She's done it before. Just a couple months ago, she ticked that standard off. She ran very, very well. She's just got to do something similar here. She's actually got the luxury of not having to take too many risks, you know, because she's pretty much on that plane at this stage.
It's something we've seen so many times, isn't it? You know, when one athlete out of the British contingent, they have the time, and it sort of becomes a bit of cat and mouse of, you know, when is the first athlete, when's the other athlete who maybe hasn't got the qualifying standards, when are they going to kick and try and push on and try and get that qualifying time? And then it becomes a chance of, right, you know, where do I now need to slot in the top 2 positions to make sure that I 100% stamp my place on that plane. But you can see already, we mentioned her before, Fiona O'Keefe in a really good position there. She's already stamped her ticket to Paris, winning the USA Marathon Trials. It's actually her birthday next week, so how nice would it be for her to lay down a good marker here, a good sign of preparation for Paris.
Well, also, what's to say she doesn't want to double? We've seen some amazing doubles over the years, haven't we? Savannah Sand has almost ripped up the script, what you can and can't do at a major championship. So, although this is a preparation, we think at the moment it could be her looking to compete over 10,000 at US Trials as well.
So Megan Davis coming down to complete 2 laps of this Parliament Hill track. And it's 73.8, so they are right on pace through the first couple of laps. See Clara Evans going through, who was inside that Olympic marathon qualifying time, but sitting as reserve given the quality. We just saw Rose Harvey being interviewed trackside, and we really have a quality marathon team going to Paris, don't we?
Oh, we do, and I think, you know, like I said, they've got the luxury of really being able to prepare. They're going to need to prepare for that marathon. And I'm sure we'll have more on that over the coming months, but someone I want to highlight is Joy Cheptegei, the Uganda, just 21 years of age, and I think the biggest highlight for me was her performance at the World Cross Country Championship. She was 10th out there, and against what was probably the fastest and the best World Cross Country field we have ever seen. I mean, the world record over 10K, running 28.46 in Valencia, was, I think she was 4th or 5th, you know, to put it into context. It was just ridiculous, and look, I think that 30.03 on the roads, it's a national record, of course. We could see another inside 30-minute clock.
Yeah, you know, she'll want to take a chunk of her personal best. For track, it's 32.09, and when you look at that 30.03, well, she'll be looking to get as close to that as possible. And we saw it a couple of times in our earlier races, didn't we, where the pacemakers just getting swamped a little bit there by the athletes taking it out and wanting to do a bit of their own thing.
Yep. Exactly that, and I think we've got youth up at the front, and I mentioned Joy Cheptegei, she's the number 75 there, but Gebru, number 33, and just is sitting in 2nd place. They're both of them have drifted ahead of the pacemakers, and she's just 19 years of age, the Ethiopian.
I was just about to say she's an under 20, and they've gone past the pacers almost to say that the pace isn't quite quick enough. That 30.01 road clocking does suggest that a quicker time than 30.40 is there, but there's some gaps already appearing. Verity Ockenden surprises off the back of that group. You can see Jess Judd is just to the middle of that group in the glasses, but Megan Keith, I think, will be hidden away in the pack for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think Gebru there, just looking behind, I think the pace is just clipping her heels. She's almost just to say, can you back off? But they're trying their best again. They've had a hard go of it, the pacemakers here today. They're in a difficult position. What do you do when athletes go ahead like this? But, you know, athletes, they know what shape they're in when they come here. And maybe they looked at that 30-40 and, you know, they've got some very, very fast road PBs and thought that's just not quick enough.
Yeah, Tekembele, the 21-year-old Ethiopian, she's the athlete off the front at the minute. Third at the All African Games over 10,000 metres. She's the one leading the way at the moment.
Yeah, she is. Bahari, like you said, 21 years of age, looking smooth. And often these Ethiopians, they do a lot of training. I mean, it's been documented over the years. They do a lot of training and they train in single file. You know, large pack, single file in the forest, and they like to run behind each other. So perhaps they just didn't enjoy running in behind Megan Keith and Markov. They've got quite different strides, different back kick, so they just wanted to work with each other. And now you can see them side by side. And look, if that's what's comfortable for them, then fair play.
Yeah, you can see those on vests leading the way.
Well, they're almost pacing the paces right now.
Oh, yeah. I think Markov's had enough. Here we go then. She's to the front. She's on, you know, enough messing around. Let me do my job here. So if she has to surge, she'll do that. And she's going to stretch things along now. And look, as we say that, the two Ethiopians are starting to struggle and not responding.
Yeah, just a touch of the one of them just getting a little bit tangled with the railings on the inside. I think that was Gebru. Just got a little bit too close to the railings there and ended up jumping out. But, you know, Amy Eloise-Neal, like, she knows this race so well. You know, she was here last year after, you know, that issue with her spine. She just had, you know, just had some injections in it, and she didn't know where she was going to hit, and she ran a really good race, and she was carried around by the crowd. So she knows what this atmosphere can do to athletes. Really encouraging to see Clara Lucan tucked in there as well. You know, one to watch as the Slovenian, just ahead of Jess Warner-Judd, as things now starting to settle behind.
Yeah, Neil has run very well here previously, a European indoor 3,000 metre champion. So versatile on different surfaces, different distances. But she will have an eye now on that 5,000 metre trials, won't she, Matt?
Look, she will, and she's had some amazing battles with Judd over the years at Sports City up in Manchester, and she had British Championships. And you know, one thing I would say about Judd, look, her and Keith are in the perfect position right now. They're staying out of it. They're steering clear of all this messing around up front. But, you know, I think I was doing a preview for this event, and I didn't write her off, but I said, you know, she's had a few for her, a few disappointing performances at DNF at the 10 where Keith ran so well. But what she does do very well, James, is she peaks at the right time. And I think you look at her past championship results at the World Championships in both Budapest and Eugene, and she ran incredibly. To be top 8 in the world, in the company that distance running is at the moment, you know, to think that women are running close to 14 flat for 5,000 meters, and she's competing with them, she's amongst it. And I think she's had to learn to peak in the summer now, and I think there's a little bit of golf in class, isn't there? There's those who can tend to run similar performances all year round, but when you're Judd, you've got to peak in July. You have. Fiona O'Keefe looks really good. She must be on an absolute high from those marathon trials. She's got a 30.52 lifetime best, but I've got a feeling the form she's in over the marathon, the fact that, you know, she is literally getting better every single event, I think she's the one to look out for today.
Yeah, that track PB was set this time last year, and, you know, she's kicked on in, you know, the longer distances after that. So I wouldn't be surprised, like you say, James, if we see her take a further chunk off that personal best. It's Francine Neo-McKenzie, who's the athlete tucked in just behind Amy Eloise-Neal from Burundi. She was 9th over the 5K at the World Running Championships. Her personal best set here last year, and she finds herself in a very good position. And I think that counts for something, you know, for Nia McKenzie to have been here last year. She knows what it's about. She knows what the crowd's like, what the atmosphere's like. She knows not to get carried away. And she's sitting in behind Neil here, and she's doing a great job. We've lost Davies, the pacer, and let's see what this 3 kilometre split is. They've been clipping off 73s for fun.
and that's going to be encouraging for a lot of women in this lead pack. And we've got single file, of course, another 304. Spot on from Neil. It's just probably a question how far she can go. And as I say that, Nia McKenzie says, I'm off.
Yeah, but look who's working their way up around the outside. Jess Warner-Judd has just started to move away. She was up on the side of Clara Lucan, and she's just started to get herself in a good position.
Yeah, Jess Warner-Judd was obviously the British champion last year, 31.09, but the world has moved on in just 12 months, Matt. You know, that doesn't get you to the Olympic Games right now. You know, times are getting faster and faster, and look at the gaps already. This is one really fast pace at the front.
Well, I tell you what, though, you know, her lifetime best of 30.35. It's a second better than Keith's. That was in 2022 in Eugene in the heat, believe it or not. It was just an incredible performance that day, and she was a winner here in Highgate that year. So can she set herself up for a very, very successful summer in Paris? Potentially, she's inside that World Athletics quota, so to be honest, she just needs a solid performance here. And Ellen, I haven't mentioned it yet, it is quite confusing, but the bonus points you get on offer for those world ranking points as well, and they do have, British Athletics do have a B standard for the 10K, and she's inside that, of course, and you get 60 bonus points for the win here, on top of your results score, 50 for second and 40 for third as well. So when you look at sort of quotas, she's absolutely fine, I think, and she's going to be tough to be overtaken, even if she doesn't run inside that standard.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, based off all of that, you know, she's given herself the best chance, but she wants to further that, and she'll want to stamp her ticket. You know, she's had a taste of what it's like to be at Olympic Games. You know, Tokyo was great, but it was so different, and Paris feels like the first, you know, proper Olympic Games in quite a while, you know, with all the COVID disruptions, and the athletes will want to be there. They want to embrace it and have that atmosphere that we had back in Rio, and she's going to want to make sure that that is stamped, and she'll be doing her best today to make sure of that.
When Neil pulls aside, then a 4K, she'll be reasonably happy with that. When you look ahead to the 5,000 this summer to do 4 kilometres just outside 15-minute tempo, that's not bad at all. So Keith and Judd and Megan Keith a little bit further back, just stalking Judd at the moment. You think just being a little bit more patient. She's the one who's been here before. She knows she's in shape. She doesn't have to take any risks.
Well, that's one of the first shots I think we've had of Megan Keith this whole race. You know, just sort of drifting out a little bit wide. We just saw her on the camera, and she's right there behind, isn't she? Like you can see how close she is, tucked in behind. You can't see her from this angle, but she's there. She's lurking, and like you say, she's not going to take any risks. Jess Warner-Judd's been in this position before. She'll know exactly what's going on behind her with Megan Keith.
Do you know what? I don't think we've had a Brit win all day, have we, in these 10,000 metre races? So if Judd or Keith could do that, that would be something special.
So down the back straight will be the 4K. That's the 4K mark now in 12:15. But whether this lead continues to grow down the back straight, because the chase is behind. How long can Megan Keith let that gap continue to grow?
Well, like I said, she's experienced. She's not afraid of hard work. We saw her at the front of that Diamond League, didn't we? Pictures going around, and that was a great race from her, and she really took it on, and she had world record holders queuing up behind her, and she wasn't scared of them, and she shouldn't be, because she's going to have to compete against them in the Olympics, and she's going to want to get to their level at some point, and she'll believe that she can do that. So, but I think, you know, 4 kilometres, we're going to be almost 5 kilometres into this race. She can be relaxed. We know, I think if this was a gap at sort of 7-8 kilometres, I'd be a little bit concerned. But at this stage, no, especially the fact that it's just one athlete out front, you know, Nia McKenzie, all on her own, the Burundi athlete. Yes, she's good quality, but she's not the level of Keith.
No, and that gap is still, you know, it's still not got away too much, as we've seen in races before this one. It's still more than bridgeable. She sat on the wave lights really well, but when you look at the comparison of the personal best and the fact that Megan Keith has come so recently, you know, the form she's in, she'll just be, like you said, just feeling this one. Clara Lucan on the back of her as well. I knew this was going to be an impressive debut from her, but they'll just keep moving along. They'll want to get back onto the wave lights, particularly for Jess Warner-Judd as well.
Yeah, Jess Warner-Judd has just kind of realised that if she doesn't keep these middle laps moving along, that 15-20 halfway split will start to just slip away. But I don't think she would have expected to have been pushing the pace so early.
Well, it's a shame for Judd, because the women around her have got no need to push that pace. You know, we mentioned Keith, but Also, Fiona O'Keefe. And look at Pete Scott on the back straight in the gold strip there with the Olympic rings on his back. He's the man who's geeing up that crowd, making some noise over this final half.
Lucan wearing 58, the Slovenian athlete in the orange. Just in about fourth place.
But the whole race here, James, just seems to be slipping away from everyone. I mean, it's not just that chase pack, it's also Nia McKenzie is just letting those lights go. So she's slowing, and the chase pack aren't really closing at this stage.
Yeah, Nia McKenzie knows that the chase is on behind her. The back straight will be the halfway straight. Look at that, that's a 76.1, by far the slowest lap of the race. So the race is going to all come back together. Megan Keefe almost tripping over herself back in fourth place. She is biding her time, but I'm just surprised there's just so many gaps so early.
Yeah, Fiona O'Keefe's the one who's going to move it along. There's Abby Donnelly, don't count her out. I mean, she's formidable over the country, isn't she? What a run she had in Brussels. We talk about Keefe, but to get on the podium there, World Cross the same. But I guess she's just slowly adjusting to the 10,000 metres on the track. It is a little bit of a different ballpark.
Yeah, and it is, like you said, Fiona O'Keefe, who's taken the responsibility to bridge the gap to Nia McKenzie, who has now been reeled in, and will O'Keefe now go just cruising around the outside, or will she just sit back here? It looks like she's onto the shoulder, she's going round. This is a great run from O'Keefe. You know, we've mentioned she's in great form, but here comes Jess Warner-Judd, and not far behind her, stalking her stride for stride, is Megan Keefe, who, you know, you look at the times, you look at the start lists and the personal bests, and immediately everyone's eyes go to Megan Keefe being, you know, more than capable of winning this one, and she's put herself in prime position for what she needs to do for this race, which for her will be get top spot. She's already got the qualifying time, so just race this tactically and, you know, within her means as well, you'd imagine.
77 lap, but they were catching the long-time leader within that circuit of this newly renovated track. It is a fast surface. It's taken them to the halfway point in 15:24, so 4 seconds outside Olympic qualifying pace. A 3:08 kilometre split there, so O'Keefe and Warner-Judd now, they've got to start bringing these 73, 74-second laps back into reach. Otherwise that Olympic standard for Judd and O'Keefe, if she had an eye on that, will slip away.
Yeah, O'Keefe is at the front, but she's not doing too much at the moment, so I think she's surprised to find herself up here, isn't she? I mean, she would have come here for a hard effort to contest over 10,000, work on her speed before. Probably after this race, she'll go back to America. She'll get in, that'll be it then. Marathon training begins, and she'll probably take a quick look at the Paris Olympic course on her way home, or if not, on her way here as well. It's probably part of her visit, but I think she'll be surprised to be up at the front, given the talent of the field. But it's all eyes on Judd, unfortunately. But if one person can do it in this field, it is Jess Judd. Time and time again, she's found herself squeezing. I mean, that performance in 2022 was just, oh, it's fantastic, and she did close that gap.
But now McKenzie is still coming back around the outside. You know, it looked like she was starting to drop back, but she's still hanging in there more than capably. Now onto, you know, the shoulder of O'Keefe. She sat just behind Jessica Warner-Judd.
It's Clara Lucan, the Slovenian athlete that's also in that group. She's having one of the races of her life. She's a 15:01 5,000 metre athlete, but a 10K PB 31:20, and she is in some very accomplished athletes around her.
Yeah, she only opened her season over 3,000 metres last weekend, but she's such a talent. Just 23 years old. She holds 5 national records, 3-time national champion, multiple European youth medalist, former European under-20 champion, and you know, she just keeps stepping up and performing so well repeatedly, and this is a brilliant debut for her. She's, you know, you can see her in there, sat in what is that, third or fourth, you know, really holding her own here.
Well, she's been smart coming in as well. You mentioned only the one race before coming here. She hasn't run herself out. She kept her powder dry throughout the winter, really, but look at that, another 76, and I was going to say, the fact that we've got 10 women in this league group suggests that they are slowing and they're not operating around 30-40 tempo, because I'll be brutally honest, in the world right now, people who can operate inside 30-40, you're talking 20 women or so in the world, and you know, 10 of them aren't here today.
When was the last time we saw the wave lights? You know, the wave lights set at 30:40 and 31:30, you know, and then they're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it was a 3:11 split through 6 kilometres. That's just not fast enough. And Megan Keith doesn't need to do anything. She's got the time. She can just be patient. For her, it's just about winning the trials today.
Absolutely.
It's winning the trials, and I think it's practicing her tactics a little bit and being in this position where she is patient. You bet your life in Paris, it's going to be hot, it's going to be humid. There's going to be a few laps that slow, that potentially dawdle. I mean, we might see, you know, a very, very fast race, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did, given the level of talent, you know, Hassan and Gide and Segai and people like that on the circuit at the moment. But if it is tactical, this is very, very good practice for her.
And O'Keefe on the right-hand side, or just Warner Judd's right-hand side, goes to the front again. So we're 10 laps to run, or 9 now.
And someone else up there, Amanda Vestry, also of America, the 24-year-old, looking pretty strong, and actually went to those World Juniors. We talk about them coming up in Peru this year. Went to those World Juniors back in 2018. She's there, number 99, just behind Keith in the yellow, and she's just hanging on to this group. And she is someone who's operating well inside personal best territory with a lifetime best of 31:54. That's going to be slashed.
Yeah, someone else who's hanging on is Borelli, the Argentine, current South American record holder over 10,000 metres. That was set this year, and she's now just sort of hanging on to the back there. I think she's just worked her way up behind Megan Keith, and you know, she's holding a good position. But like you say, you know, even with Clara Lucan, you know, she's now working her way up. She's had a turn, you know, next to O'Keefe at the front. As much as you'd back Megan Keith here, you know, it could be any of these 10 women.
For me, this is it now. O'Keefe's pushing on, Vestry's going with her, Lucan's there as well, and you can see Megan Keith and Jess Judd also following through. This, for me, is the kind of extended run for home. You're watching a marathon runner, a 2:22 marathon runner, and she's in her absolutely best form. She's the American champion. She's one of the best in the world, and now she's stringing this out. This is her only chance of winning today. Yeah, it's an American 1-2 at the moment. Amanda Vestry is on the slipstream of O'Keefe, and again, she's operating way inside her lifetime best. 31:54 is her best at the moment, but I tell you what, at the moment, she's going to absolutely smash that if she maintains this.
Another athlete who set a big personal best at the 10 in March, you know, like we've spoken about over the course of the afternoon, these events popping up and providing huge opportunities with great atmospheres for athletes to go and run some incredible times. And when you look at that one, you know, it's similar to what you look at when you look at 5Ks set this year in Britain. They're all podium at Leicester, and when you look at 10Ks, it's all the 10 in LA. Oh, that track down in California, what is it, the Sarah High School track? There's your 7-kilometer split, a 3:10. So consolidating is similar to the one before of a 3:11, but again, yeah, things are slipping. Let's put it into context, 3:10s, that'll be what, 31:40 for the overall time. It should be inside that, but I think we're looking at something maybe outside 31 minutes unless they really rumble this final 3 kilometers. And also, when you look at these two Americans, only 24 and 25, and you look at what they're achieving, they have still got so much of a career to go. To be running 2:22 at 25 years of age in a marathon and going to your first Olympic Games over the marathon is scary. And I think, you know, you're looking at someone, I mean, we talk about Bekele and Kipchoge, what are they, 40 years old, 41 years old, and they're going to be there in Paris. So she could have a career of 10, 15 years in the marathon. And look at Vestry go. She's pushed off the front, and there's Megan Keith, who's looking to react. Clara Lucan's going with her as well. But this really is the first turn of the screw in what you say is this extended run for home, and it's advantage Amanda Vestry at the minute. The American is leading the charge here. Yeah, Vestry has pushed on this lap. Something had to give. Those laps were just becoming too slow, too awkward for some of the runners there. And Megan Keith just covering every move, but with no air of panic. No. She's wise beyond her years now. The fact that she was at the front of the Diamond League 5,000 metres a few weeks ago just shows her level of confidence. It's incredible how she's managed to step up, like we've already mentioned, these performances over cross-country, you know, where she's led the way in the under-23 categories. You know, she's the under-23 champion over 5,000 metres, and she's managed so seamlessly to translate that front running in European and World Youth Championships and put it on show against senior athletes, you know, maybe up to 10 years older than her, with so much experience competing at Olympics, World Championships, you know, Diamond Leagues, and she just fits in so well, so seamlessly.
She is indeed, but age is just a number at the elite level, isn't it? And Vestry looks all but had her time up at the front. And hey, American viewers, if you're tuning in, welcome. You might be wondering who this is. Well, it's Amanda Vestry, and she's potentially your next talent over the 10,000 meters. But we've got our very own here at the night of Highgate 10Ks, Megan Keith, and I think, James, she's biding her time now, and it really looks like, I mean, the British title looks to be hers, and now it's about the victory here.
Yeah, super smartly done in terms of pacing. There's still a number of laps to go. O'Keefe behind her has been a dominant factor in the early stages of the race. Amanda Vestry looked good another lap ago, but Keith closed it down. It looks like she's biding her time.
Oh, I think she's toying with her at the moment. I think that's a tough position for Vestry to be in. She's almost like, oh, look, if you're going to come past, can you just get it done? Please, like, stop taunting me like this, because now she's got O'Keefe behind as well.
Well, this is brilliant from Megan Keith, isn't it? She knows how to front run. She knows how to run tactically. 3:07.63 last kilometre there. 5 laps to go.
They've lifted it a bit. Yeah, they've lifted it a little bit, Ellen, but in fact, they eventually lifted it, and now she's slowed again. So this next kilometre, if they were to maintain, I think we would see something similar, maybe even another 3:10 before that final burn-up.
Yeah, maybe just operating, you know, around about the 31-minute mark. But expect it to pick up, given the speed in Megan Keith's legs, fresh from that 5,000-metre PB. But also the crowd now, they love it when a Brit goes to the front. As you said, the European and world domination we've had already in the Knights of the 10,000-metre personal best in 2024. It showed the international pull of this event. But I tell you what, a Briton on the front of the Olympic trials for the Paris Games. This is a sight to see. Megan Keith is now in full flight.
This is what everyone came to see. You know, you look at the start list and everyone is excited about young British talent coming through. She's the cream of the crop. She's leading the way tonight, and you can hear the roar from the crowd as she goes down that tunnel on the home straight. All along the bank, you can see the crowd erupt as she runs past. This is just an incredible effort from her. And she just once again is just continuing with this upward momentum and trajectory that we've seen over, you know, the last year from her, as she's made the step so seamlessly up to international distance running. You can look at her face, you know, you can never discern what she's feeling. She just always looks so cool, calm and collected. You can't read her face. She's leading the way, but this is the first time she's at the front of this train. This is the first time she's leading the way. She's got O'Keefe behind her, and this is where that dynamic has now changed from her sitting in, being tucked in behind, to now having someone of incredible pedigree as O'Keefe tucked in behind her.
Well, at 1,400 metres to run, and for me, she's managing this race. This isn't her long run for home. This isn't her kick yet. She's managing it. She's turning the screw. She's asking the questions of O'Keefe. And I was going to say, how's O'Keefe going to respond? She looks good at the moment, but you don't really trust her to have that real change of pace, that turn of gear that we think Keith is going to have, that we hope Keith is going to have. She might not.
Yeah, Megan Keith is so strong. It's hard to believe it's only a few years ago she was winning European under-20 titles, and last summer it was under-23 European title, but she is now on the senior stage with such confidence. Another 74-second lap. That is doing the damage right now, and I tell you what, the crowd are absolutely lapping this up, and the noise that those people in lane 3 are making the noise for Megan Keith tonight.
It's going to take more than that to drop O'Keefe, though, because you're going to need to throw in some 70s, some 71s, maybe even a 72 might do it. But, yeah, she's going to need something else if she's going to drop the US Marathon champion.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, this is an athlete who has continued to excel over the course of the last 12 months. You know, you think at this point, you know, it'll be... Are we looking at, you know, a personal best on the track? You know, she's stepped up on the road. She's really shown her worth, as you say, winning the US Marathon trials. She's not going to be easy to shake, and you know she'll want to dig in and prove that even though we know her as an excellent distance runner, that she's got the pace as well.
We should also give Pippa Bowden a shout, who's in this elite women's race. She was with us in the media team 12 months ago, and she's out there in her own personal battle, and there she's on the screen coming through in this British Championships. And I tell you what, O'Keefe now going back to the front with 2 to run.
Oh, this is a surprise for me, for Keith. I mean, look, she has to lay all her cards out now, doesn't she? She has to try and drop Megan. I think Megan will welcome that. She was, like I said before, she was managing her efforts at that stage in the race, and now she can really surprise O'Keefe with that final kick. When will it be? 600 metres to run, 500, a lap, who knows?
I just wonder, you know, is this maybe a position that Megan Keith is quite happy to be in, having been tucked behind the lead runners for so long in this race, having to then do a turn on the front where, you know, that's the pressure's on her, you know. O'Keefe tucked in behind, this time flipping it round. You know, is this a position that maybe Megan Keith wants?
Oh, I don't know if she wants this position. Before 200 metres ago, I would probably say yes, but that is a gap, and that is just growing, and O'Keefe is now, it's turned again, and this is why we love 10,000 metre run. This is why we love these head-to-head duels up front. Two people going toe for toe. The boxing's on late, and we've got our own boxing match here.
This is a heavyweight clash. We've got Fiona O'Keefe, the US marathon champion, versus Megan Keith, who has an Olympic standard in this distance. She's one lap away from booking her place in that British team. 74.06, 29.52 with 1 lap to run.
Oh, I've got to give it to the marathoner. She keeps going, doesn't she? She's got another gear again. What's Megan got?
Well, I think I'd like to think that she's got it. You know, this is an opportunity for O'Keefe to show that she's got the pace, but you can see how deep Megan Keith is pushing. She doesn't just want to win the British title here. She's more than stamped her place on the plane to Paris for the Olympics. She'll want to win this outright, but she needs to dig so hard now. 200 metres to go, and it is O'Keefe who starts to open up the gap.
Well, often when you get to the world-class level, these are the questions that get asked of you. You need a finishing kick. You need that speed. It was something that Farah adopted. It turned him from good to great. O'Keefe is pulling away here, and she could be great.
Yeah, O'Keefe has opened up that gap, but the crowd roaring on Megan Keith down this tunnel, and she's driving so hard. It's going to be so close on the line. I think she's just passed it. Megan Keith has done it here at Highgate. The 22-year-old continues to make history, and on the line, she manages to get past the US Marathon Trials winner. What a run. Whoa. Megan Keith, wow, that is incredible.
Keep saying that name, wow. She just didn't give up in that last 150 metres. She looked like the gap had gone, but she put her head down, and that last 100 metres, what a finish. The noise that's coming through the tent next to us here. Fiona O'Keefe looked like she'd won the race, Matt, but Megan Keith, as the battle for the Brits behind for the medal spots, but the champion there, Megan Keith, is absolutely delighted.
Do you know what? And I think that is the atmosphere, it's the crowd. I think she wanted it that little bit more, didn't she? She wasn't going to let that title slip away. To win here at the night of 10Ks, we talk about it being almost like a Wimbledon title. It's slowly becoming that way in 10,000 metre running, and I think in years to come, you think 20, 30 years, it will have that history, and it will be something. It will be on every 10,000 metre runner's bucket list to tick off, and Keith joins the likes of Adane, Judd, Steph Twirl, Salpeter, Potter Andrews, Pavey as well. She adds herself to the night champion, and look at the distance here.
It's absolutely incredible. Like you say, this is what the home crowd, this is what the Highgate fans up on the bank there, this is what they do, this is what they give. That's the extra boost. It's like a superpower, isn't it? Look at the way that she just charges past. And, you know, you say about O'Keefe, and I think it is just a case of when you see the rate at which Megan Keith is powering towards the line, it is a case of who wanted it more. Maybe O'Keefe didn't quite, you know, I think she's given everything there, just doesn't have that extra depth that Megan Keith could dig for today. And wow, what a finish. Two, you know, every year, I was going to say 2 in a row, but it's every year here. This women's race always delivers.
Well, and in case you wanted to know what a place in the Olympics looks like, you're finding out now. Sheer delight from Megan Keith there, the Scottish athlete. She's got a hell of a future ahead of her. She's already got one hell of a CV as well. But now we can speculate, what can she do in Paris? And I think I had Judd James a little bit further down the results in 9th place, 31.36, so perhaps she needs to just not go back to the drawing board, but just have a little look at things. I mentioned before, I think she's inside that World Athletics quota, so she should be okay there, providing no one gets ahead of her. And look, there's few opportunities left now over the 10,000 metres for a lot of international athletes.
There's the British bronze medalist, Abby Donnelly, Lincoln Wellington AC, 31.45, just behind. So, yeah, it's going to be a wait and see for Jessica Warner-Judd, but she will go over 5,000 metres in a few weeks' time in those Olympic trials in Sports City, Manchester. So half the distance, but she would love to be on that team for Paris in the 10,000 metres, joining this very talented athlete on the screen, Megan Keith. And she looks like she had the Megan Keith fan club there. So Fiona O'Keefe made the race in that last lap. It was the marathon runner versus now the track runner for us. And I tell you what, flying that Scottish flag proudly today, and it'll be a British flag that she's going to fly in Paris. There's the results, 31.03.01 for Megan Keith, the winner of the elite women's race here at the night of the 10,000 metre PBs, brought to you by Highgate Harriers. Fiona O'Keefe, second, big lifetime best, 31.03.38, or just outside a lifetime best to say, but it's a big lifetime best for Amanda Vestry. That's 31.10.59. And as you said, Jessica Warner-Judd, 31.36.34, the silver medalist, Matt, in the British Championships.
Absolutely, and just a word on Fiona O'Keefe. Her coach, Alistair Cragg, a phenomenal job there. He's slowly becoming one of the best coaches in the world, and he is someone that we will be mentioning because he is, or he does coach Patrick Devitt, shall I say, who's going to go in that A race, who has a realistic shot, but also qualifying for Paris, just like Keith did. He has that British Athletics B standard. Can he get that A standard? Can he break 27 minutes? He's going to need, I think, inside 27:20 to get the points in order to qualify. But more on that. We'll enjoy these images of Keith, who is just enjoying the moment, and so are her family. And this is what it means in the sport, because it's not just an athlete who qualifies for the Olympic Games. I mean, the sacrifice her family would have had to put in. How many times would they have to be understanding when perhaps Keith has had to make a few selfish decisions along the way?
Absolutely, you know, it takes a village, as we always say, and it's incredible just to see her be able to share that moment with her family, and it's so well deserved. It's one of those things where we knew it would happen tonight. It was just a case of really stamping that ticket, and she did it in just such a fashion that makes you so excited. You know, we saw her at the Diamond League, and the manner at which she raced and led from the front, and she's someone who you're just excited to watch race, because you know she's not going to hold back. She's going to give it absolutely everything, and like we've mentioned throughout the course of the afternoon, so with some of the younger races, it's so great to see young British women thinking, you know, I'm just going to lead from the front. I'm just going to leave everything out there and really dig deep and not be afraid to do that. It's so exciting. And we can go down trackside. Joe is with our winner.
I am indeed. Megan Keith, oh wow, we really enjoyed watching you win that race. You already had the Olympic qualifying mark. You really wanted to win, not just the British, but...
Well, I knew I had a shot at it, but yeah, with 200 to go, I thought the American girl got the best of me, but I rounded the bend and the crowd just went absolutely insane, and I think they got me over that line. I don't think that was my legs, but I'm so happy.
Indeed, this crowd, as you mentioned, first of all, you looked so relaxed. When you went to the front with a couple of kilometres to go, how were you feeling in that moment, leading and with all this atmosphere?
I mean, the atmosphere is incredible. I think that when it took a lot for me to not go to the front earlier. I like pushing from the front, and I also like doing my turn, so it was quite hard to sit in there. And when I went, I immediately thought I'd gone too soon, but the crowd just carried me, and I stayed relaxed. And yeah, no, I'm just so happy.
Did you run the race to the plan that you had in mind, because you already have the Olympic qualifying standard? So was that the strategy?
It was. I knew because I had the time I didn't need to be pushing the pace, but I also wanted to go for a long run from home, partly because that's my strength, and partly I was just so excited to run in front of this crowd that I wanted to get my turn at the front. So yeah.
Amazing. And 22 years old, the form you are in at the moment, heading into Paris. The confidence you must have at the moment, really racing at the world senior stage level. How are you feeling in yourself?
I'm just so happy. I feel like, I didn't think I'd be doing 10Ks for a long time yet, so this is not part of the plan, but we're just rolling with it, and hopefully the good times keep coming.
And again, back to that sprint finish, because it was so sensational, to beat an American who herself is qualified for the Olympics. How much extra confidence does that give you?
Winning gives you confidence, but also the way I won, because I'm well aware that normally my sprint finish is my weak point, and people tell me that, and I know that myself, so part of it was wanting to prove to myself I could do it, but no, I wasn't expecting to get to the line first if you had told me with a lap to go, so no, I'm very happy with how it played out.
And now we have 2 months to go until Paris 2024, your first Olympic Games. What comes for you? What do you do over the next few weeks? Because clearly you're in the form of your life.
I think just enjoy it, to be honest. I think 2 months is a long time. I think it'll be exciting, but I want to probably have a reset and just enjoy the moment.
Oh, well, it's so good to see you all smiles. You really entertained the crowd here tonight. Will you stay to watch the men's race?
I think so. I've got a lot of family here, and they seem like they're having a fantastic time, so I don't think I'll be dragging them away yet.
Oh, well,
I do just want to give them a shout out, because a lot of them came down from Scotland, and I have a cousin and his girlfriend who came across to New Zealand, so lots of family here tonight, and they're all over there cheering.
Well, it's so exciting to see you do so well. Again, 22 years old. What a future you have ahead of you. We can't wait to see you run in Paris. I'll hand back to the commentary team.
Well, that's quite amazing, isn't it? Fair play, giving a shout out to family, not only the ones who have come down from Scotland, but also cousins, I believe she said, who have travelled over from New Zealand. We talk about the widespread appeal of this race, and there you go, cousins coming over from New Zealand to watch her race. And what a performance, like Joe said, she's put on tonight. She's really entertained the crowds, and also, this is just something that brings, it's a race, it's an atmosphere that always brings the best out of the athletes, and that 100% is down to the crowd as well.
Yeah, Ross Khan's coach got her absolutely right in terms of form, in terms of tactics, and booking her place in that Olympic team. And hard to believe that she's still an under-23, given the mature performance that she's just put on for 25 laps here at the Parliament Hill track, home of the Highgate Harriers and their team, the committee, the volunteers. They do a huge amount of work in the 12 months. Moment the race finishes, they get ready for next year's event. Ben Pocci and his team have brought 10,000 metre running back into the limelight. And I tell you what, that's a stage for Megan Keefe to win an Olympic trial with that many people watching. And those at home and those watching abroad, I hope you enjoyed that elite women's 10,000 metre race. We've got the elite men coming up, but also some stunts going on. You might have seen in the background Liam Collins, the stunt man. So a former indoor British champion in his age group, and going through some stunts where he was jumping through some flamed hoops, and there were knives. And I tell you what, for someone that's got World Masters records, and that's the riskiest performance of his life.
There's just so much going on. I don't think anyone could possibly be bored here, and that would be a compliment to Ben Pocci, the race founder. We mentioned it time and time again, every single year, why this meet started. He wanted running. He wanted a reason to show his family the sport and why you should come and watch and why you should enjoy it, and this is exactly that. But Joe's been catching up with someone who's had some good battles over 25 laps over the years, and that's Chris Thompson.
Well, Chris, delighted to have you with us, a man who has qualified and ran in the Olympics not once, but twice. First of all, bringing you back here to the night of the 10,000 metres and Parliament Hill as well, many across country. What memories does it bring back?
I was actually saying as I just walked in, I remember running on the fields behind when I was a young kid, and they're fond memories of the things that keep you coming back and wanting more. And myself and a few others are saying how events have changed and how they've grown, and the kind of memories that younger athletes are getting exposed to carry them through. And then what a performance from Megan. I mean, what a way to qualify for the Olympics. Just incredible.
Indeed. Do you remember qualifying for your first Olympics, what that feels like, what you have to go through?
Just about. Is that long ago? I feel that I'm becoming fossilised. Yeah, I do. Well, in particular, 4 years ago, or 3 years ago, because of the pandemic year, qualifying for Tokyo was a really special moment for a lot of different circumstances. And just knowing the feeling that you get and just the roar and seeing the flames go up and Megan just literally crossing the line going, that is the Olympics for me. I think such a special moment, and the more we can keep building these chances for athletes to be able to do that and carry them, it lasts a lifetime. I still feel like remember it as yesterday, and I will remember the rest of my life. And I'm so pleased for Megan because she'll remember that forever.
Indeed, 22 years old. A lot of us remember an incredible race from you back in 2018 here, a big sprint finish that you came out on top of. Tell me about those memories and how the crowd and the atmosphere helps in a moment like that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't quite win the race that day, but it was, I qualified for the Europeans that year along with Alex Yee and Andy Vernon, and yeah, that having friends and people that don't necessarily always go to meets and the occasion of it, that last lap was such a buzz around that sprint finish, like you say, that it brought something out of myself to get what I needed to get out of the race, and it brings an extra layer out, and it's thanks to everyone here that encourages, and I'm sure Megan, that the crowd contributed to her winning that race and getting their last few shots. In 2018 will always stick in my memory. I'm sure many people enjoy the fond gurn that I gave as I looked across in panic at the others as I tried to get past them. It will live with me forever. But yeah, you come away with special moments, and 18 was a special moment. And obviously off that race, there was an Olympic medalist that came out of it in Alex Yee. So maybe Megan Keith could be another Olympic medalist. We'll see.
Yeah, or certainly in the future, 22 years old. You mentioned the evolution. When I was competing, when I retired a bit before you did.
As we both were together, yeah, back in the day. Yeah.
This event didn't exist for the 10,000 metres. What do you think about the way it's grown over the years and evolved, and the crowds we have tonight?
Well, this is the thing. I've said to a lot of people, like, obviously, when we were growing up, 10,000 was still something we were evolving to in terms of growing into the distance. But who'd have thought back when we were athletes 20 years ago that the 10K would be such an iconic event on the track around something like this, and people wanting to copy? I think it's a testament to what you can achieve if you put your mind to it, and what Ben and the team have done. They've taken what a lot of people thought the 10K was the ugly duckling of the track and field event. Well, it's not. Just look around you, look at what's happened, and I think this proves that you build it, they will come. It's a cliche, but we say it time and time again. And I think back in the day, if we had events like this, we may have seen a lot of athletes that we saw growing up staying in the sport because they had sort of things like this to look forward to. I mean, this is down the road from St Mary's, where you and a lot of others went to St Mary's University, and it's on the doorstep, so people can come and cheer. So yeah, I think this is doing a lot for the sport. I think we'll see more of it because it works, and that's the big thing about it. It works. Everyone wants to be here. I hear people just as they come in here going, wow, and you know they're walking in something for the first time, and that's what you want. This could be the Wembley Arena of athletics. It sounds a bit over the top, but I'm telling you, man, this is our twin towers of the sport. It can be it, and we've got something for other people to follow.
And just finally, before I let you go and watch and cheer on the men trying to do what you did, well, you've been wonderful to watch for many an athletic fan. 2 Olympic Games. What is next for you? What's coming up for you? I know you've had a bit of an injury this season. What lies ahead?
I need to find a good pair of crutches, I think. What lies ahead? Well, I actually was coaching Verity, who just ran in that race, had a good run. I'm looking at the next chapter. There's nothing definitive, but it sounds a bit. I'm just looking forward to the next chapter. I woke up this morning looking forward to being part of this event in a different way. I commentated a London Marathon with Hannah England. That was fantastic, and hopefully I can do a bit more to stay involved in the sport. And I just have a passion for being involved in some capacity, even if I'm not running around, even if I'm on the sidelines with a bit of a limp as an ex-athlete, as we tend to. I just want to stay involved and enjoy it and be part of it because I get just as much of a buzz. So we'll see what the next chapter holds. But let's watch the men's race and see if anyone can run faster than me. I doubt it.
Indeed. Lane 3, you cheer them on. Yeah. I will hand back to our wonderful commentary team ahead of the men's Olympic trials and British Championships.
Let's go, Pat.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chris Thompson, who knows what it feels like in these final moments before the men's A race, the Olympic trials, and also an opportunity for athletes to get inside those European standards. And there's one on the screen now. Paddy Dever, who is a quality athlete, the Preston Harrier, already has an Olympic A standard in the 5,000 metres, Matt, but he's got some athletes up against him today, the likes of Charles Hicks, Rory Leonard, Zach Mohammed, and a few others thrown into the mix as well for that British title.
Oh, mate, I've seen him in front of me here. He's been prowling around, just loose as anything, strides, stretching himself out, drills. It's been a pleasure to watch him warm up for this race. But yeah, pressure's on him a little bit tonight. He needs another performance around, for me, around about 27.08. I was trying to do the math on those world ranking points. We've obviously got our B standard of 27.20 for these men to aim for, and if they're inside that and inside the World Athletics quota, they will go to Paris. It gets a little bit more complicated. There's cross-country ranking spots up for grabs. There's 8 of those, and they only take 27 in total, 27 men in total. And because Paddy Dever's had a few years out, James, a little up and down time since that NCAA 10,000 meter win in 2021, and that British Championship 5,000 meter title as well. He hasn't got any 10Ks under his belt, and you need 2. So this second one will be key. And there's the start list. And at the bottom of that start list, Paul Kyereme. What a run 12 months ago. That record set here, 27.12. But he's not maybe quite in the form that he has been previously. But in terms of races, Ellen, Paul last year put on a show, and if he's there or thereabouts with a kilometre to go, do not write him off.
Absolutely not. No, meeting record, you know, is held by him. He's someone who we just love watching. We love to watch the race. You know, we saw that last year, setting that meeting record, 27.12.73. You know, someone who's won Olympic medals, won medals at back-to-back Olympics, and you know, he's just on his day. You know, he's such an athlete to watch. Someone else who I'd love to perform really well tonight is Zach Mohammed. You know, seeing his brother at London Marathon, stamping his ticket for Paris, you know, getting on the plane, he'd love to be alongside him, wouldn't he?
100%. He's been training very, very hard. Does a lot of solo training, believe it or not, even though his brother is such a talented marathon runner. So what can he do today? But look, Paolo Sarafel, someone who's had a fantastic half marathon, DNF'd in London, so he's bounced back here. And I've mentioned someone already, Charlie Wheeler, his brother, going in that B race, running very well there. What could Charlie do? Yeah, there's some fast half marathon runners in this field. Samuel Beretta, the Portuguese athlete, ran 59.40. Also, Carlos Mayo, you might have seen at the bottom of that screen as well, the Spanish half marathon record holder, 59.39. He knows how to run very well. He's finished 13th for the Olympics and 13th in the world over 10,000 metres. Now, it's a busy start line, isn't it, Matt? There's a lot of runners that need to jostle for positions. The pacers have got an important job. Amos Karui and James McMurray. And the crowd get involved. I mean, it is noisy down there. It's like a pantomime in there, Matt, wasn't it?
You can't say they haven't riled them up with all the performers we've had today.
That is true,
the crowd are riled up. They want to get involved.
I think these men just want to get going, don't they? They just want that gun to sound.
It's a green card, so everyone goes. No false starts. And again, the waterfall start. A lot of runners in this A race, so they've got to jostle for positions. The pacers have got to get out. Karuri of Uganda is a very good pacer that's going to be charged at 64 seconds per lap of this Parliament Hill track. Newly renovated, and to the front goes a very strong 3,000 metre a miler in the form of James McMurray. Seen some of his junior teammates of St Albans running already today, Matt, but he's someone that's just going to get the first few laps ticked off.
Oh, what a shot. There's nothing quite like it, is it? It's slowly becoming iconic, the start of the 10,000 metres at the night at 10K PBs, the way they waterfall and around that tight bend into the lactic tunnel of love. And we're filing in single file. We'd expect that. This is serious tempo. I mentioned in the women's race, if anyone wants to go and run 30-40, there would be very, very few who would be able to go with it. You're talking top 20 runners in the world. It's the same here in the men's. If Paddy Dever can go with this, Charles Hicks as well, you got Kerber Arasa already. You're seeing men separate from the rest of the field.
Yes, Kerry Kibron as well is a European silver medalist. We saw him in Copenhagen pacing. So whether he's recovered from a good 30-kilometre pacing gig, and on the cue, he's right at the back of the field, Matt.
Well, this is a little bit Mike Jordan last dance, isn't it, for Paul Kyereme, I feel. You know, he's had a storied career so far, but if he came here, James, and he won today, goodness me.
Well, he jumped in did the US Marathon Championships, but it didn't really seem like a serious kind of attempt. You know, I wonder whether it was almost like just see where my training's at, but he didn't finish there. He is an out-and-out track runner, though.
He is, he does like the track, and I think when it gets to the crucial part of this race, that's 6-7 kilometers, that's when we'll see Paul Kyereme, if we're going to see him at all. If you don't see him then, I think we can safely say, you know, we'll focus on the boys up front, but a man who's got multiple global medals, you know, he knows what he's doing. He doesn't need to be up front because, yes, these guys at the moment, they've got pacemakers. They will clip off 64s now for the next 12, 13, 14 laps, but there will be a period where they'll slow. And if they do that and Kyleme's on his game, he'll be able to close them.
Yeah, and you know, how highly do you rate Charlie Hicks? What a talent. Obviously, we've seen him win the European Under-23 titles, but he's there or thereabouts at the moment, isn't he?
He is. Look, he ran a meet in Oregon a few weeks ago, and it was absolutely lashing down with rain, puddles on the track, as wet as anything, and he sort of coasted to a 13:30, strolled through the line, straight over to chat to his coach, Jerry Schumacher. And at first, when I glanced at the results, I thought, oh, that's not a good result for someone who's trying to run 27 minutes. He's got to do that back-to-back. I then watched the race. I saw how he looked after the race as well. And you're starting to think, was that just a run to familiarize himself with this tempo, with 13:30 tempo? Perhaps he did a post-race workout. That's becoming more and more popular at this elite level as well. And if that's the case, we can expect something special from him.
He's an athlete that I think everyone will want to see a bit more of him, particularly over this side of the pond. You know, a European under 23 5K champion, European cross-country champion in the under 23 age category as well. And he won that race, didn't he, the year he took the title. So, with such conviction and in such a great way, and we want to see more of him racing over here. And, you know, the position he's got himself in now, but behind Patrick Dever, this is exciting. This is what we want to see from the pair of them.
We do, and look, Bauman athletes are often criticised, aren't they, for lack of racing in a similar fashion. I mean, Alistair Cragg is someone who knows Jerry Schumacher very, very well, and I think their training philosophies are quite similar. And hey, guess what? Yep, he coaches Paddy Dever there as well. So expect to see Dever race sparingly. He already has done, but he's in fine form.
He is, and he came through the UK university system at Loughborough, and then went out to the States and flourished over there, didn't he, Matt? You know, that spell at Tulsa University, and you know, and since then in the professional ranks, he's had some time off. Last year wasn't a great year for him, was it, with injury? But yeah, he's come back, and that indoor Olympic, you know, time that he set, that you know, that 27:08. That sets him up so nice for tonight.
Well, that's it, 13:04 over 5,000 as well. So he's already got that Olympic time in the 5K. I mean, qualifying at the British Championships come the end of June is going to be another thing, though. We saw Sam Aitken run 12:54 last night over at the LA Grand Prix. Borrega winning that in 12:51. So some world-class distance running taking place. And we've got our own here at the night of 10Ks, and you can just see Kyereme there at the back of picture, just drifting his way up. Looks like he's going to be on the back of Zach Mohammed any minute now.
Yeah, James McMurray, a sub-4-minute miler. It's like sub-3, 40, 1500 as well, and he's ahead of those pace lights. So imagine running inside 27 minutes tonight. That would be something very special, Ellen, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and you know, this is quite similar to the second race, or the B race that we saw for the men. You know, we've seen so many times this evening. This has been one of the, if not the, I'm sure we'll get the statistics afterwards, for the whole of all of the races, the 17 races that we see today. The wave lights and all the pacing has been smashed on every occasion, but this time they're stuck to it, and they're right on it.
Oh, it's bang on, 64.8. I mean, that is bang on 27-minute tempo. The man we haven't mentioned, the Japanese athlete just leading that chase group there. You can see him in the Adidas singlet. That's Yun Kasai. 27.17, his lifetime best, which is incredible running. 28.55 in 2023 on the roads as well, but not often you see Japanese athletes venture outside their own country. The distance running scene over there is so deep, it's so strong that they just don't need to. You know, you look at their marathon scene, and I think they had 30 men inside the Olympic standard of 2:08.10. It really puts it into context, and as I say that, he just gets on the back of this front group, and he's a man who's familiar with this pace. This is a this is all or nothing for him tonight as well.
Yeah, so still in the early stages of this men's championships, 10,000 metres. Obviously, the British Championships and the trials for the Olympic Games in Paris this summer. We're going to take an opportunity, though, to go down to Joe, who's with William Upton.
I've got William Upton here from the London City Corporation, who have invested £2 million into this athletics track this year. First of all, and I can see why was it so important to you to invest that kind of money?
It is so nice to see it happening, and it shows just how worthwhile it is to keep this track up to speed and at the right quality. And it means that events like this become possible, and it's so wonderful to see it happening. And quite apart from it being a community asset, it's on nights like this that makes investments in athletics look fantastic. And it's fun.
And you mentioned quality. We believe it could be a fast track. We've seen plenty of PBs tonight. Tell us what you've done to it.
I really hope this is true. This is a new track. First year it's been able to be used. It's one of those surfaces that meets highest standards. And yes, this will lead to better results. And I'm hoping in better results in the future as well. But have to see what happens with this race.
Indeed, we are going to take a look at these 10K runners in just a moment. Quickly, the overall mission of the corporation in terms of facilities like this across London, why it's so important.
Well, for us, on Hampstead Heath, this is just one of the things available. There's the athletics track, there's ponds, there's the Heath itself, and it's one of those things where the city's been involved for 30 plus years, but it isn't just here where we invest. It's something that for London, it's something for our global city, it's something that people can really appreciate. And of course for tonight, let's just enjoy the athletics, because I want to see what happens.
All right, I think this man wants to go and watch the 10K Olympic finals. I don't blame him. I'll send it back to the commentary team.
Well, they're heating up as well, aren't they, as Pacer just steps to the side. So we're left with one Pacer out the front of this group of 4, but they're being pursued, and the gap is closing now, isn't it? And it is Paul Kyereme who's on the back of that group, and he's there and thereabouts. I remember last year we didn't really know what form he was going into the race with, and he ended up dropping a meeting record, and there you can see him just lurking, isn't he? He's just there in the back of the picture, making his presence known.
I think for me, Kyleme's a man who loves the atmosphere, and I think, look, when you're a multiple world global medalist, I think it's very hard to motivate yourself, but he can do it. When he comes to Highgate, he can do it because he's got the crowd on top of him. You've seen him waving as well to the crowd, geeing them up, and this is how he likes to run, because guess what? It's entertaining for him. He can stay engaged. If he's up at the front doing what Paddy Dever and Hicks are doing, I think he gets bored. This is what he needs to do. Yeah,
Paddy Dever is setting his stall out right on the back of the pacemakers. As the pace is right where it needs to be. 8:04 was the 3,000 metre sprint. James Murray did a great job. 2:41, third kilometre. And it is the pacer up front that's been Amos Kipkurui from Uganda. And he's getting the lap splits spot on that, isn't he?
He's absolutely doing that, and it's helped with those wave lights as well. They've kind of revolutionised the sport. And now I think we're starting to see the benefits of athletes training with these lights. And you can set about 12 different colours going around the track at all different speeds. I mean, we've got 3 or 4 here tonight. The red lights are paced at 27.50. We'll try and keep you updated with those Brits trying to nail that European standard. We got the likes, there you are, Zach Mohammed in there. You see Scott Beattie, Rory Leonard, Charlie Wheeler, all of those guys a little bit further back, Ellis Cross as well.
And behind the pacemaker, Mohammed Ismail, he's a sub-13-minute 5,000 metre runner from Djibouti. And I tell you what, he looks really good in these opening stages, but looks like now maybe 3 getting in the way with the pacer. And it is our defending champion who is trying to close that gap, Paul Kyereme. Such an experienced, savvy racer, but I tell you what, if this gap continues to grow, he's going to struggle out there.
Well, do you know what? To close this gap, he's going to have to start running some 63s, and that's serious tempo. You know, that's 26:30, 26:40 level. So it would be ambitious to think that he could do that over the course of just a few laps. So we're going to have to be patient with Kyereme, and we want him to get onto this group for the sake of just entertainment, really. And can we see a repeat of last year in a battle over those last few kilometres?
Teammate Scott Beattie and Rory Leonard, the European Under-23 champion, going through 2:42 at 4 kilometres, another 64-second lap.
You mentioned Mohammed Ismail. This is another situation like we had in the earlier races. That 5,000 metre PB, 56.43 was set on Wednesday. Wednesday.
I mean, that race in Stockholm was fantastic. We saw Isaac Kameli run 12.56 as well. Andreas Almgren broke 13 for the first time. We've seen him run 26.57, and he backed that up with a 12.59 over 5,000. But yeah, that turnaround, and it's one of those things where, you know, his coach, his agent has gone, look, you ran well on Wednesday night, let's go get an Olympic qualifier in the 10K as well.
But he was only 11th at the All-African 10,000 metre championship. So if you look at his season special going, you've only run 30.12.
What are you doing up here?
But yeah, that sub 13-minute clock in, that's a hard way to do it though, Wednesday to Saturday. But I tell you what, he looks so good in these early stages. Look very composed, very upright, and there's a gap between Deva and Hicks in the early stages.
I think when you're hot, aren't you? And sometimes, you know, you just don't need the recovery. You can ride that wave, that high at the moment. Ismail's doing that. Deva now just has to hang in there. They're slowly drifting away from these pace lights at this stage, and I think this is Hicks being sensible at this stage in the race. I mean, this will hurt him. I mean, they're coming up to 5,000 metres on that the next lap, but I think he's being sensible now. He's sticking to those green lights.
Let me cast your mind back to February, the year is 2019. It's Exeter Bucks, and there's a race up the hill between Emil Caress and Paddy Deva, and Emil Caress got there on the line, but Emil Caress is going to the marathon after that superb third place podium finish at the London Marathon. But watching Paddy Deva, who's already going in the 5,000 if he gets the position right in the trials, but right now he is at the front of this race, rocking towards 27 minutes, Matt. That is something special.
It really is, and as you say that, another 64.8, that is bang on the money. What's this 5,000 split going to be? I mean, to put it into context, James, the European qualifying standard for 5,000 is 13.20, and he's not going to be too far outside that through halfway.
Well, this should be inspiration to any British athletes out there, especially university-based athletes. That if you look at his power of 10 or look at his stats, it's not been a linear line to where he is right now. He has worked hard for where he's at, and look at that, 13:30.2. As he's just said to Ismail, I'll take a lap.
No, this is ridiculous. I mean,
I'll do a lap.
I've got the British all-time list in front of me. Obviously, Farah, the only man to break 27 minutes, and I feel like Deva wants to do it tonight. This is the time for him. Never mind Paris. I think he's come here. He's prepared very, very well, and he has. You talk about an up-and-down career. He's taken his distance running up a notch. This last 12, 18 months, he has put in some serious graft, and you can tell that he's got to the front because that was a 65.
And Alistair Cragg still has the Irish national 10,000 metre record. He knows about how to get athletes ready. We saw it, Fiona O'Keefe.
Yeah.
She won the US Olympic marathon trials, and Paddy Deva is out there right now. And I tell you what, the British crowd, having had Megan Keefe win the women's race, now we've got a Brit at the front of the men's. Does it get any better than this?
Well, they've been starved all day, haven't we? We've had international winner after international winner all throughout the course of the earlier races, you know, bar obviously the 800 metres. This is the first opportunity, you know, with Megan Keefe for them to cheer someone home who is a Brit crossing the line first. This is what they want, isn't it? They love seeing British talent thrive, and this is what we're seeing here. You know, Paddy Deva being able to say to Ishmael, you know, it's dropping back a bit, you know, a couple of laps before, you know, maybe even just a lap before, they were going off the front of the blue wave lights. Now they drop back to the green, and he was just tucked in behind, and he's just said, do you know what? Let me go round. If you can keep pace, then keep pace. But I think this is Deva making a mark to go on his own here.
To go through the splits at halfway, you had Zach Mohammed going through 13:42, the next best of the Brits after Hicks, who was 13:33. Then we start looking back at the likes of Scott Beattie, 13:50. They've got an eye on that European qualifying time as we keep panning down. There's some hard running to be done out there, but look at that. Paddy Deva, this is just a show right now here at Parliament Hill.
Do you know what? He's running past a fellow athlete he's going to know very, very well. Paolo Surafal. These two grew up together. They competed over national cross-country championships time and time again. And Paolo said just drifts wide and waves his compatriot on, and it's great to see. And look, Hicks is back in second. He's struggling now. I mentioned is he being sensible, but he's not being sensible. He's hurting, and I think he's going to have a tough run in with 4 kilometres to go almost.
Paulos has run 61:20 for half marathon. This is the quality that Paddy Diva is going past. Unbelievable running.
64 again, you know, he's bang on the money now, and that's everything that he's doing by himself. Yes, he's got the wave lights beside him, but, you know, that is, he noticed so quickly that the pace was slipping back. He realised that, and he said he wasn't afraid to say to Ishmael, I'm going past, and let's do this. And now he's taking it on alone, and he's hitting 64s. He's in such a good place here. He's got the wave lights, and really, like I said a lot before, you know, this is him laying down the marker that he'll do this alone if he needs to.
Look, we've seen a few long run for homes here at Highgate over the years, haven't we? But often there's been company. I mean, Chalimo did something very similar last year. He had company to 5,000, then he just ran it home himself. He ran 27:12 that night, just missing what was the old world standard of 27:10, but it's the meet record here. Can Deva give that a crack? And he's just slipping in. This is where it's going to get hard now.
This is where he's got to start to really refocus and really put the foot down to get back onto those blue wave lights, because he's dropping off the back of the green. Now he's trying to get past the lapped athletes, and he just needs to, he doesn't need to sit behind, he needs to go round and flow.
We need 64s, we've hit a 66, and he almost ran into the back of that athlete being lapped. They've got to start moving out. Hicks is not giving up chase. Remember, there'll be really good points in the system for a British runner-up as well tonight. But at the moment, Paddy Deva is absolutely flying down the back straight in that Preston vest. And in a year where we lost John Nuttall, who wore that vest so proudly in so many British championships. So this would be a fitting tribute to John. Paddy Deva is out there at the front, isn't he, right now, pushing the pace map.
He's just dropped off the back of the green wave lights. You know, you've got to look behind Charlie Hicks. Here we go. Jun Kasai is leading, you know, the Japanese champion is leading that group behind, and he's got sights on him, and Kasai has got this real, you know, he's been, you know, running within his pace, and he's worked really hard to stay consistent, and particularly, you know, with that group behind him. Paddy Deva, though, listen to the sound of the Highgate crowd as Paddy Deva goes past the start-finish line. He goes down the home straight, and the roar is incredible.
Is he trying to turn everyone into a 10,000-metre runner? He's inspiring me here in the commentary booth, and I'm sure he's inspiring everyone at home as well. And look at this then. Hicks has been reeled in. Zach Mohammed is in that group. That's interesting for the British Championships, for that British battle, and those European spots as well. And look, I mean, Hicks is in trouble. He's drifting by Sam Chalanga. I mean, this is a guy who's got 27 low as well.
Yeah, Zach Mohammed is running so well. Hasn't been in the kind of form recently. He had a superb Great South 10-mile race where he ran 46 minutes. But he is coming back to form on the back of that group with the likes of Paul Chalimo. Charles Hicks now has to hang tough. But Paddy Deva is flying through this field like a knife through butter. 66-second laps, though. He just needs to find an extra second. And that noise of the crowd, I'm getting goosebumps when he's going past us in the finishing straight, because the noise is building. If Ben Podgy and the Highgate Harriers could have dreamt up anything better than this for the Olympic trials in 2024, I don't think they could have.
You've got to bottle it, haven't you? It's an incredible atmosphere. The noise gets better and better, and actually it starts earlier and earlier lap-wise every year, doesn't it? Particularly when they've got a Brit to cheer home. Zach Mohammed as well, you know, he was second behind Andy Butchart last year in the British champs, and he'll know that first has gone away from him by some way now, but he'll want to match that result from last year, if not, you know, try and push on time-wise as well.
He will indeed, and the very fact Sam Chalanga's being able to hang on to Paddy Deva here is a slight concern. We saw a 67, 8 lap just gone as well, previous lap, so I think he's just settling into that rhythm, which is still phenomenal running, and he's just got to stay on it, because I mentioned before those World Athletics rankings, that quota, I was trying to do the maths before, and anything inside about 27-20 and the win, because he'd get 60 bonus points on his result score, would probably do it for him.
Yeah, Hicks has been swallowed up. Yeah, don't be fooled. Sam Chalanga, the athlete behind Deva, has been lapped. He's a master 35, 27.08. You might remember him a few years ago, won the NCAAs, loads of US titles, huge talent, but he is hanging on now, and that's because it's dropped to a 69. Oh, it's starting to hurt Deva now. but he's still way out in front unless they can start to close him down. Ismail's coming back, actually, almost on cue, Ellen.
He's rallying, isn't he? You know, he dropped back, and then, you know, you can see it particularly on these bends. He started to eat up their distance, and, you know, you look there, this is always slightly deceiving angle, but he looks right behind. The gap is definitely there, like you've seen on the bend, but he's getting closer and closer. Zach Mohammed now up into second, like he finished last year with Charles Hicks dropping back into third.
We're going to have Pete Scott's getting the crowd going there. He's getting them chanting Paddy on the back straight, on the lactic tunnel of love. And this is a very tough position for Paddy to be in. It's quite hard to watch, actually, because he was so amped up at 4-5K. He was doing phenomenal. He knew his only chance here today was he had to go off the front. He had to push the pace, but now he's got to respond to Ismail. Come on, Paddy, go with it.
Mohammed Ismail goes past, doesn't he, Ellen? And I tell you what, Sam Chalanga's been lapped. Who latches on?
It's mad, isn't it? You know, but we see it here. So many athletes are running their individual race, and you've got to kind of block that out when it's lap after lap. And from so early on, you're getting mixed up with lapped athletes. You can see a 69.32 for that last lap for Paddy Dever. It's hard now. The issue here is he doesn't now want to get stuck, as we've seen in previous races, between the lapped athlete, as you can see there, is now in the middle of him and Ismail, and that's a challenging one because you've got to kind of get Chalanga out of the way because he wants to be glued onto the back of Ismail. There's three of them there, but Chalanga's a lap behind.
I would say that, but you know what? I've seen Chalanga waving him a couple of times, and I think Chalanga's helping him out now. And this is brilliant to see because Dever's going to have a little bit of help over these final few laps. We know he's hurting. We know he's struggling at the moment. This is 10,000 meter running. This is what it can do to you. You can go from feeling $1 million, soaking up every cheer in that crowd, to just absolutely, he's not falling apart at the moment. He's just suffering. He's just hanging on in there, isn't he?
It's hard. That 8 kilometre split, 21:50. So we're still operating towards the record pace here. 27:12 is that record from last year. But I think we're operating around about 27:15 pace. But that's about a quick last lap, man.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last year, I think Chalimo broke 60 on that last lap. It's going to take something similar for sure. But this is good now. We can settle. I mean, Paddy can just relax. He can just tick by these next few. And look, he can muster something up that final kilometre. He's got a mile to run. Like we always say, he would have wrecked that. Here's the chase in. I see Efrem Gede of Ireland moving up. Hicks is struggling in there, but Ismail, don't be fooled. This man ran a 12:56 5,000 on Wednesday night, and he's here on Saturday, lapping 25 laps in Highgate.
Well, everyone's tagging along to the back of this group now. Every laps athlete wants a bit of the action. That's Noah Schute of the Netherlands, just hopping on, deciding to try and, you know, maybe that will help. Dever is actually having someone boxed in behind.
Bit of TV time.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? You know, make the most of it. But you know, actually having someone blocked in behind, he's now got the pressure to stay in there, and if they can keep carrying him along, you know, it could be an advantage, it could be a disadvantage if Ismail just gets too far ahead.
Whoa, we're seeing some moves now. Look, the pace did settle for a little bit, but now Mohammed Ismail just looks to squeeze it again. 3 laps to run. Dever, can he do what Keith did and win here on home soil?
If Gede, the Irish athlete who's 6th in the European in 2022, he would love to go back to those Europeans, would love to go to the Olympics, but I think that might be slipping away. But he's in the top 10 running well as well. But Dever down the back straight, trying to get onto the back of Ismail. Chalanga almost again kind of blocking him out. I think Chalanga could just be done with getting out of the way now.
I think he's kind of realised that. He's stepped to the side, and if I'm Paddy Dever, I'm giving him a tap on the shoulder and saying, thanks for your hard work, but I need to stay on the back of Ismail. You know, look at him trying to come round now. He's trying to navigate it, and that is no help for Paddy Dever as well. He needs a clear sight, and, you know, fair play for him to try and get that now, even if he has to give just a little bit of, you know, arm-clashing action to get past Chalanga, you know, who's now taken a look and realised, I think, or, you know, he's continuing to go. It's such a hard position.
In the way
he is. It's so hard for Paddy Dever. Even if he's trying to help, Ismail, you know, potentially now is an option to get away a bit.
It's tough, isn't it? But sometimes you've got to be able to cope with that. This is championship racing. I know this isn't a championship race as such, but you do have to cope with these bumps and barges and fighting people. I must say, in 3rd place, Felix Bohr of France, having a run of his life, 27:37 lifetime best. He's a 2:06:46 marathon man. He did that in Valencia. He's the French champion as well, and he's there sitting. You can see him back in 3rd, just coming around that bend. Will he challenge these boys over the final 600?
You're absolutely right. With that marathon strength, I tell you what, he's going to be coming into his own lap on lap. The French champion. He's run 27.37 on the road, but now finally Paddy Devitt has got past Chalanga, and now he makes a move on the inside of Serafalt, but Ismail closes the door on him.
He was smart, Ismail, there. He saw the threat, he saw the danger straight away, didn't he? He said, no, thank you, not today. Look, Deva's going to have another crack. We're coming up to the final lap. He's not done. He's going to battle it down on the back straight. For me, Deva, he just can't go lightly. He's been kind of gently surging. When he goes now, he needs to be aggressive, and he needs to steal a few yards on Ismail.
26.20 at the bell, 67th lap, Ellen. They're into the business end. The last lap, it's Ismail versus Deva.
And we've seen what this British home crowd can do for the British athletes. This is the exact position that Megan Keith was in at this point in the Women's Championship race. Just a look behind from Ismail. Deva, he's there. He's just taking that line around the outside again. We've said so many times, this angle's slightly deceiving when it comes to the gap. This is where he needs to kick. You know, again, I'll mention it, it's the same position that Megan Keith was in. Can he find that extra level that the British athletes do when they get into the home straight and find just that extra bit of passion to get home?
Mohammed Ismail is kicking away from Paddy Deva. Deva is going to take the British title. Mohammed Ismail looks like he's going to take the elite men's race here at the night of the 10,000 metre personal best here. Brought to you by Highgate Harriers. Paddy Deva is trying to come back, but he's not going to get there. Mohammed Ismail takes the title to 2024, 27.22. Paddy Deva is the British champion, Matt. What a run, but just came up slightly short there.
Well, he'll be delighted with that. British champion over this distance can't be sniffed at. Look at Scott Beattie inside 27.50. That's a Euro time for him. Who else is out on the track currently? They're flocking across the line. But I think Zach Mohammed must have been there somewhere as well. Where's Hicks? I think Beattie's, I say Beattie. Leonard's come with a fantastic run to get amongst it as well. I saw that Morpeth vest. It could be one or the other.
Yeah, Leonard's chip wasn't working, so on the screens in front of us, he was hidden almost in oblivion there. So Rory Leonard coming through. Oh, I'll tell you what, his dad's going to be absolutely static in the crowd. And I tell you what, we're waiting for the official times to come up. Hicks is on the ground. But I tell you what, there's the times coming up on the screen. Ismail taking it 27.22. Paddy Deva 27.23. Phoenix Boers, you said, came through, big personal best. 27.27, Irish, just outside the Irish record for Irfan Gidey, 27.40, fantastic run in there. But I don't think that Roy Leonard will be showing on these results in front of us because his chip wasn't activated, 27.46. But I think, as you said, Roy Leonard was inside that.
That was definitely Leonard. I saw Beattie come across the line about 28.20, a little bit further down. That was definitely Leonard. He's had a phenomenal run. He might have even been 27.39. He's ecstatic, deservedly so. That group that Chris Rainsford's formed, the Hoka man, is paying off. Those guys training out of London.
Andy Hobdall doing a fantastic job coaching.
He is indeed, and here we are reliving the moments. Ismail, he's coming, he's spoiled the party, but look, Deva's got to be happy with that. To do that in the way he did it, the hard thing is, James, I think he is worth probably 27 low, isn't he? He's worth better than a 27.08 with what he's run, but you know, to lead from 5 kilometres out like he did is just brutal.
And Rory Leonard is definitely missing off that result. Great run, Niels Voigt, the German athlete in that 10th place on the screen, 27.41, but we think a couple of people are missing from that result. Paul Chalimo, never say die, 27.34, but he still has the event record, that does stay. But some big European qualifying times there. So if you start looking down at Gathazon, the Israeli athlete there, obviously Felix Ball, but he'll be going for the marathon in Paris, so whether he fancies a 10,000 at the Europeans as well. But yeah, Gidey, almost an Irish record, sunk run in there, Ellen. But there's the champion, Mohammed Ismail. Came back, didn't he? Back to Deva. Deva made the race, but tell you what, Ismail finished it off.
It was brave running from Paddy Deva, wasn't it? Just to, you know, when the pace started to drop, when it was going below the 64 mark, and he just gave it a tap on the shoulder and was like, let's try and go for it. I'm going to try and stick on the back of these blue wave lights. And it looked like Ismail's race was over, and when you look at the time that he dropped in midweek on Wednesday, you'd say, you know, potentially it was, because that's you know, it's traveling as well. It's not just what going sub 13 over 5,000 meters will take out of you, but he rallied so well, and you know, to have that focus to come back and then, you know, even overcome, as we saw Deva charging, you know, trying to get back in there. He would have had to, obviously the crowd he'd have taken the atmosphere from the crowd, but he'd have known it was for Deva behind him to block that out and drive towards the line in the manner he did. You know, it's a great run.
And Matt, he's got some decisions to make with regards to the European Championships as well. Does he go and run 5,000 metres there? Does he go and run 10,000 metres? What do you think Alistair Cragg might have him doing in that time between? Because obviously the Olympic trials over 5,000 metres now, with the likes of George Mills thrown into the mix, as well as you said last night, Aitken's phenomenal run. It's going to be very busy with the likes of Jack Rowe as well.
Look, I'll be brutally honest, I think there's a European medal, possibly a European title up for grabs. You look at the guys, you know, the defending champion, Cabron, he was nowhere to be seen today. Yeah. He was a medalist 2 years ago in 2022 as well from Norway. So actually, if you're Paddy Diva, look, yes, the Olympics is important. Maybe you choose to go over the 5K because you've got that standard, and maybe you go to Rome and you go and get a 10,000 metre title, or European title, or European medal, and that would be special. We haven't seen someone do that since the likes of Mo Farah.
And Charles Wheeler running 28.05, Matt. So that's a good double for the Wheelers of his brother in the B race, a big PB.
Hey, look, the guy's self-coached, and that's a phenomenal job he's done. He was on the fence. I think he's carrying a little bit of a niggle as well. And I think there's always, when you're self-coached, there must be so much self-doubt going on in there. You never quite know what shape you're in, but he's proven it tonight, and he is slowly becoming one of Britain's best in these distances.
And also Charles Hicks and Zachariah Mohammed having their own battle for the British podium as well. So fantastic run in there. That was a big run between those two. But Charles Hicks got after it, Matt, but just wasn't his day today over the distance.
Yeah, something clearly not right with Hicks. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that, and I mentioned that 13:30 the other day. I mean, that seems to be pretty legit as well. I don't think that was a pace run on how he performed. So again, similar to Judd, I think he'll go back and look at things and say, look, where can I get that performance? Because at the moment, it doesn't look like he's going to be going to Paris. But Joe's got the race winner.
I do indeed. I have Mohammed Ismail and Patrick Deva alongside me. Mohammed, first of all, a personal best and national record. Tell me how much you enjoyed that. How happy are you with that race?
National record au korodey saacad fiican oo PB ga korodey maanta dareenkaaga noo sheego kuna heesa.
Wallahi aad baan u faraxsan, très content. Waxaan rabay inaan Olympic qualification ka sameeyo. لكن الحمد لله ومركي يقول ريسي 10K أرضه مركا national record and PB. I'm very happy.
He said he wanted to get qualification standard for Olympics, so he's an Olympic year. But he said he's happy with his run. So this is his first 10K run. So he said he ran a PB and a Djibouti national record. So he said he's over the moon. He's so happy.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully you enjoyed the event. I'll bring in Patrick Deva here, who is our new British champion, and you're definitely going to the Euros, that's for sure. So how did you enjoy that, and how do you feel about the way you raced?
It's another 10K this year that I would say is kind of bittersweet, really. I was obviously going for that 27 minutes, as everyone probably saw as I was on the lights for, I can't remember how many laps, but yeah, it was just a little bit ambitious for me today, and kind of paid for it towards the end, but I was happy I was able to kind of rally over those last couple of laps, and yeah, to come out with the British title, it's always a nice feeling, so yeah.
And you had a great battle with Mohammed there, passing the baton between you, taking the lead, and then that sprint finish. Talk me through that and how much that spurred you on.
I think when you're running with someone else, it's always so much easier if you can kind of share that workload rather than being out there at the front by yourself. I think just like psychologically, you just have someone in front of you to focus on. It just makes the pace feel that much easier. So yeah, when he kind of caught back up, and yeah, it was me versus him. Yeah, that definitely kind of spurred me on and allowed me to kind of pick it up over those last couple of laps.
And you were closing him down in that home straight through that tunnel of love, as we call it. Tell me how how the crowd, the British crowd here, were cheering you on. You almost had that win.
Yeah, so the crowd here is incredible. I've been wanting to do this event for the last couple of years, and like I'm so glad to finally be able to come here and do it. So yeah, I had so many friends out in the stands, and yeah, I could hear them kind of scream my name every lap. And yeah, I had my family here as well, which when I normally race out in the US, it doesn't happen that often. So yeah, it's just a very special night.
Okay, and you have had a sensational season so far, 27.08. I mean, what a run. You're so close to that Olympic qualifying mark. Do we think that you can dip under that? I hope that they'll take you anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the rankings going forward now, but yeah, it's kind of out of my hands. But yeah, I'm at peace with it now, I would say. Just like, yeah, I put my all into trying to get that 27 minutes, and it wasn't to be tonight, but yeah, I won't rule it out in the future. So.
Well, you still had a fantastic race. You certainly put on a Deva show for the crowd here. We all really enjoyed your racing, and we look forward to seeing you in Rome and maybe in Paris. Yeah. Best of luck. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Back to you, commentary.
Great to hear from Paddy Deva there, your new 10,000 metre British champion, alongside Megan Keith as well. He's humble as ever, isn't he, James? I mean, you said to him, you know, he's there saying, do you know what, it was just a little bit ambitious for me today.
Yeah, what a lovely guy, and I said, you know, what a role model to those runners out there that have been watching. There's a few people getting ready for their Sunday run somewhere. There's a few races going on around the UK, but yeah, what an inspiration to those going out, heading out for a few miles. And you know, he's someone that, you know, has said come through the club system, he's come through the university system, he's gone to the US, and he's found, you know, a really good system there that's working for him. And you know, even in that system, he's had setbacks. You know, he's missed a bit of time off with injury. He's not had the world's, you know, the World Championship race in Eugene for him wasn't the best. But I tell you what, him tonight putting on a show, running that time, and yeah, I think we'd love to see him in that British vest in the Europeans in Rome, but also in the Olympic Games as well.
Well, Alistair Cragg slowly transforming almost all of his athletes, aren't we? Pat Tin, and we've seen a resurgence from him as well. He's performing over the marathon, but yeah, what Paddy Deva is doing right now should not be sniffed at, and I think he's going to crack that 27 minutes. It's a case of when will he do it, to be honest with you, over the next few years. And like we said, we talk about those decisions he's going to have to make as well. Phil Sesman there, you can see on shot. Great to see him down here. He is a man who is off to Paris. So, and that's what we love about this sport, isn't it? The unpredictability. And we saw, you know, stars get beat today, and Deva just come up a little bit short against the likes of Ismail Mohammed, who is, to be honest, James, he is a new name in this sport, because from what he did on Wednesday night to here in Highgate, that double is just out of this world. And I think there'll be a few sort of eyebrows being raised now from coaches and athletes on the circuit. So he's another handful they're going to have to worry about when it gets to Paris.
Yeah, and in terms of making the Olympic team, Ellen, you know, running for Djibouti, he's got less probably competition than some of the other nations, and yeah, that midweek run has to be in his legs, doesn't it?
Well, new national record tonight. Did he say it was his? He said it was his first time, I think, over the 10,000 metres. Well, I think we did have a track time.
I think he did the All-African performance,
absolutely,
but
he's still taking
slower.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was 3 minutes, wasn't he, that he's taken off to? Yeah, I think it's 3 minutes he's taken off today. I think that was just outside of out of 30. But to be able to recover in the manner that he did that's the really interesting thing, and that'll be something that's exciting to watch over, you know, the next couple of years as we watch him become, you know, you'd imagine with those numbers, more of a household name for, well, maybe amongst us athletics fans, because to be able to go and run that race in Sweden on Wednesday, go sub 13, and then come over here, you know, I know it's not the longest journey that we've had over, you know, potentially the last couple of you know, interviews we've had with winners and others who have made longer journeys, but still, you know, with that going through your body, to still turn up on the start line today, go out hard from the start, because, you know, he was tucked in right behind the pacemakers, to then, you know, it can be psychologically hard as well if someone comes up to the side of you and taps you on the shoulder and tries to have a conversation with you when you're trying to plod along, particularly if you're having to translate as well, and then dropping back and then actually going, right, no, I'm clicking back in and we're going past and we're going to win this thing. Mentally, like, the mentality side of that is incredible, not just the time he's run and not just the time he ran on Wednesday as well. He's for certain one to watch. And, you know, this is what I love about the last couple of years that we've had at Highgate. We had it with Adane last year. We've had it this year with Ishmael. You know, we've found names that we're going to be looking out for now when we see results churning from around the world.
And he ran a 1:34 last 600, so he rallied, picked the pace up. But, you know, the fact that the crowds are still hanging around for the presentation, it is a festival-type atmosphere here. And again, testament to the Highgate Harriers, you know, where this event has gone in the 11 years. Ben Pocci and the team, obviously On and the other supporters, and obviously the City of London and that refurbishment of the track, £2 million. And the fact that yeah, the event just gets bigger and better every single year. Those 8 junior 800-meter races where there were so many, you know, best performances set, you know, where people go onto the top 10 all-time lists in age groups that are very, very tough. And, you know, people staying to watch, you know, just so many top quality 10K races. And there's Liam Collins, the stunt man as well. So everything that goes on at this event, obviously, it's the care of the crowd. It's the atmosphere that's built. I know people that I've had messages on my phone of people, and my daughter Bella, one of them, saying, Dad, you've got to take me to this event next year. I almost can't believe that you haven't taken me this year. So people want to watch this event. And yeah, so if you are watching this far and wide, we know Megan Keith's family have travelled from New Zealand to watch.
It's incredible,
It's open, isn't it, Matt? It's free. Come and watch it.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is it. Lane 3, beer and cheer, they say. Free entry, of course, and that's, again, what makes it so special. And I think it will remain free over years to come as well. They'd rather have 20,000 people in this arena than sort of make serious profits out of it. And for many years, this was not profitable. And I still don't know if it is or not, but just because of the spectacle that Ben produces.
Ben cares.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't care. You know, he does it for the love of the sport, and he just wants to entertain us, and he does exactly that. Year in, year out, with him and his team.
If Ben said to, you know, Highgate, the members of Highgate Harriers, if he said to everyone who watched today, dig into your pocket and hand over a £5, everyone would, without a doubt. I'd hand over my, you know, take my car, take my house. I love this event so much.
Where's it parked?
But it's, you know, he doesn't want to, and that's the community thing. This is everything that goes on. And, you know, ask me if anyone asks about what my favourite race of the day is, you know, I'd obviously have to throw in the under-13 girls 800 metres. It's an incredible race, and it's one, if you know, you look at the start list, if you're looking at the big names, no one's looking at that and going, wow, that's going to be the most exciting race of the day. But wow, it was incredible, and that's why we come here. We mentioned, you know, obviously finding big names for the future when it comes to 10,000 metres, when it comes to distance running, but now also for middle distance, and for, you know, even there was 400 metre county champions in there who went and threw down a good time. So it's becoming such a huge event. It's why we come here every year, and we will continue to come here forever.
But it's important to recognise, obviously, you know, the volunteer, the, you know, grassroots element that was the reason behind, you know, Ben Pocci and the Highgate Harriers team putting this event on. But it was about, you know, the opportunity for 10,000 metres to get this fantastic, you know, kind of stage, but not just from a kind of participation, but there was a performance element. And to have the Olympic trials here again, to have the likes of Megan Keith, to have the likes of Paddy Dever winning those Olympic trials, you know, in such exciting manners, that's what this event was about.
You know, and we've mentioned, obviously, you say the volunteers there, James, you know, we've mentioned Chris Rainsford for other reasons, but also, you know, what him and Hannah Viner have done with bringing through the young talent here at Highgate, coaching them, and then also giving them an opportunity today to go and pace and, you know, step up. We had junior athletes pacing, you know, senior 10,000 metre races where they're having to hold their own against rowdy athletes who want to get out and they want to start quick and they're all excited, and they could be 10, 15, 20 years older than them, and, you know, they've taken on that responsibility. They've been given opportunities, and that's the other thing that we love about this is giving people opportunities, as Tomo said, to stay in the sport, even if it is through a different aspect, even if it is a different angle.
And Matt, what's your closing thought on what's been an unbelievable day here at Parliament Hill Track?
Well, to put it simply, British distance running, 10,000 metre running specifically, and is in a very, very good place. And I know some people who mentioned Hicks and Judd perhaps didn't have the performance they wanted here today, but the depth is just there, and that's exciting.
So that does bring a close to the 2024 Highgate Harriers, 9th of the 10,000 metre personal best from Parliament Hill Track. I've been James C. Next to me, Matt Seddon, Ellen Ellard. We've enjoyed your company, and we can't wait to see you back next year in 2025. We wish all the athletes all the best for those European Championships in Rome and those Olympic Games in Paris in the summer. Good luck.
You see me walk in, though I came to win it all. Bloodline of a champion, I'm standing tall. What I did and had to fight through, I deserve it all. That's why I wear the crown and never take it off. I'm ready for war, ready for a battle. I told the team, prepare the horses, tighten up the saddle. I'm coming, running and gunning, it's me against the world. They'll try to stop me, I ain't stopping till I run the world. Run the world. I ain't stopping till I run the world. Don't try to stop me, I ain't stopping till I run the world. I ain't stopping till I run the world. Don't try to stop me, I ain't stopping till I run the world. I fought up from the bottom, learned the art of war. Made it out without a scar, now I'm the connoisseur. I'm the type to fight, I've never been the one to quit. With my back against the wall, I'm fighting till I win. I'm never giving in, I'm never giving up.